You thought there wouldn't be any retaliation? Welcome back to Fog Entertainment, and it's a brand new series. It is Par Book 4, Force Par. Oh yeah, it's another spin-off of Par, and you know what? This is the one I've been looking forward to. This is probably the reason I even got into Par. I went, you know what? I hear a lot of hype about Par Book Force. Tommy Flanagan's in that. Then I had to realise, I have to get through Par. But Par was good. Par was great in parts. The other spin-off, Ghost, is good as well. But this one is probably the real reason why I got into it. And we've got Tommy Flanagan, and I was like, he's in the opening credits. This guy must play a big role. And not only is a big role, he is essentially the leader of the Flynn family in Chicago. And I'm excited for this bad boy now. I don't know for sure, but when the Mayans was on, I might have seen the odd wee spoiler about this guy's potential death. So fingers crossed he doesn't die when I think he does, which is during season 2, episode 4. Maybe I read that wrong, but I don't want any spoilers on it, guys. But this is a short fuse and a long memory. And this episode kicks off with Tommy in his car. He's getting all these flashbacks about his last memories in New York. He then speeds up as he thinks about Ghost. He almost crashes, but then we see a sign, Chicago left. And that's exactly where he heads. And I really do like the intro to this show. It's a really good intro. They made it very different from Power Book 2. And that's where I kind of want to just take a wee step back and talk about this. So I did leave a comment to Young Ats. Shout out to Young Ats and the other guy who have been commenting about Power. And right, so maybe it'll be explained. It doesn't really matter, right? But my point is Power Book 4 set straight after the original Power ended? Because we got that standalone Tommy episode and he's heading out of the city. He's going to California, to which my knowledge is. Is this season going to end with him going back to New York to then appear in the Ghost spin-off? Because a lot of time had passed in Ghost for him just to randomly appear in episode 10. So what I'm going to assume happens is that he reappears in Ghost in the finale of this season 1. Or is it a simple case of this is after Ghost season 1 and after, he supposedly faked his death and confronted Tyreek at Ghost's gravestone? It doesn't really matter, but I would just like to know what sort of timeline we're on, whether or not I know I'm up to date. Because, obviously with both of them taking place at the same time, there's already been quite a few crossovers already between all the spin-offs and the original show. So I'd just like to know, is this, in layman's terms, is this Tommy show episode 1 after Ghost season 1 finale or after the OG Par finale? Leave it in the comments down below. But yeah, like I said, great wee intro to the show. Really enjoyed that. He's in Chicago, and I tell you what, Chicago looks absolutely Baltic. There is snow everywhere. It looks absolutely freezing. He arrives at this front porch of this house. He then gets told by the guy to move. He whips out a knife and then kind of gets into a wee bit of a skirmish. He whips out his gun. He's like, I could easily shoot you. And then he finds out for this guy that the woman that used to live in that house is in a care home. She's not dead. So yeah, Tommy, paying a wee stop here in Chicago. Turns out he wants to see his grandma. I was like, what significance is this going to have? We'll find it. He goes into the old people's home, but he can't find her. We then come back into... I say he can't find her. He does see her, but he doesn't want to speak to her. So he leaves it for another day. It was quite sad. She basically didn't recognise him. Then we cut to prison. We've got this barber. He was the former leader of the QIB, I believe, something like that. I'll get to know the gang of names. Or is it Boston? The MIB? Something. But yeah, he's just finished his 15-year stretch and he manages to get out. Fab Dabby Dozy, great for him, but it looks like inside that guy's good and I'll play. Tommy then arrives at this bar, he gets a drink, chatting up this woman. Was like, what significance is she going to have here? I'm not too sure. But then the guy's getting out of jail, gets took out of prison. He's his first day out. His brother picks him up. He's wearing a Chicago Bulls jacket. So 6-time NBA champion. Looked pretty cool. But he walks out without his Jordans, and his brother's like, yo, what the fuck? Why do you not have any shoes on? He's like, yeah, man, I let them keep it. But yeah, these guys look like they could be big players going forward. Then I remember I seen this clip up next of Tommy on a Facebook thing, the random videos that they show you. And essentially what this is Flynn's son confronting him here, and he gets told to move his car essentially, but he kind of speaks back to him and it doesn't end too well. And then You know, the guy's burying him thinking he's from Boston. He's like, fuck Larry Bird and fuck Tom Brady, which is kind of funny. But he also said, what the fuck is it with the city and parking laws, which it was kind of funny. And then we get the introduction of Flynn. I believe it's Walter Flynn. Great seeing Tommy Flanagan here. Looks a proper fucking badass. And it's just good seeing some Scottish representation on these TV shows. But he just looks the part. The accent just puts him apart from the others. His daughter's sitting in his seat. He kind of like scolds her for doing that. Sits down. He's like, your brother's out in the street doing what has to be done. She's like, well, I might want to help in the street. And she had a weird fucking accent, right? I'm going to assume that her and her brother grew up in Chicago, right, in America, so therefore they wouldn't really have like a Scottish accent. But it's funny. She keeps calling him Da, but it just sounds like a funny attempt at like Da. You know, it does. Your da, my da, Walter Flynn, Scooby Doo. What's going on there, pal? But aye. So this was good seeing Tommy Flanagan. He then like grabs her hands and he's like, "What the fuck are you going to do with these in the street, you wee fanny?" And it's like, this guy's got potential to go to the very top. He's not going to surpass Chibs, but hey, what a fucking job he'll do. Really like this introduction scene with him. Laid the ground rule, and he's basically saying like, you're going to do fuck all with these hands, man. Absolutely nothing. Tommy then goes back into the bar he was at. He hears the guy chatting shit. He's snorting coke, and then he beats him. He's like, I'm okay with the Tom Brady shit, but the Larry Bird? Nah, I ain't fucking taking that. And he snaps his wrist, beats him up. Then the woman comes out, oh, this could be a problem. He's like, what for you? He's like, nah, not for me. And he's like, come on, your soup's ready. And then they bow, learns for this woman that she's essentially, her ex-husband was in the army and he died sadly. And he's like, yeah, the good ones always seem to die. Then Walter Flynn's daughter, I will remember her name, has sex with this like other woman in her penthouse. Here, you know what? Power Book 2 had some gay sex. This has got lesbian. I know what one I prefer, but Jesus Christ, the one she took home is built like a toothpick, man. You feel like if you did anything to her, she would snap clean in two, like, which is quite extreme, quite brutal. But it looks like Tommy's he keeps getting text message throughout this episode about going to California, but you know, he's kind of like turning it down. He then confronts Walter's son, and he's like, Timmy, do you connect? So they go do the connect. And then it turns out that he's kind of pally-pally, this guy, with the brother of the releasee from prison earlier on this episode. So that was kind of cool. And this is like all amateur hour for these guys. Tommy really, you know, it was a man among boys here. He knew exactly what he was doing. It was a really funny scene. They kill these two guys and he's like, Jesus Christ, you don't even know how many bullets are left in your clip. Tommy kills them, drops them, brilliant scene. Then they steal the money, he takes the money. And yeah, pretty serious shit here going on. Will Tommy get into this crew? I'm going to assume so. Then the brothers are walking down the street and he kind of explains to them what happened with the Flynn family and how this new guy showed up. But they're like, wonder who he is. So again, kind of goes back to my point. Tommy was on the run. But either way he's on the run. It's like when Power ended, it's pretty much when Tasha blamed him for the murder anyway. And then like after Power Book Ghost season 1 finale, they think he's dead. So we'll have to wait and see whatever way that's going to spin about. But either way, you think the police would know who Tommy Egan is, even in Boston or not. But yeah, then he goes to visit his grandma. She's like really happy to see him. Once she realizes who it is, then she goes back to like a depressing state. And this guy follows him. Then he's like, this fucking photograph. And it turns out this random guy is actually Tommy's brother. And he's got weird glasses, no hairline, and he's black. So Tommy, the white and the black brother, this is crazy. The white boy and the black man. Kind of funny here. These two reminisce. They get to take each other's phone numbers, and he's like, you know what? You don't really want to know Kate. She's a bit of a waster. So that was kind of funny, to say the least. Then this like cop comes in to the barber shop, which the brother has now bought his released brother. He's bought him the barber shop, and the cop confronts him. Nothing really happens here. It kind of just seems like this cop. I say nothing really happens. He just wants them to pay essentially protection money, isn't it? At the end of the day, Tommy then filling up his car. He starts driving. He gets a phone-faced California Connect, but then he hangs up because Walter Flynn's crew's here, and they take him to Walter Flynn's mansion, to which Tommy and Walter have a wee meeting. Tommy Flanagan basically puts out that I've had to put out quite a lot of your fires, wee man. But no worries, I appreciate a good boy. And then his son arrives and he's like, he was helping you, wasn't he, big man? Then he puts the money full of cash to his son. He's like, on your fucking way, big man. Get out of fucking Boston. And then Tommy doesn't leave Boston. He returns. He tells California to go suck one, and he's staying in Boston. How's that going to go? I'm not too sure. But you know what? I really enjoyed this premiere. It's great seeing Tommy Flanagan. I think out of the alive characters that are still alive in the Power universe, I think Tommy is the best character for me and the most iconic. So to see him in his own spin-off is fantastic, and to see someone like Tommy Flanagan going head to head with him should be a good season. Really looking forward to it. So I'm going to give this episode a 8 out of 10. Thought it laid the ground running pretty well. I'll be interested to see how it overlaps with Ghost if it does go down that route of him going back to New York after it's released about him on the news. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. But guys, 8 out of 10. Your thoughts down below, and peace.
Many men wish death upon me, and I'm gonna take your life away. King of the goddamn hill. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're here with another Power Book 4 review. It is only episode 2 of season 1. But by God, I'm liking this show. I'm really digging Tommy Egan out in Chicago. We kick off the episode. He's scrolling through his phone. We are seeing Lakeisha. It's sad. We see this bar get shut up. I'm kind of confused by who it is. Tommy then receives a phone call. Turns out it's his brother. It's his brother, JP. And turns out this guy has a son, then left his wife. Then he turned out to be gay. And because of that, his wife didn't let him see the son for like the past 14 years. Tommy tries to throw him 10 grand, but he doesn't really accept it. But then he eventually accepts. So yeah, we learned a bit about this guy. First 5 minutes, we find out a lot. He has a son. He's gay. And we'll see how it goes. Tommy is then driving. And then my world comes crashing down not long into this episode. We kick off. We go to Walter Flynn. I'm hearing on the test results. I'm like, oh, shite. And it doesn't look good. Looks like he's going to die soon. Which, damn. I mean, I kind of wanted him to be a proper badass, and I'm not saying he ain't a badass, but, you know, most people that get terminal illnesses aren't proper badass. Like, as much as I like Walter White, and he was badass in parts, it's not like he was this... I know he gives it the whole, say my name, but when it comes to, like, a physical, combattery, you know, mode, the guy just doesn't really have what it takes, Walter White. And that's not me saying that Walter Flynn's smoking him here, but... You know, doesn't look good for him. And he tells his son that you're going to live long, brother. You're going to do it. And something else that kind of shocked me this episode is when the two siblings of Flynn, the Flynn siblings, were talking. It turns out they're Irish, which doesn't bother me, right? But it's like Tommy Flanagan here is speaking pretty much what he sounds like in real life and what he was in Sons. He's not Irish, he's Scottish. Now, you could argue, if we really want to go down that road, he is from Easterhouse in Scotland. This is the Tommy Flanagan, by the way, so it doesn't really make much sense, but, you know, a lot of Scottish people are of Irish descent. But it's just weird that he wouldn't alter his accent to be more Irish when that's what the show's portraying him. Like, I get it. It's more of the American dream. It's more of the gimmick for it to be Irish people that go to America. We know how many of them went. I mean, Tommy's part Irish. But would it not be a bit more unique if they just portrayed them as Scottish rather than Irish? I've got no real issue with it. It's just the fact that when you are from the UK, the accents are, you know, they're all different no matter where you go. I get that Ireland ain't a part of the UK, yada, 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 but it's not like, they clearly stated he's Irish, and that's the problem with his girlfriend who Tommy banged last episode. They want to keep the bloodline pure, apparently, so that's not looking too good there. So that was a wee bit disappointing to hear that he's going to die, and he's also Irish, but here, I still enjoy my Tommy Flanagan, I'm not going to complain. But meanwhile, we've got the brothers on the outside here. Trying to recruit some young boys. Is it going to go according to plan? Who knows? This woman then attacks Tommy out of nowhere. I have no idea who she is. It turns out that she's like the former, like, I don't know, like boyfriend of Julio. But I honestly don't remember this woman. And then later on in the episode, we hear Tommy like reference like, Ghost's generosity was always coming back to bite us in the ass because of like, and it did. I mean, a lot of people they spared it did, but I do not remember this woman getting spared. But she does point out that Julio gave her money and she then fled to Chicago. And here, I've just reviewed Par. I honestly cannot remember this woman for the life of me. So anyway, let's just move on. I mean, maybe there'll be a more important scene here. But yeah, that was quite intriguing to say the least. Tommy then shows up with the money into the barber shop. But then he decides to go where our main man, the prison guy, has just been released. But then they get kidnapped by the cartel here. And it's like, right, you got to deliver us. You got to get us all our money or else that's it. We then see Walter essentially bury his daughter here because she wants to try and, explore with new drugs, and he's like, it's fucking dependable. Why are you so fucking bothered about the streets? Your brother runs them, no you. Like this stuff. We basically see Tommy and, his new best friend. It kind of reminded me of like Fast and Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious. You've got like Paul Walker and Tyrese Gibson here. That's what it kind of reminded me of at the end of the day. But I thought this was funny. They do all their meets. Then they meet with like some car enthusiasts, so to speak. They meet with a couple of Jews. They then meet with this junkie guy. Tommy manages to get the money, but then the last one, which was I believe the junkie one, police officer pulls over. Well, he's already parked, and he's like, "You do realize you're on your phone, right?" And this is obviously like Parr's attempt at racial profiling here. Yeah, I'm not denying this doesn't go on in America, right, to some degree, but it's like the way the guy changes his tone with Tommy and this guy. It's like, yeah, I get it. It has happened in the past. No one's denying that, and I'm not saying this is woke, but the guy's like, even in 15 years, it doesn't fucking change. And you know what, right? At the end of the day, both of you guys are criminals, and you know what? He treated this guy way worse than Tommy. And yeah, it was racist for this cop, right? But what I liked throughout this episode, it was the fact they've shown how bad Chicago is, like how hot the city is, and like the constant sirens that were going off throughout this episode and shootings. I thought it was quite incredible. But let's not kid ourselves. If cops can't be vigilant in Chicago, where can't they be? But obviously, he wasn't really vigilant towards Tommy, so that's where the racism comes into it here, I guess. Meanwhile, though, they've kidnapped Bernard. Not good, so that's why they need to make the money matter here. They meet with him, they get their brother back. Life's all good. And Tommy gets 25 Gs. He then goes over to his brother's house. They watch an old tape. And he's like, I could never figure out who this kid was. Turns out it's you. Which I thought was a nice wee scene. We then cut to Tommy. He then kills, the people that kidnapped the guy earlier. Quite incredible. He then texts Gloria. He burns him alive in the back of the car. I thought it was a pretty badass kill. He then goes to Gloria's bar, and as the Flynn's son is watching him through the window, so he's not too impressed. Then at the end of the episode, he lets the barbershop crew know that he's dealt with that wee loose end, so to speak, and then he confronts, what's her name, Luciana? I actually do not know what her name is. He confronts her at the end after he buys himself like a wee house, work place, I don't know, whatever you want to call this. He starts looking at the map. He then confronts her. They get into a fight. And then that's when he mentions Ghost. And then he tries stamping on her, and stamping on her, he breaks a floorboard. And what does he find? Drugs. And he's like, well, would you look at that? And that ends the episode. Is he going to work with her? Potentially. But I honestly, for the life of me, cannot remember this woman, which is quite bad considering, I've watched Par and season 1 of Ghost and this all within 6 months. So anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. We'll give this episode a 7 out of 10. Until next time. Peace. Firestarter! Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're back with Power Book 4, Season 1, Episode 3, and you guessed it, this one's called Firestarter. And I got it. I finally realised in this episode who the character is. The woman who Tommy's confronted last episode, and she tried to kill him. It's the woman from the very starter part. It's like, was she ever seen again after? I don't think she was. Of course, she almost gets killed in the elevator. That's why she's got the scar on her face. And then I vividly remember, but that's ages. That's like season 1, first couple of episodes. And now Tommy and her are going to team up. And she's like, I don't do that white boy shit, mano. So yeah, she's not really into Tommy, but it looks like these two are going to team up. And I was thinking,
just a matter of time before Tommy's presence in Chicago gets back to Big Walter. And speaking of Walter, his son gets his crew out of jail here with like a 9,000 bond, and he slips like an extra couple of $100 to the woman there. They get out, and yeah, things aren't too good. And then he talks to the corrupt cop guy. He's like, oh, this is the guy that was in the boxing gym last episode. He's corrupt on all fronts, this guy. Jesus Christ. And he absolutely was. And Tommy and her are sorting out the drugs. Essentially what they're doing, they're cutting them up here, and she comes out like wearing like a wee two-piece thing. She's like, I don't do the white boys. As I've already touched on, it's like, why would she come out dressed like that? I'll tell you why she comes out dressed like that, because you don't get any of the stuff on your clothes, and Tommy's walking about with his big black hoodie on. So yeah, it's quite funny, these two teaming up. It definitely works because Tommy is like such a main character. And she's, at least they've brought someone back from the original Power show, I guess you could say. They did mention Ghost, which is good seeing. Tommy then arrives with some pizza for JP. And they look at the wall, and it's like, so look, pulled back the wallpaper here, and it was like, looks like we have a wee measuring competition here, so of course that's what was going down. I'm going to assume that JP's older than Tommy. Not by much. We then see the brothers, they go to play a wee bit of ball, damn it, and they're still butting heads with each other in this episode, and they literally butt heads later on when they get into a boxing match, and it looks like Gennard loses this one, gives it to his brother, and turns out he actually literally did give it to his brother. That's what they wanted to do. Tommy and the woman with the big, the scar on her face is ugly, like, it's mad how that it is so big on her face. But it does make her. But that's the thing. It's like that in terms of timeline. That has to be a good few years ago. It's like you look at Tommy Flanagan's face, and it's like that happened in real life. So why does that look so much better? Tommy Flanagan's looks badass. It does. It's such like a distinctive feature, man. Honestly, fucking great. But yeah, the two brothers butting heads, as I said, but they're getting filmed. Then we see the Flynn family to sit down, and he's like, right, you, listen, Claudia, you sit down with that businessman, and I don't care if you have to be a wee slut, you get him to fucking back off. We're the ones that pay him, he doesn't pay us. So you just get him stimulated. Alright. But obviously, Big Walter here. Obviously with him potentially dying soon, I don't know why, I'm not too, I get it, he's old, right? And it makes sense for there to be like a power struggle like underneath him, who's going to take the reins, etc. But Tommy Flanagan, man, he's stealing this. He's I really enjoyed Power Book 2 Season 1, but this season so far, the fact it's Tommy, it's like a different city, and you've got Tommy Flanagan. Brilliant. And also I learned a bit about Walter Flynn's character. So apparently he's born in Ireland, but he was raised in Glasgow, which then, it makes sense of the voice. I simply thought they were going for a gimmick of, well, you know what? We all sound the same here over in Europe. Oh, us folks that speak English, we all speak the same pitch. No, we don't. Very different accents. The same way, I can clearly, and like I can notice a clear difference between like Boston and New York. I think they did quite a good job of doing that. And essentially, what we have next is Christina Rogers, the woman, the bartender, and Victor. I believe it's Victor Flynn, isn't it? He's patched up her grave, and he kind of confronts her about like being with Tommy and shit. Then we get the big meet. We get Tommy and his new connect woman, so to speak, and he meets with Flynn and his like right hand man with the mustache. Some really funny dialogue here, but it was good seeing Walter and Tommy meet again. And Tommy Flanagan, man, I don't want to just a man crush on the guy, but you know what, Tommy Flanagan, what a man, what a beautiful, beautiful man for Easterhouse of all places. But anyway, let's talk about what happens next. Essentially, we see Tommy and his son go for a meet with this like drugged out people, and I get it, they're in the drug business, but it seems like the Par loves doing the whole drugged out gimmick, man. This guy's a DJ, and it looks like they're gonna kill him. They're doing, and the guy, it was a funny scene. I guess it served the purpose. They then sit with Walter, and essentially Walter tells Tommy, "You bring Big Diamond to the table, big man, and we'll have ourselves a deal." And then that's when we get the boxing match, to which Big Jaden let his brother win, supposedly.
Even though it didn't look that way, but I guess when he was holding him, he was beat up. I mean, he did. It's not like he took the fall purposely. Whatever. Claudia then meets with the businessman, essentially threatens his daughter here and says, "Right, if you do anything, we know where your daughter goes to school," sort of thing. So she is a bit more serious than what her dad thinks she is, which is quite intriguing, to say the least. Then we get the sit down between the Flynns, Diamond, and Tommy. This was all going relatively alright. Talking about, right, the Flynns get north, you get south, and then Flynn's like, "What happened, brother, when you did that drive-by 20 years ago? Patrick and his wife, took about 20 hours to get put together." He's like, "You blame a black man for everything. We all look the same." He was like, "Fucking damn right you do." Then he starts explaining to his son, "If we sell out and get in bed with black, the Albanians, the Greeks, the Polish, they're all going to think we're a black sheep. No pun intended." So, yeah, essentially, Diamond walks out. Really good meet here. Looks like this meet is doing the shit. We're seeing more like surveillance footage being took of Tommy, but it's like, I'm not quite sure who these people are yet. Claudia then pulls over Tommy, basically threatening him here. She's into her own shit, though, and then Tommy ends the episode going and getting some of himself of the bartender Gloria. And that's how it ends, with a wee zoom out shot of Chicago. So, again, I like this episode. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. It's fairly consistent, what I would say is. It's almost like, though, with these shows, they kind of have to do a lot in the premiere. Like, to establish it, especially with this one. At least with Power Book 2, you're already in New York. It didn't have to be an all-out banger, but this one, it's like, we had to introduce a whole new city and a whole new host of characters. So, really, really enjoying this so far. I just like the dynamic of the Flynn family better than what we've got in Power Book 2 and Monet and co. Maybe that's just because of the man crush on Tommy Flanagan. But anyway, guys, till next time, leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Storm clouds are arising in Chicago in the latest episode of Power Book 4, Episode 4, Season 1. This one is in fact called Storm Clouds, with some returns from the original Power show in this, but they didn't last long, and we'll get to them a wee bit later on. But we do kick off this episode. We're at the barber shop. Gennard, he's not really too impressed with his brother's handling of the situation with Tommy. And where's this beef going? Well, it turns out he actually let his brother beat him in that boxing match. So there's probably a power play at hand here, and I could say Gennard definitely getting killed by Tommy later on this season. But the youngest member of the crew, it's like, who's he? Well, of course, if you were keeping a close eye on this show, you know he would be JP's son. So yeah, Tommy then tasks Luciana to look into Walter Flynn's daughter, Claudia. So he thinks that she's doing something behind Daddy's back, and he's right. She absolutely is, of course. But, I mean, what's this really going to do? We'll have to wait and see. Claudia then meets with some, like, jobber. This, like, Mexican guy. Looks like this could be another way of getting, like, a new drug shipment in. Tommy then meets with the top dollar Diamond Jackson. In this diner, there's, like, a funny scene where these three are, like, sitting down, and Walter Flynn's son, he arrives, Victor, and they both order coffees, and, you know, the black guys that own the diner aren't too happy. They go out in their wee rant, which it was a funny wee scene here in the diner. I did enjoy this. Walter's then, like, second in command guy, and it turns out he's got a son. He meets him under this junkie bridge, literally a junkie bridge, and gives him money so he can buy supplies. And it's like, what are we doing? Well, I say supplies, buy gear, buy drugs, not supplies. And it just begs the question, it's like, this guy's like one of the top men in Walter Flynn's organisations, and he's just giving this guy the money for drugs. Very weak. I can definitely see Walter finding out about this and demoting him or something, or his son getting him killed. It's the fact like he's in a business where he's selling drugs. It's like, why are you giving your son... The scene was weird, didn't really do anything for me. Gennard, Victor and Tommy then head to the shipyard, but then one of Gennard's guys, Diamond heads with him. Gennard's one of his guys phones up and says, "Oh, the police are there, get out of there." And it turns out they were right, the police were there. Obviously, because Diamond just got out, he's like, "Damn, there's a cop after me. This ain't looking good, son." And it ain't looking good, but Diamond and Gennard are butting heads now. He's like, Oh, have I never told you about that? Yous three would have been in jail sort of talk going on here. Victor then gets told by his dad. His dad's like, you're pissing over the Flynn legacy, son. You're pissing over it. Tommy Flanagan here, pure burying his son. Rightfully so. I mean, if his dad doesn't want him to, mess up the bloodline, he wants him to marry Irish people. And Big Victor's jobbing out. You can see definitely why Walter Flynn's angry here. And, it ain't even like a case of... but then that's the problem, though. It's like, he doesn't want him to marry a white American. Even, like, he doesn't want him to marry any blacks, any Hispanics, any white Americans. It needs to be a white Irish person that can continue the bloodline. But the thing about this is, it's like, how many white Irish people are floating about Chicago? Like, actual Irish? Because at the end of the day, like, these two aren't, like, yeah, I guess these two are Irish, but again, I think Walter Flynn should look to direct his business back to Ireland in order to get that gimmick going a lot. Tommy and Walter then meet again. There's a couple of shots back and forwards, like, you gotta let your son make his own choices, and he's like, it's my bloody blood, brother. But yeah, how's this going to go down between Tommy and Walter? Who's going to be the guy to kill Walter? Of course he is dying. I think he's got, bronchitis or whatever the hell that's called. We'll have to wait and see. Tommy then goes back to JP's house, and JP's father's there. Of course, this is JP's father, therefore he's kind of in a weird way related to Tommy because they've obviously got the same mother. So yeah, this is actually funny and like wholesome scenes, actually seeing Tommy get on with someone. Because I think the way this show will go, I don't see a way in which JP is ever going to betray him. I don't think he'll care about JP anywhere near as much as like other people he's cared about in the franchise. But yeah, my money would be safe betting on JP, absolutely. But while this is all going down, Luciana ends up getting kidnapped by the Serbs. They're demanding where's their drugs, and it's like, the Serbs are surely all dead. The Serbs have to be all dead. Big Peter. And that guy for season 3 episode 10, him, the guy that liked eating people or whatever, surely he's done for. No, they're not done for, because Tommy receives a text message from Luciana saying, bring Ghost to this location. So they think they're getting the drugs back. Tommy ends up killing a few of their guys. Then he's forced into meeting with the leader, and this is Petrana, or she's some Serbian woman, who, of course, if you remember, when Tommy was about to be killed all the way back in I believe it was season 3, when they had him over the graves and he managed to get himself spared, she is the one that advocated for him to be spared. But then in this scene here, we just see Tommy completely, he's like, yeah, well, you know what, you made a mistake, and he kills her. And essentially all these Serbs get killed this episode. Like, I'm not saying there's an entire history here of like the Serbs being in power, which I guess there is, but it's like they bring these characters back, this woman who was in the original Power show, just to kill her off in the same episode, they bring her back. This wasn't needed for me. I don't really understand what was the point of this. We also had Luciana, who was obviously, under attack from the Serbs. He was at Diamond's barber shop, and Big Gennard pays her back the $8,000 that he owed her, and because of that, she's like, you can touch my scar on my face now. Pretty weird scene, but here. Who cares, brother? Who really cares? And that is pretty much where this episode ends. Looks like Claudia's getting in herself deep with the drugs on her end. But yeah, Tommy comes out on top. A lot of dead bodies, a lot of dead Serbs. It's kind of wrapped up that storyline that, in my opinion, didn't really need wrapped up. I don't really like. Why did it just didn't need to happen this episode? Like you've established, right, that there's this new crew. You've got the Flynns, led by Tommy Flanagan, Big Walter Flynn. You've got the new crew with Gennard and his brother. I just don't understand the need to whip out the Serbs like they did here. I don't get it. But in terms of an episode rating, it's probably one of the weaker episodes of this spin-off so far. Going to get a 6 out of 10. It wasn't like bad. It was still a good episode. I just don't really see the sense of this whole mini story arc with the Serbs this episode. That's just it for me. But anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. That is it for Power Book 4. We'll be back very soon with some more content. Of course, we're almost at the halfway point of this show, and we have seen our feed about a month ago by the time it's confirmed for season 3, so looking forward to it. But until next time, your thoughts
down below, and peace. Give me a hell yeah. We have officially reached the halfway point of Power Book 4 Season 1, and it is Take Me Home Country Roads. Not quite country roads, it's Chicago roads, more like. And we begin the episode with Tommy. He's having these flashbacks, but the series event so far, which has only been a few episodes, he then gets pulled over by Claudia Flynn, and she essentially gives him the new drug to test, via a kiss, and he then describes it as the best high he's ever got. So obviously this is he like falls on top of his car here, right? And it's like, this is the main guy of this show. Anyone, I mean, it's Chicago, anyone could have just fucking ran over to him and dropped him. Absolutely dropped him. But then he takes it back to Luciana and it looks like, right, we've got to discover what is, like, how's this drug came to fruition, what's in it, and we can maybe begin to sell it, because Tommy is described as the best high he's ever got. Then we got Diamond. He gets pulled into the back of the motor here, and he's getting questioned by the dirty cop, and he's like, "You're receiving envelopes from those white folks." And then obviously the cop hears that, he's like, "Well, that shit can't come out of anyone." He's like, "I'm just a black man. I'm not going to tell anybody." So, yeah, I mean, the gist of this episode, I thought the Serbs would have been wrapped up here, but the Serbs are not wrapped up. The Serbs are back in business. They're coming with a fist to batter pretty much Tommy Egan and his associates. I thought last episode with the murder of Bedlana, or whatever the hell you call her, that would be it. But Tommy rallies the troops this episode. You've got the CBIs, the CDIs, the CBIs, whatever, man. You've got the Flynns. Well, I say the Flynns. You've got a wee portion of the Flynns. You've got Victor and the guy Tommy battered in the premiere. You've got Tommy and a few other people here. So they're essentially, what we're going through is that they're going to wipe out the Serbs and take their territory, because no one's had the balls, essentially, in the history of Chicago, take on the Serbs. But obviously Tommy's kind of already at war with them, may as well take them on now. But some people are not too happy about having to go in this war here. Mainly Gennard and his crew, Gennard and E, which obviously the CBIs are not exactly taking this news well. Tommy then putting this proposal on the table. They eventually all agreed to it when 34% of the profits are going to the CBIs, and that forces the CBI's hand. So we're going to go into business here. But how many of them are going to be left standing? We see a wee bit scoping out going on in the Serbs, right? That's how we're going to do business, yada yada yada. Tommy then hijacks a shipment for Claudia, which is from her Connect, who she ends up killing later on the episode. This didn't really do anything. I don't care for Claudia. And Tommy Flanagan, Walter Flynn, didn't really appear much this episode, but his number two, his consigliere, so to speak, has been taking pictures of his son, Victor Flynn, who of course is still seeing Gloria. He bought this land where he says he's going to build a house, and the land cost 10 million. It's like, how much money have the fucking Flynns got here? It's like, they've got all this money, you could just leave the drug business behind. I get why Walter doesn't want to do it, but at the same time, they could very easily do it. You're a Flynn, and Flynns make fucking money, according to Walter Flynn. But because his number two is taking pictures of this, Walter decides to put his best jacket on. He heads down to Gloria's bar, tells her it's never happening. You're never going to wake up every morning with my grandchildren. It's never going to happen. He's going to marry an Irish woman. No you. And he hypes up her beauty here. See Gloria, right? I don't know where they're getting this gimmick that she's like an absolute 10 out of 10. I mean, she's all right. I mean, they're trying to put her over here as if it's the next big thing. Miss America here, Miss Chicago. Honestly, crazy. Walter's not happy about this, and essentially tells her the next time he'll be waiting on a response. Threatening her here. Then Claudia comes down to threaten her. Essentially offers her 10 million just to leave Victor alone. What? Then she calls Claudia weak, and that even your old man's stronger than you, and he's sick. She's like, what do you mean he's sick? JP this episode's flicking through pictures, and he notices a picture of Tommy or something. It doesn't actually back up Tommy here, so we'll have to wait and see. Victor and Walter get into it a bit. Nothing. It's alright, but you can just see that Victor's going to lead this family one day. Well, actually, I say that, I wouldn't be surprised if he died soon, but we'll have to wait and see. He's not going to be fulfilling his father's legacy, that's for sure. Tommy then rallies the troops, then we get the scenes where we wipe out some of the Serbs. But while this is all going down, Luciana has been kidnapped by the Serbs. Oh no, it's not good for her. Then we get like the action sequence of this episode. Sorry, they start wiping out the Serbs. The guy who was giving it, begging to Tommy about Larry Bird and Tom Brady and all those names. He's like, this is fucking easy, man. And then he gets his head absolutely shot off. Victor's obviously remorseful about the fact his friend has just died here. Because of course he did. We then break into the warehouse and pretty much all the red shirts that were, a part of the CBI or with Victor, with Tommy, they all die. Victor lives, Gennard lives, Tommy lives, and of course Damon lives. So yeah, everyone who went in here without a name died. He also got shot in the neck and he bled to death right in front of Gennard. I mean, it was a pretty good action scene, but it's like, the problem with this is, it's like, you just know that, well, I say you just know, I guess any of these guys could have died, but Tommy was not going to die here, right, in this meaningless fight to him. He then receives, word that Luciana's been kidnapped by the Serbs, and then the rest of them just job out. Gennard, CBIs, Victor, they're like, nah, it's your own battle. Tommy then goes to confront them at his house, his loft, whatever you want to call it. He then arrives. You kind of see the Walter family, the Flynn family, all dealing with their own wee day. Gennard then locks up his gun. He's ready to do a wee drive-by. Tommy then arrives back. The Serbs are meeting him there, and the Serbs are like, yeah, we're going to kill both of you, because the reality is you haven't, she hasn't done as much damage as you. And then it's like, Tommy should die here, right? The Serbs should just kill him. It's also like, why is he actually openly giving himself up for this Luciana chick, who, if you bear in mind, back in season 1 of Power, he wanted her dead. Then the drive-by happens. Of course, this is Gennard. They tried to make it some big, secret mystery, but it's so fucking obvious it was him. Luciana gets shot in the shoulder. The Serbs then flee. It's like, hold on, it was a wee drive-by and the Serbs bottle it for one guy in a car. It's like, what? What are we doing here? The Serbs, they come with this reputation that they eat people and all this crazy stuff, but here they are, absolutely bottling it. There is no two ways to spin this, man. They absolutely bottled it big time, and that is where we're going to leave this episode. I mean, I felt this spin-off part before started off well, but I think the last 2 episodes with the Serbs, it's just not really doing it for me. I have to be honest, man. That is the name of the game here on Fog Entertainment. We give you the truth and nothing but the truth. In this episode, it didn't really do it for me, guys. So anyway, I want you to leave your thoughts down below. I'm going to give this episode, I'm going to give it a 5. I don't know, it just felt a wee bit flat to me. 5 out of 10. Until next time, peace. Things are picking up as we enter the second half of season 1 of Power Force 4, whatever you want to call this bad boy. We begin the episode. Bodies are getting buried. Claudia's burying her body. She's not exactly happy about it. Tommy's like, this is who we are. We got to do this. You're in this game. You got to do this, Claudia. You got to do it. We then have a series of funerals. We've got one for E. Then JP's son essentially gets given the job of spying on Tommy by Gennard. I just don't get Gennard, right? He wants Tommy to pay. He feels like Tommy's basically caused all this chaos since he's come in here, right? You know what? Maybe he's got a point. But say he does have a point, which I think he does. Why don't you act? Honestly, Tommy's got that many enemies. It's not like if Gennard kills him, his brother's going to be pissed, and also it's his fucking brother's. His brother really going to give a damn if he fucking kills Tommy. I'm not saying that Diamond doesn't have a working relationship with Tommy, but they pretty much cut ties last episode. All of them, fuck you, Tommy, son. We're not helping you rescue that woman. Not a chance. So yeah, I think this guy needs to act instead of giving it the big talking game. We then get the funeral for the member of the Flynn family, which Walter walks over to his son. I remember when you used to be playing catch at the front, you fucking killed him, son. I don't need any more of your fucking shite. Big man, not a chance is this happening. So yeah, Tommy and next scene pretty much, they all cut ties with him. So what's Tommy going to do? I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to set up a business, a partnership with Claudia. And it's like this is going to go, but first of all, in order to do this, they need to get a cook. But during this, the FBI raid like Walter's like headquarters. It's not even like it's like his business, like where they must front the money. And then his daughter arrives. She types the password into the laptop, and he's like, "This is exactly why you can't be fucking numero uno. You need it to be here tonight, man. You need it to be here." Diamond is more open to the idea that Gennard is right about Tommy in this scene. It's like, what's going on here? We then cut to Walter's house, and Walter's on the deck, and then his like number two picks him up. He's like, "Walter, what happened?" He's like, "Fucking meds, man. The stress. I don't know what's happened. I fucking banged my head." He gets picked up. Sad seeing me Tommy Flanagan here in a wee, like, I say a frail state. He's still like a fucking badass, but yeah, he gets up, wipes the blood away. He's like, let's fucking do this. He's like, you gotta tell. He's like, you gotta tell them. You gotta tell them, man. They don't want to go through the same thing with you they did the mother. He's like, you don't tell me shit, wee man, alright? Not in a month of Sundays. The kid then goes and looks in JP's window and he spots him and Tommy. He's like, what the fuck? So he gives Gerard his $5,000 back. He's like, I want none of that. And then this part of the episode was like filler to me. We had Tommy, Claudia, and what do you call her? Luciana, like all team up here, and they had like the people at the body shop and the Jews go to these lockers and get this. It just didn't really do it for me, man. I don't really know what the... Like, I know what's going on, but it's like, did it really need to take up like 15 minutes of the episode? Like, it really did, man. Thought it was a bit mental how it actually went on this long, but it looks like they're getting them on board. Walter's number two then gets pulled over by the police, and essentially they threaten him with jail time. It's like, do you think if Walter goes down for 22 years, he's going to give a fuck about you? He's like, if you had anything to sink Walter, you'd have sunk him by now. Take a fucking torpedo. Which I thought was a pretty good line for this guy, who's not exactly had the greatest amount of lines so far, but you know what? We'll take it, guys. We'll take it for this guy dishing out lines left, right, and centre at the end of the day. But yeah, he's rejected it. Walter then gets confronted by his son, and his son, Sunday dinner. Me and Gloria were going to be there, big man. And he's like, what have I got to tell you? Sunday dinner's for family, no for outsiders, Victor. So yeah, he's absolutely screaming at him, which I thought was quite intriguing. We also have like Tommy telling JP that he's a drug dealer. JP kind of wants him to make his own money, but that's not going to happen that way. We see Diamond and Gennard like scoping out the area for like their next wee mini heist or something that's going to go down exactly the greatest thing of all time. Is it this? Diamond then goes to the diner, and in his wee booth, his own personal booth, by the way, you know, he could have been the next Mike Tyson, as they rightfully point out every fucking 3 seconds they get in this show. Yeah, there's a woman there, and he begins to talk to her, and yeah, she obviously is like, I knew straight away she works for the feds. We then have like a sex scene between these two, and it looks like they're seeing each other over like the course of a few days, and it's like, this guy's just out the joint, right? I get it. Probably wants his hole, but it's like, this guy's top man of the BDIs, or the CBI, sorry, Chicago Bulls. I just don't think he'd fall for this, and honestly, I think it's, I don't know, I think it's crazy that we're right. I'm not saying we're writing this guy out, like, I mean, he's not gave her any information, but yeah, it almost seemed like so much of a trap, and he jumped into it with open arms is quite crazy. And also, I just look at this Victor and Gloria relationship, it's fucking weird. Like, Tommy did call him on it like a few episodes ago, where he said, like, are you one of those freaks that like the girl to get with another man? And you're like, no, we were on a break. And now he's like confessing his love for her, buying houses and fighting her to family dinner, even though his dad absolutely despises the fact she ain't Irish. It's like, come on, son, you need to accept it. You need to move on. He does need to move on. Like, I just don't really understand like Victor's entire gimmick. Where, I mean, I get it, he's in love, but I mean, surely you can see this ain't going to work. Yeah, we then see the trio, the triple threat of Claudia, Tommy, and Luciana kidnap the cook. She takes him to like her lab. It's in like what, our house or something. And it's like, right, this is how it's going to go down. This is how it's going to go according to plan. And Tommy's like, you good thing I'm a drug dealer, and you're not.
You're not him, but Claudia's been getting phoned this entire time by Reggie, who's our old like contact, but it's not going to go that way, is it, Reggie? Walter then gets told by his son Victor that but the drive-by that happened earlier this episode, they were white. He's like, it was those bloody CBI bastards. He's like, no, it wasn't. It was the fucking. It was the widest hand I ever seen. He's like, it was the fucking Serps, and then when Walter hears that, he realises that his son's been doing like some side business shit. The episode ends with Reggie confronting Claudia. Claudia ends up killing him, then like they bury a body. It's almost a bit cringe though, how like she's went to like the first scene being scared of like a dead body, burying it, not knowing what to do, to like the 24 hours later with Tommy burying this body like she's fucking Jeffrey Dahmer or something. I don't know. It just didn't really make much sense. Walter then walks into the Serb restaurant. This is like prime Chibs. This is like prime Tommy Flanagan. He walks in. He's like, which one of you fucking cunts shot at my son? Kills two of them. He's like, you can run back to your little Serb daddy and tell him the business. And he's like, hold on a minute. You don't need to do that. This wee woman can do it. Then he shoots him and just fucking walks out with this fucking gangster music playing. Yes! Give it to me! Damn it. Give it to me every day of the week. Prime Tommy Flanagan, guys. I was tuning in. Absolutely. But anyway, I'm going to guess episode 7 out of 10. Really helped by the ending with Tommy Flanagan. But here, Power Book 4 Force. It's a tough one because it's got Tommy Flanagan in it. It's introduced a brand new city. But it's like, it's kind of left everything in New York behind, even though I know you got Luciana and obviously Tommy, but I'm digging it so far, guys. But anyway, 7 out of 10. Let's go. Hey there, Dyla. What's it like on the gear? Cooking it in Power Book 4 Force. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It is Season 1, Episode 7 of Power Book 4. And it is Outrunning a Ghost, this one is called. So looking forward to reviewing this one. Of course, the drug dial-up is pretty. I mean, this episode was pretty filler for me. I mean, I'm not bashing the show, but I guess when you have like a brand new show, I think even more so with this one, you kind of have to like establish the scene a wee bit more than you had to be like Power Book 2. So I totally understand like what they're having to do here. So I'm not going to bury it too much, but like I say, we're establishing drugs, it's getting into the nightclubs, we're using all these people, yada yada yada. It looks like we're going to make stacks of cash. But we gotta create more. We gotta create more of this stuff, brother. We've seen numerous meets. Tommy meeting with Claudia early on this episode, but I think she's almost getting too big for her boots, and she doesn't strike me as the sort of character that's like going to be killed off anytime soon. I think she's going to be around, but the CBIs, their crew, they're going out tonight. A wee bit of a party, so to speak. But they've also this like new guy they've introduced. He's part of the Dead Boys gang or something. I don't even know what the fuck that's doing, but we'll have to wait and see. Then we see Walter. He's looking at his diagnosis. His lung cancer that looks like it's probably on the way for him. Not looking good. He throws it into the fire and he's like, I'm not telling them. Fuck all. My consulary. My Polark. Consulary. Gloria has left Victor, so she's left Chicago. Don't know where she's went. I mean, all the lab stuff this episode, it's kind of just like working out how they'll be able to create more of this, and if they can create more of this. So that's what the filler aspects were. But obviously, it's trying to get the chef, the cook, on board. But she's like, I can't phone in sick to my job. They'll know something's up. So Luciana just grabs the phone, or Liliana, whatever. I don't even know what her name is. Liliana begins with an L or something, man. So she grabs the mic and's like, right, I'll cut the promo then, I'll talk about it. And she's like, right, he's no coming to work. JP kind of still looking a job for Tommy, but Tommy's no giving him a job yet. Tommy is no giving him that job. Victor and Claudia are talking with her dad. Right, she kind of goes through him. Walter's no happy. It's like, see, for a guy that's so serious and you shouldn't be messing with, I mean, his kids do a lot of speaking down to him, like, don't they? And then the kid that's JP's son, and he's also kind of working for the CBIs, he confronts Tommy, and Tommy confronts him, Could there be a relationship going forward? Could this kid join Tommy's crew? I'm not too convinced. Maybe he will. Uh, so yeah, then we have Claudia and Luciana basically bringing all these women in that they're going to be using to get the drug out there tonight in the nightlife, and that's exactly what we cut to next. Because what have we got? We have got Gennard and the CBI's hitting it on the crew. This I actually thought this nightclub stuff was funny. Like, honestly, it came across as like more real and authentic than any nightclub scene in the original Par. That may sound crazy, but this felt more legit to me. I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess you could say why it felt this way is because like any other time I've seen nightclub stuff, it's been like Ghost, and he's like top man of it, so it means a wee bit less. I'm not too sure in that regard, but the reality is, this guy, loving life, he gets to try the new drug, and obviously after all of them on the new drug, he reports back to his brother that they should take us, but Diamond says we can't trust the drug we know nothing about, and I do get that element of it. I do. I can't take that away from him. Also, the reporter woman, Diamond's no catching on yet, but I've got a feeling he'll catch on sooner rather than later. And Tommy notices that Claudia's kind of betrayed him in a weird way because she's sent one of the girls and she's actually kissing Victor with the drug, so Victor now knows about the drug. But literally all the competition in Chicago's finding out about this drug. It's like, you can't even fucking, I mean, that's it. The game's a bogey, because now they all know about it, but then they're always going to find out about it at the end of the day. And then the little man confronts the other little guy, and the guy pulls a little gun. He's like, what the hell you doing pulling a gun out in downtown Chicago, man? Dying time. Doesn't stop them in real life. Claudia, though, obviously a bit frustrated that her dad's posted two men on her. Tommy just fucking drops the two of them, and he tells her about it. She doesn't even seem to care. It's like, he's just killed two of your dad's men, and that's us. That's us wrapped up, man. Quite bizarro. Then we see like a scene where all the Flynns are drinking. Walter's like, for the millionth time, son, you're taking this, whether you like it or not. And the son kind of just goes on a wee ramble about, I've been doing it, I've done everything with Gloria for you. I've not done it for me or her. Fair enough. They have a sit down between Tommy and Diamond. Tommy basically just denies on form this new Dahlia drug. But then Gennard and his crew meet with this other crew, the Gary, the Gary set up for the Midwest or whatever. Looks like he's going to be paying them. How's that going to go? We'll have to wait and see. Then the episode ends essentially with a breakthrough on the drug that it works and they all get high. It didn't look like they were all getting high. It looked like Tommy put the kill the cook for not being able to cook up a good batch. But then out of nowhere, boom, they all get high, and it's like, I don't know. I just don't really like drug usage, man. Especially when like all the main characters in it. It's also, it looks a wee bit woke, this, doesn't it? You've got Tommy, then you've got a white woman, you've got a black woman, and then you've got an Hispanic woman. I mean, I just don't really understand. I mean, I say don't understand. I mean, it's like anyone's out there, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, like, could this cook not be a black man? But then, anyway, I don't know. It just feels a wee bit woke to me. But anyway, guys, this episode was complete filler. I mean, it was alright, but in terms of like it served its purpose. But I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. Till next time, peace.
Himself to death. Left me and my brother on the streets of Glasgow.
He left me and my brother on the streets of Glasgow. Welcome back to Par Book 4, Force. Oh yeah! We're here, guys, with Season 1, Episode 8. Walter Flynn, eat your heart out, big man. I thought you were fantastic in this episode. I think you were. But we kick off this episode with Walter receiving some seriously bad news that he's got stage 1 lung cancer. But is he going to do anything about it? That's what worries me. I don't think the guy's going to do anything about it. And I like Walter Flynn, right? The fact it's Tommy Flanagan just makes it even better. But I almost kind of feel like he's like a side character on this show. It's like, you know, in GTA, where obviously you've got your main characters that you play as, and I mean, apart from 5, you only played as one. But then, like, you went and did missions for the people. He feels like one of the people you do missions for. Like, he doesn't feel like a part of the integral story, but he feels like he's just there. Like, it seems like the only time he appears, like, in a meaningful sense, is like when Tommy goes to visit him at his house. I don't know, it comes across as weird to me, but The bricks are being moved here by Tommy. JP's complaining he needs a job, damn it. And Tommy, after talking with Liliana, but they might need another cook, he's like, how good are you with your hands? So, will JP become the new cook in the kitchen that could work in 8-hour shifts? We'll have to wait and see. He's got a deep voice, which Liliana likes, absolutely. Tommy then meets with Claudia. Again, she's like, see if Claudia was a man, right, and no a woman. I think Tommy would have ended this like relationship and would have went himself. Honestly, because see at this stage of the game, right? They don't even need Claudia. Claudia's the one that got the cook in the lab and all that good stuff set up. He could just doesn't need to necessarily kill her, like, because if he kills her, I mean that could be bad, but he could literally just cut all ties with her, which may sound weird, but that could happen. But they agree here that if your daddy interferes in our business, we're going to go to war with him. Is she willing to do that? I'm not too sure. But then the CBI is discussing the future of the gang. Don't really know how much this is going to go down. The dirty cop who's in the Flynn's pocket gets confronted by another cop. Of course, he has to be this like scruffy white guy. He's like, I want a boat. I don't care about your sister's medical care. 50 G's. I'll give you a 3 weeks because I'm a good for it. Okay, dokie then. We'll see how that goes. Walter has like a face-to-face with Claudia. He says, I'm going to find out what you're into. And you're going to be in big trouble. He's like, and then when Victor turns up, tells Victor to keep an eye on his sister, his daughter. She's like, she's not like me. She doesn't take well to discipline. Honestly, like, Walter, for a guy that's portrayed as such a badass, he kind of, in a weird way, just lets his kids, like, just step over the top of him, doesn't he? Like, I mean, that's I get the sort of vibes. JP visits his grandmother, Tommy's grandmother, and she dies. Pretty sad scene. Yeah, and then JP gives Tommy a box of, like, photographs and tells him, right, I think you need to finally phone Kate. But who's going to phone Kate? I've not really got much faith in JP, if I'm being honest. But then, for me, we get the scene of the episode where Tommy Flanagan and Tommy, we've got Walter Flynn and Tommy discussing things. He asks him, does he want a beer? Tommy's like, no, I do not want a beer, big man. He's like, it tastes like drinking a loaf of bread. And I hate beer that's like that. And I tell you what, right? It absolutely tastes like that. Some beers, like you're just drinking wheat, pure, utter fucking wheat. It's so dry. And I totally get that. And then Tommy Flanagan, big Walter Flynn, says, when my father took us from Ireland to Scotland, two Belfast boys, Catholics, fighting in the streets of Glasgow against all the Protestants and the gangs. But I love the fucking violence, Tommy. Great for him, man. Honestly, I like the fact they've included this scene, and you know, it's kind of explained why he got a Scottish accent, even though he's Irish, and it does make sense now. So yeah, I like that, because obviously sometimes Americans in TV shows, they're naive, and you know, they just think like, oh, us Brits sound the same. Before anyone goes, Ireland's not a part of the United. I know it ain't. Alright, I'm well aware it ain't. So, but then, to be fair, he was from Belfast. So, he's actually Northern Irish. Put it that way, but Tommy rejects him. Tommy then confronts Victor and tells him, you need to get out of town, buddy. He gives him like a car with no tracker. He's like, it's going to end badly for you and Gloria. You need to go. But obviously Tommy doesn't know Gloria's skipped town. Claudia then comes by with an offer for Diamond, but he refuses it. He thinks it's that new drug, and he was right. Then we have Walter and his consigliere. He was like, yeah, you trusted a Pollock at number 2. So, yeah, he kind of puts the fact that there's just no way you can make Claudia number 1. What are the people back home going to think, Polly? That's not going to work. A woman in charge? No, not a chance. Who's the people back home? Who do they answer to back home? In Ireland? It feels like he's like running like an extended wing of the IRA or something. Even though you could argue his home's more like fucking Scotland at this rate. But yeah, what is Victor going to do? He's not too convinced. He has a conversation with Polly, who tells him about the fact that Walter did offer Tommy the role as like numero uno underneath him, join the organisation, which obviously he's not too happy about. Him and Gloria, he then decides to leave with Gloria, who's returned after leaving last episode. She's kind of just returned from thin air. Like, where is Gloria came from? Like, to me, it's... Why did she just leave, then come back? It just felt so weird. Like, what? Like, it's not like she left the seasons ago or like 5 episodes. I mean, she literally left like halfway through last episode. It's like, why would she leave halfway through last episode just to come back this episode? I don't know. But they're driving and they get ambushed. They get absolutely ambushed here by the Serbs. Pretty badass shootout here. I like the fact he pointed the gun through the bullet holes. He's trying to lay the strings like, Gloria, you can look up, you can look up. But guess what? Gloria's dead. What? Hey, big character death in this show for Gloria to die here. I was like, holy shit, she dead. She is dead. We then get some funny scenes with JP and Luciana. She likes his deep voice. Hey, Tommy. Hey, this is how you hold the drugs, bro. And then Tommy actually enlists his son. Tommy looks into it and discovers that, holy shit, he actually is JP's son. We then get the meeting between the CBI. Well, I'll say the CBI, it's like Gennard's crew. He stole the Dahlia from the Jew gang, and he killed one of them and stole it and gives it to Gary, and Gary's like, yeah, we're down with you. He's like, yeah, we're going to need bodies. So it looks like CBI and Gary's crew for the South are going to lay smack down in Chicago here. So we'll have to wait and see. And then, yeah, the episode ends with Tommy discovering that the kid he's trying to enlist here is actually his brother's son. How's that going to go? I'm not too sure, but that is it for He Ain't Heavy. I thought it was a pretty good episode. Best episode of the season. I'm gonna give this one an 8. You know, the death of Gloria. I really loved the Walter scene. The scene where he got diagnosed, and also the scene he had with Tommy about his origin. I really enjoyed all that good stuff. There was some really funny dialogue in here. And also the death of their grandmother. So here, a lot of deaths in this one. But until next time, peace. Truth was once Ghost's nightclub's name, but today it's Season 1, Episode 9 of Power Book 4. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment, and here we are here to discuss the penultimate episode of Season 1. I think Season 1 has been quite good. Has it lived up to expectations for me? I would say yes. I don't really see what they could have done for me to turn around and say, like, it's been an absolute disaster. The fact they knew Tommy would be in it, it's a new city, you've got Tommy Flanagan in there. I'd say it's probably exceeded expectations. I didn't think Tommy Flanagan would have a bigger role as he has had running the Flynn family, but anyway, this episode begins. Victor obviously still reeling from the death of Gloria. His father shows up, he's like, had to be that bastard Tommy, and I was like, well, we're not going to rest until Tommy and those Serbs are fucking dead. So yeah, they think it was Tommy and the Serbs behind it. Well, I'll say Tommy and the Serbs. It was the Serbs, but Tommy actually had nothing to do with it. So it looks like Tommy's going to feel the laugh of that. Tommy then arrives in the building. We've got JP's kid. He's still counting the money, so he's really good with numbers. Oh, 5,000 divided by 187.5, and he hits you with, he's like, man, they all thought I was stupid in school, but I was just cracking numbers, man, which is quite mental. JP then tells his father that he rung Kate. He's like, how did that go? Well, I'm the one that hung up. JP's got this deep-ass voice, man, and it's honestly like meme-worthy. We're being honest. Tommy then meets up with Luciana, and he's kind of worried that Claudia's not checked in with him. Of course, we know the main reason why. Because she's jobbing him out. She's ghosting him because now she thinks that he had something to do behind with a Serb attack on Victor, but the reality is he didn't. But she then sees Tommy meeting with the Serbs later on, but we'll get to that a wee bit later. So yeah, looks like we're all going to retaliate here. We're going to retaliate against Tommy Egan. Vic, though, he's back at home. He's resting after obviously getting shot at, broken arm, car crash, and all that good stuff. And then Walter essentially tells his daughter that, you know what, my son's near been killed twice. I love yous both. I'm promoting you. So Claudia's been promoted to some form of capacity. And Walter then tells Polly that he's going to call in the big guns. He's calling in the 4 horsemen. Is it going to be Ric Flair? Is it going to be Arn Anderson and co? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. But they arrive via planes. I'm going to assume this was like a private airway. They've arrived for Dublin. It's the heavy hitters, which I thought was quite mental. We then see the young kids, JP's son and his wee mate. They essentially stole all the Dahlia. They've took it to cousin Gary down in the south, and essentially looks like he's going to throw out Gennard, which makes sense. Gennard also wants to move. on Diamond. He kind of just buries Diamond here. He's like, yeah, he's been soft ever since he got out. You know what? I've been primed for that spot. So here I am. And kind of just seems, I don't know, weird that Diamond's getting betrayed like this. Also, the white cop threatens the black cop, and then he goes to Diamond, and Diamond gives him 150k. It's like they're trying to make you feel that this cop, O'Leary, is it? Something like that. He's got like a really Irish sounding name. Is that this guy's a great guy, and he's like, he's doing it for his sister. I mean, he could just come clean at the end of the day. Is he going to do that? No, he's not going to do that. But yeah, he gets the 150 grand. Whoop de do. Tommy then meets with the Serbs and says, we've got a big problem, but I need to know who's the one that ordered the hit. And in order for that, the Serb Mirkovic actually gives up his man. Tommy kills him. Essentially, what's happened here, Tommy pays 2 million to have all the Serbs as backup, and then like an extra 500,000 for the guy to find out the hit. So, yeah, the Serbs are good. This is a good deal for the Serbs at the end of the day. So they were never ever going to reject this. And also, we've got Diamond away. His new missus, who's like the writer, but it's out in the open now. So I'm not really too sure what's going to happen in that regard. I mean, episode 8 I thought was really good. Don't get me wrong. We also had this episode, Tommy confronting JP about phoning Kate, which he was obviously rightfully pissed off about, man. It wasn't the end of the fucking world, was it, man? Honestly, but yeah. Claudia seeing Tommy walk out the cells up forced her to go to our family. Fick and Walter, they're like, I told you bastards. I told you, Tommy. I think Walter was just playing this in order to get Tommy out the picture, but here, we only get Tommy out the picture. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but it looks like a new era for the Flynns, definitely, so we'll have to go and see. But we've got Gennard and his wee buddy saying that, you know, actually we're gonna kill those two young motherfuckers. They're trying to steal our pipeline. And then Tommy reveals to JP's kid that he knows him, and he's JP's son, and that I'm your uncle. He then runs away. Tommy then catches up to him. He's like, it's going to be all right, kid. And then as they're walking over to the car, there's a drive-by. There's an absolute drive-by that hits him. His son, JP's son, does get hit here. I think he'll live. I mean, honestly, we don't actually know yet who's passed away. But Gennard hit a drive-by on Tommy a few episodes ago, and now I'm sure he's done this one. So we'll have to wait and see. This was a red SUV. It's all he takes to the hospital. JP turns up, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? And then obviously the episode ends with him in hospital with his son. Then the four horsemen arrive at the bar. Walter's like, well, I've called Claudia up. I don't give a fuck about the old country anymore. We're going to wipe Tommy bastard Egan off the face of this earth. So I think things died down for episode 8. I know, like, but it picked up towards the end of this episode, but it set up a pretty interesting finale. But the way it's going, I just don't. So I'm kind of confused with the timeline, because with Tommy at the end of Power Book 2, Season 1, he returns to New York. Is he gonna? So I'm kind of confused about what is the timeline. Like, is Power Book Force set in between Ghost's death and when Tommy comes back, and then in between season 1 and 2 of this, he might go back to New York? Or is it... I don't know. I don't really know how they're going to explain it. Anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10. But I'm expecting a big finale. I'm going to go watch it right now. Looking forward to it. Leave your thoughts down below. And peace.
Power Book 4 delivered one of the craziest season finales I've ever seen in a TV show. But did they get it right, or did they get it wrong? Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. It's Family Business Season 1, Episode 10. Looking forward to discussing this. First off, I want to get straight off the back and say this. I think the Irish Four Horsemen for Dublin got absolutely jobbed out here. And we're going to get into it, right? I'm actually going to make a separate video on it. Like, these guys were hyped up. These guys got off the plane, they had their guns, they had their SUVs, and I feel like they got absolutely jobbed. I get it, right? They're never going to kill Tommy off, but I feel like there's a better way to protect certain groups in this show. And I don't think they did. I don't think they went their best way about it, put it that way. In this episode, to be perfectly honest. But we did begin the episode. Tommy
is trying to phone. He's like, oh, he's fearing for his life, so to speak. He may have had the backing of the Serbs, but shit is about to kick off. Make no mistake about it. We then see the rallying of the troops. We've got the four horsemen getting their guns. We've got the Serbs getting their guns. You're like, shit is going to kick off. Diamond, though, receives a phone call for Gennard, and then he decides to go, oh shit, he's probably going to send guys after me. So he runs to his car with his new missus, and they wait outside, and it turns out, yeah, Gennard had literally sent a crew to wipe out his own brother. We then cut the Gloria's bar, and we've got the four horsemen, the Irish horsemen, in there. They're drinking with Fick, and like, we're going to take the war, we're going to fucking murder. We're going to murder Tommy. We're going to murder Tommy Egan. Back in Dublin, we need Chicago's a steady income, brother, but you know, when push comes to that shove, I don't know if this war's worth it. Victor's like, no, it is worth it. It's worth it, son. Don't worry about it. Then one of the four horsemen decide to leave. Tommy's got two of the Serbian guys as backup here. And what happens, troops? They kill one guy. He gets seduced by a woman outside. She's about to suck him off. And then what happened? I want to take a ride back to the old country, bye. Tommy uses razor wire, cuts his throat here, and just like that, I pretty much knew that within 10 minutes, the fact that they've killed one of the four horsemen, these guys' odds drastically are going to go down here. So yeah, this guy gets killed again. I get it, right? Anyone can get killed, anyone can die, right? But I think they should have protected these guys, this group of four. Walter shows up, he's like, this guy's dripping like a fucking pig, you guys are getting pissed and banging whores, and we're in a fucking war. Anyway, crazy. But yeah, Walter's no happy. JP with his son wakes up. D-Mac wakes up, and JP's not happy. He's like, Tommy, I want whoever did this to fucking pay. But Tommy has to go get some medical records. Gennard then leaves his house. Turns out Gennard's number two has been kidnapped by Diamond, and then he gives up the fact that Gennard put the hit in motion. And then we've got a returning character. Who have we got? We've got Kate. We did kind of see her last episode. Yeah, she's in the house looking for money that apparently her mother put in the wall. So Tommy confronts her. Pretty funny. See, I don't mind Kate as a character. I'm shocked that they haven't killed her off at this stage of the game. I really am. But then we have the Flynns and the Irish horsemen discussing what's our next course of action here. Right, we've got to bring the fight to Tommy. Going to bring him out. Then Claudia walks in. It's like, I've got where he's going to meet his Dahlia hookup. And it's like, no one even fucking questions. Like, how do you know all this information, Claudia? You're a jobber. I mean, yes, she's been brought into the lube, but honestly, people with any bit of fucking sense would realise this is a plan. But Victor wants to go along with the horsemen here and wipe out Tommy, which obviously is pretty mental. But obviously, Tommy here, they've set up an ambush. Tommy and two Serbs. You seen the weight that Tommy had? He had at least 20 Serbs at his disposal, but he took two here. I get it. It would have been an absolute ambush, but with two of Walter's crew go in first, they get eliminated. One of them throws a smoke bomb, and it's like, holy shit, look how action-packed this is, man. It's absolutely mental. Two of the Serbs get killed, but the other two Irish horsemen get killed as well, and it's like, really? Fucking really? This is what we're doing here? And then Walter goes off on a pure fucking rant. It's like Victor and Ian, he made it out alive, brother. Walter goes off on a fucking thing, a pure tyrant, like, me and your father fought the entire British army on the streets of Belfast, and you can't fucking kill Tommy Egan. I thought that was really good. It was a really good scene. He's obviously no wonder, right? He's fucking pissed. But again, it's my problem here. It's like, these guys were hyped up. Paulie couldn't believe that Walter's calling in these heavy hitters for Dublin, and within an episode they've been wiped out. Yeah, they wiped out two of the Serbs, but it's like, at this point it's 3-2. It's 3-2, and these guys came in with so much hype. It's actually fucking crazy at this point, what's going on. Tommy then sent Victor the text about this. Victor's obviously pissed. He confronts Claudia about it, what are you doing? Tommy turns up. Luciana then Luciana, whatever. She sends the cook home. Then the cook ends up getting kidnapped by Walter Flynn's group. So yeah, that's all good in the hood there. We then had a scene between Eowyn and Claudia. She basically puts Dahlia in motion. She's like, you know what, this is the drug of the future. You give word back to the kings back in Dublin, and we'll put this story, right? He then tries to kiss her. She's like, sorry, you're not my type. He's like, oh, you are a little fucking serpent, aren't you? And I was like, right, this guy, they've built this guy up. Hopefully he'll live. We'll get to it a wee bit later on. We then have Kate and JP meet each other, and then Kate meets D-Max. So yeah, they were alright scenes. Gennard then goes to the Serbs. The Serbs essentially say, you know what, we'll job out Tommy Egan as long as you get the Flynns on board. Then Gennard heads over to the Flynns and essentially gets him to come to terms with the deal. So at this point, Tommy is essentially without backup. He then goes to Diamond, and it looks like these two are going to probably work together now. So at this point, we've got a big meet set because what happened? Big JP gets kidnapped by the Flynns. So yeah, not looking good for him at this stage of the game. Absolutely not. So the Flynns have got him, and that's what forces Tommy into this meet. So pretty much at this point, Tommy's got what? Himself, Diamond, and Liliana here going into war. We're meeting at this big industrial plant. It feels like a proper meet, but you've got Gennard and half the CBI with the Flynns. The Serbs are kind of neutral at this point, I guess you could say. But so they're so outgunned, it's crazy. So yeah, what is the game plan going to be? So the Flynns, Gennard and all meet up. Polly's there with the big shot-off shotgun. You've got all crazy shit going down. But their plan is that Diamond comes out with Tommy at gunpoint. And I think at this point is where it kind of turned a bit bad, in my opinion. Like, you've got some heavy hitters here that they've only established within a season. It felt like a massive meeting. It felt big time. I'm not going to take away, but my problem is, right, so essentially Diamond starts ranting on Gennard. He's like, yeah, I'll hand over Tommy if you hand over Gennard. But then they're like, I don't really know. And he's like, CBI's good. But then CBI's kind of split about the fact, holy shit, actually, they're the ones that put this hit put this hit in motion against Diamond. So CBI's kind of split. Gennard goes to shoot, Diamond. But then, like, the CBI guy pushes Gennard. So then Diamond chases after Gennard. At this point, Tommy is getting, like, shot at, but he starts running away. Then Victor chases after Tommy. And this is the part I don't like. So a couple of CBI guys die here. Whoop-de-doo, right? What I don't like here is, like, Victor runs after Tommy. And Walter's, like, acting as if there's, like, an invisible wall here and he can't go. And so's Eon. It's like, Walter, you're free to go. Like, yeah, Polly pulls him back, right? I'm not fucking denying that, right? But he's free to go. It's almost like it's like plot armor. It's like they wanted Victor and Tommy to have this fist fight. Like, there's so much better ways you could have handled this. You could have had, like, the other CBI guys with, Diamond, like, shooting at the Flynns. So that's obviously why I got distracted. You've got Gennard here and Diamond getting in their fight, but Gennard spares Diamond spares Gennard, and essentially they're going to set up their different crews. So yeah, I didn't think he'd kill his brother. Liliana then appears from behind, starts dropping a bunch of Flynn men, and then she shoots Ion in the neck, and it's like, holy shit, this Irish king is going to die here. It's like the last guy who's supposed to set this deal up with Dublin. It's crazy. Walter and Polly are then retreating back. Again, it's like, why is they acting like there's an invisible wall? They're not pinned down. They're simply out in the open like a couple of spare dicks. I thought this bit was a bit bad. Eon then appears out of nowhere, gets shot again from Liliana. Then, as Liliana is about to drop Eon, even though I think at this point he's pretty much dead, I don't think he's alive. You've got Claudia, whips out her gun and drops Liliana. She gets shot in the chest. So yeah, Liliana was about to shoot Polly and Walter, but then Tommy also brings out Victor at this point. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Is Eon dead? I'm pretty sure he is. It wasn't all too clear. So at this stage of the game, I'm kind of... he gets shot in the neck, then he gets shot again. This guy's dead. And I'm pretty sure they found his body at the end of it. So Claudia shoots Liliana. They then do a trade-off. You've got JP being held by Walter. You've got Victor being held by Tommy. And then Tommy basically gets Walter to confess that he's the one that actually put the hit out in Gloria. And he's the one that killed her. Is that true, though? Did Walter actually put this hit? But he doesn't deny it, and he kind of, like, acknowledges it. But it's like, we never got any scene like that. Walter literally went and killed 3 Serbs, right? And then he wanted all the Serbs dead. At what point did Walter go to like a few rogue members of the Serbs and be like, right, order this hit on Gloria? And also his son almost got killed. I mean, it's not like they were just aiming at Gloria, they aimed at the entire car. But yeah, JP gets back to Tommy, they flee, and Victor's pretty much looks like he's going to cut all ties with Walter. I mean, it was a pretty emotional scene. Everyone's like near greeting here. Tommy then runs over to Liliana. She dies in his arms. Diamond's there. Gennard takes off. The Flynns take off. So yeah, she dies. Liliana, that's our major character here. Eon died as well. What do I make of this? Honestly, I don't even know. Like, they had the ingredients for this to be near like a 9, 10 episode, but I feel like the way they got there was a bit of a mess. Like, why not just have Walter and Polly pinned down by a couple of like CBI guys? Instead, like, Walter's like, my son, but like, you can, there's nothing stopping me if you're going around the side of this digger. I didn't really get that, honestly. And then, like, Eon, the four horsemen get wiped out, man. I'm going to make a separate vid on that, because to me, that's fucking disgusting. What going forward, what's that going to do with Dublin? Like, honestly, so much hype going into these guys. That's what I just didn't like about this. It's like, we're led to believe these are like serious people for Dublin, and they get wiped out in a seriously shit way, in my opinion. Especially with Claudia trying to put a pipeline in order. And that's how we end the episode. Or is it? Because we actually cut to New York and we see Medina and a few other people, and Adrian Rodriguez, all these people, and she wants to work with him, and what's going on here? Are we going to be able to sort this Irish King problem out here? We'll have to wait and see. We then cut back to Chicago, close to Liliana. Here we got Diamond, Polly, and JP, and Tommy essentially says that he wants to take over all of fucking Chicago. Gennard now owns the barbershop by himself. You got Walter drinking alone with Polly, as Claudia and Victor put up a wee memorial picture of Gloria. So how is season 2 going to go? Honestly, I've no idea, but it ends with Tommy getting a wee cigarette as we see the Chicago skyline. And that is how we end. Chaotic, right? A hell of a lot of people died here. A hell of a lot of people died. But like I said, I think it was a bit of a clusterfuck, even though so much happened. I feel like the final showdown was just a bit cringe, and I think the job did the Horsemen as well. It's like, it just felt very choreographed, you know what I mean? I like things that feel authentic and flow nice. I'm still going to give the episode a 7 out of 10, but like I said earlier, I could have very easily give this like a 9 if it just changed a few things. But anyway, guys, that's it for season 1. Really enjoyed Power Book 4. To me, it's much better than Power Book 2. And when I say much better, I don't mean like Power Book 2 is like a 3 out of 10 and this is like an 8. I just feel like with Tommy in a brand new city and all these new characters, the new characters I've introduced in Power Book 4 are much better than the new ones I've introduced in 2. I do like Kane and Monet and people like that in Power Book 2, and I like the fact you've got like recurring characters and returning characters for the original Power series in Power Book 2, but I think Power Book 4 is the difference maker for me. Anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. Till next time, peace.
Teflon, all the dope I stepped on. Real get the rush gone. Been that nigga, what else you want?
Tommy's back, and so is the Power Book 4 reviews. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're back with Season 2, Episode 1. Looking forward to this, but did Episode 1 of Season 2 deliver? Well, I'll tell you, I don't think it did. I thought it was alright. We begin, Tommy's still reeling about Luciana. He then goes on the hunt, kills one of Walter Flynn's guys, gives him the same scar that she had, and like just stabs him in the mouth. Pretty brutal death. We've got Kate still hanging out with Tommy and Co. And what do you call him? That guy. His brother. Tommy's brother, man, you know, and the son. G-Mac, whatever you call him. It's been that long since I've watched Power Book 4, because I've been watching Power Book 2 and I've wrapped that up until the final season. But again, the timeline here, it's like you seen Kate talk to Tyreek at the back end of what, I mean, there's only, it looks like it's only been like a day or two since season 1 ended and this started. But then it makes you think, like, when does Tommy do these wee trips to New York? I'm kind of confused. It is what it is, though. But the feds They've got a few pictures of Tommy, and we're going to find out. His status is unknown, and we don't know who he is. But when they reach out to New York for Tommy Egan, they say Tommy Egan's dead, and obviously it's hard to believe. I did point that out. It's like, surely Chicago and New York would be able to work together and quickly realise that Tommy Egan is in fact not dead, but it is what it is. Then we see Diamond rallying the troops. You get Gennard rallying the troops. I like both these characters. I like the fact that both brothers, but it's like this beef could have just been. This beef that's going to probably rage on throughout season 2 could have very easily just been stopped if Diamond put a bullet in Gennard. But now they're talking about putting bullets in each other anyway. Diamond, son, what you doing? But obviously, members of each crew aren't too happy. They kind of want to join the other side, but Tommy picks up a beef with this guy who's not too keen. He's like, slavery ended a long time ago, brother. Why are you taking orders from a white man? It's like, yeah, Tommy's just got plot armor here. If this was like, I've just got a feeling if this was real life, Tommy would have probably been killed by one of these guys, regardless how good his relationship with Diamond is. Tommy looks like he could be starting a new relationship with a nurse who's like the brother of like the Connect in Chicago, like the cartel. Angel Rosario Jr., by the way, one of the henchmen, no real surprise. Diamond also has a new pro officer who's not going to be on the take, so how's he going to get around that? I'm not too sure. Then, this guy who wants to run Chicago tells Walter Flynn that what's happened has been an absolute disaster and that the Four Horsemen came here and they all fucking died. And you know what? I can't believe that happened either. But he essentially asks for compensation. And then Tommy's like, oh, you know what, Tommy? Not Tommy, Walter Flynn says, yeah, what about all the money I forked out during the Troubles back to the homeland? He's like, well, that's irrelevant, so yeah. Yeah, how's that wee Troubles going for you, big man? And I think Walter Flynn's days are numbered. Pretty sure he dies soon, which will suck. And his kids are still beefing with him. But Dahlia, though, that's still going on. The cook's still being held captive. But then, when Tommy leaks how to cook it, the cook ends up dying. There's your big season 2 premiere death. Tommy tried to kill Walter, but then he goes into the apartment where all his kids are, and Tommy ends up not doing that. So, yeah, and it looks like the Flynn siblings are not going to work together anymore. Tommy then buys his brother a bar. So, yeah, that looks like that's going to be some good ass shit, damn it. So, yeah. Are we going to see some interaction between the feds in Chicago and New York? Blanca Rodriguez, who appeared at the end of season 1 of Force. There's just so much going on, isn't there? It's like between these two timelines. Like, are we going to be able to sort this out? But Gennard, he's struggling here. All his connects are jobbing out left, right, and centre. And Crazy 8, the actor who played Crazy 8 in Breaking Bad's, and this guy just does not age, doesn't he? Not? So that was good to see him. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, like I said, the episode pretty much ends with Tommy killing the guy that joined Gennard's side. I don't know what. And also Jane Mac bleeds a bit more, and that nurse who he's been flirting with helps him at the hospital. Like, is it really... The episode, it was alright, like, but I thought it was like... You know, it's like a 50-odd minute episode and I've wrapped up in less than 5 minutes. It's like, what? Tommy's back, but what's going on? I almost feel like nothing really happened. It's like you could have missed this episode and not missed anything. Like, Tommy kills a guy early on for killing Luciana. And Tommy wants to take over Chicago, but I mean, that was his aim like a season ago. Even though, yeah, he was supposed to go to California and that kind of fell through. So, is what it is. But guys, I mean, that is pretty much it. I've wrapped everything up. You know, Gennard sleeps with this woman who was down at the gym. The Serbs are... I mean, they're still a bit pissed. They threw Gennard a beating, saying that if he doesn't come through, they're going to kill him. So, I mean, what's going to happen to Gennard? I've got a feeling he will make it this season. But we'll have to wait and see who won't make it this season. I mean, I've had to do death predictions. I wouldn't be surprised if Diamond died this season. Walter Flynn, I'm pretty sure he does die. So, yeah, the money situation for the Flynns ain't good. Walter's humped. So you could sell some of your assets. I'm not selling any of my fucking assets, big man. Anyway, I'll give this episode a 5 out of 10. I thought it was pretty bland. Like, not much happened. So yeah, come on, Power Book 4. Deliver on Season 2, or I'll be disappointed. We are well into Season 2 now as we start Episode 2 of Season 2 of Power Book 4. And crazy things are happening here. The body of Jobber. Weezy, that's his name, is found. And the episode begins with the detective looking at the body and his reflection being shown in the pile of blood. And I liked how the episode ended as well. And he's basically showing this young cop how to get information here. He pays this guy and he gives him a bit of crucial information. So yeah, Chicago is an absolute mess. And what I would say is, at least that they're actually, you know, they are showing how shit Chicago is in real life in this show. They're not trying to make it easy on the air or whatever, but Tommy and Diamond, Tommy's got this whole different idea, laying the smack down. He said we had to take out Weezy, made it look weak. Well, Diamond's not too sure about it. He's like, my parole officer. And his parole officer's not very nice. Gennard then finds out that his crew wants to wipe out Tommy, but then Diamond goes to visit Gennard and the heck gets called off. So yeah, Gennard's crew is not exactly impressed with that. Tommy then goes pays a visit to Fix off the rails this episode. He's drinking, things aren't looking too good. Tommy says, you tell me who did it. Doesn't necessarily tell him who killed Liliana. But he's like, you know what, Tommy, if they do, I'll tell you. And it's like, alright then, we'll find out. Fick then asks Tommy about who leaked the Dahlia recipe. And Tommy kind of gives him the exact same response, which I thought was kind of funny. Walter and his consigliere meet with this new guy we've never seen before. And this guy wants pills to be moved. It's a bad batch, a high rate of overdose comes with these pills, but Walter's desperate obviously to make money for the Brendan guy back in Dublin, so he agrees to this. But in order to agree to this, he's going to have to get back in bed with his son or his daughter, which sounds dodgy, but it ain't dodgy. But they don't really want to work with him. But in order to do this, he has to move these pills on the south side. But to move the pills on the south side, he has to use Fick. But obviously, Fick's heads up his arse. He doesn't want to work with his father, and then his daughter doesn't exactly want to work with him. But they both have their own agreements. But then we see his daughter sleeping with Brendan, and she's sleeping with the enemy, trying to get information out of him. So yeah, it was kind of funny. She's just a bit of a whore, isn't she? Like, you know, where's the self-respect for this woman? Just sleeping with him to get information. It's not exactly a good Irish girl, is it, my friends? No, but in fact, he's doing bad. He continues to go off the rails. He goes into this like 7-Eleven. He then looks at this woman, and then they sneak into the back room. She starts sucking him off. He then like steals cash for the register. He's driving around, gets arrested. He's like, do you know who the fuck my father is? The name of my father? Yeah, Walter Flynn, within the Flynn organization, buddy. We're in the Flynn. Then he gets arrested. Will he get out? Who knows? Tommy then meets with like the cartel guys at the warehouse. Of course, Crazy 8 for Breaking Bad's there. But then there's like shootout, and Tommy actually gets hit, and it looked like he died, but obviously I knew he didn't die. Like the way he got hit, and he was leaning up against the pipe. So yeah, Tommy hears some information here when he was getting sorted out. But yeah, I feel like what dishes out these like shootout scenes every like episode, and sometimes you get like 3 in an episode. And I think for the importance of them, you need to space them out a wee bit more. But yeah, Tommy's been hit. They patch him up. It's the main guy's sister who patches him up. Obviously, Tommy continuing to flirt where he makes a funny comment about the Abuelita. I believe this is her for Fear the Walking Dead. So let me see. I think it is her. It is. Bringing power, respect. So yeah, that was kind of funny. But meanwhile, the task force isn't exactly going according to plan. But then the two guys that were told not to hit Tommy try and hit Tommy, and they end up killing a little girl in the process, which means the task force is going to be here. There was quite a few scenes in here between the cartel that were in Spanish, but for whatever reason, the subtitles wouldn't come on for me. So I've actually no idea what they were saying here. No idea. Gennard manages to pay the Serbs and the cartel. Obviously, things aren't looking good for his crew. I think they're called Treason. What a weird fucking name that is, by the way. I mean, that's not really up to date. Tommy and Diamond and their crew wipe out the Serbs, and then they wipe out the cartel shipment and make it look like the Serbs did it. So yeah, as Diamond put it, looks like we've lit a stick of dynamite, and that's pretty much what it looks like here. So it was good seeing California and all these different states, but like, is it not a bit mental to think that Tommy and Diamond drove all the way to California and now drove all the way back with this product? How are they going to move it? I'm not too sure. And the scene where Diamond runs one of the guys over, I don't know, the CGI was a bit fucking ridiculous here. He got absolutely mangled. Looked quite stupid. But obviously, Walter's daughter here, she's pissed off that now he wants to work with Vic. What's her name? I can't even remember her name. I can't remember her name, but yeah, she's not happy. We then see Vic, Gloria's grave. He basically promises to bring Walter down for the inside. And then we cut to the detective guy for the start of the episode staring at the puddle of blood that's coming at the little girl, and it's yeah, that's a very good mirrored shot of the opening of this episode. But anyway, guys, I'm going to give this episode a 7 out of 10. I think it stepped up for episode 1. But I don't know, I feel like this season's got a long way to go to convince me it'll be as good as season 1. I think season 1 of this show was quite really good, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. Anyway, 7 out of 10. Peace.
Entertainment back again with another Power Book 4 review, and it is season 2. It is episode 3. Before we get stuck into the episode, I'd just like to talk about the plot armor that Tommy Egan's got this episode, and just in general throughout the fucking franchise. Alright, it's like the guy in this episode has threatened. Did he threaten Gennard last episode? Or was it the beginning of this episode? Oh no, it was the beginning of this episode, right? So he went to Gennard's front door, threatened him. Gennard bottled it. Even after Tommy told him, here, see that guy tried to kill me? Oh, you kill him or I will. And it's like, hold on, Gennard wanted this guy dead, Tommy, and now he's like bottling it. Then he went to Walter Flynn, right? Surrounded by about 10 of Walter Flynn's guys. Threatens him, and he's allowed to leave. Then he threatens Walter Flynn's daughter, right? And then it's like, he actually pulls a gun to her throat, and our 2 security guards just stand there and do nothing. Does no one else think that's a bit ridiculous? I hate when TV shows do that, though. When you've got somebody with like ridiculous plot armor. Like before anyone goes, but he got shot last episode. See him getting shot last episode, that does nothing for me. Like when he's out here doing things like this, like it's ridiculous, man. It really needs to be called out. It's like, see, in the real world, I don't give a shit who you are, right? And it's not like, I'm not saying Tommy's a nobody, but at least in New York there was weight behind him, like a crew. See, in this, you get the feeling if Tommy was killed, the CBI wouldn't care. They probably wouldn't even retaliate. Would Diamond retaliate? No, he's just a business partner, man. So, I just thought I had to call that out. I just do not grasp why he is allowed to walk around and you know, confront people like this and actually threaten them to their face while they're surrounded by like 400 people. I just don't get it, especially the one with Walter's daughter, who I can't even remember the name of. No, but it just doesn't work like that, right? I get it's a TV show and I say the real world, but even in TV show logic, man. What character have you ever seen this? You know, I know we've seen it in other shows like Walter White saying, say my name, but that was different, you know, Mike and Jesse were there. It's not like he opened threateningly to fucking kill them. It's just, I don't know, man, I don't like it. I don't like this direction, and I say this direction, it's just like am I the only person who thinks it's ridiculous that he is walking up to all his main enemies? How many times have those people said they're going to kill him, and then he goes up and threatens them to their face, and they don't do nothing about it? It's like, what? Like, how many times has Walter Flynn turned and said, I'm going to kill that bastard Egan? Well, we're waiting, Walter. We really are waiting, but like I said, episode begins, Tommy threatens Gennard because he killed one of Gennard's guys. Yeah, we'd have a fucking ball sack, Gennard. Absolute shite bag material, man. It's pathetic, that's what it is. Need to sort this. It's like, I actually do not grasp this, right? I get it. Diamond told Gennard not to kill Tommy, but Tommy is here sitting threatening Gennard because Tommy killed one of his own guys. Yes, the guy, right? It's like Tommy killed one of Gennard's own guys, Wheezy, right? Then the other guy, can't remember his name, does the drive-by on Tommy, kills the kid, but yet it's like, yes, he disrespected Gennard, but for Gennard just to accept this at his front door, man, come on. Somebody tell whoever's writing this that this just doesn't happen, man. Come on, like the way they're booking Tommy, it's ridiculous. No, it fucking is ridiculous. The guy's got no, like, at least in like Power Book 2, right? It's like to had a family, it's a unit. Like, if one of them threatens, it's like, well, fuck, if we kill him, there's a whole group of them. Tommy, like, I just think CBI would retaliate for Tommy at this stage of the game. I don't. And that's even Diamond included, so come on folks. I think we need to realise what's going on here. But yeah, anyway, enough of me talking pish. I don't get that. The detective guy, he's trying to find the guy that did the drive-by shooting. Goes to the grandma's house, she's like, don't like you give a damn about poor little black boys killing each other on the street. See this though, right? I just don't get it. See this logic that oh, poor him, he's ended up in gang violence. Oh, poor him. How about you just don't get into it? And see people go, you have to. No, you don't have to do fuck all, right? You're your own person. If you're manipulated by other people, you're weak. I'm sorry. Like that's the. It's like smoking, doing drugs, gang banging, whatever. You're weak, all right? You don't have to. No one forces you to do shit. All right? Now, yeah, if someone's holding a gun to your head and forcing you to do something, that might be a wee bit different. But peer pressure, yeah. And for her to spin this on him, man, it's fuck. He should have slapped the head clean off her right there and then. Anyway, move on. We've got Gennard confronting this guy, and his grandma's like, "You want cookies? You killed my grandson. It's going to be real easy to recognise someone with a cauliflower ear." Anyway, he ends up killing him at the end of the episode. The Serb's threatening him again, and yeah, not looking good for Gennard. The episode ended with him doing drugs. Oh fuck, that's such a powerful ending. A weird ass episode. That pretty much wraps up Gennard's part of the episode, which wasn't that good, but anyway, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. What's Tommy do this episode? Like I said, he met with Walter. Again, he just threatens this guy to his face, and it's like Walter Flynn is such, like, he comes across as such a badass, but if Tommy Egan, right, was a jobber character, like a no-name, he'd be fucking shot on the spot here and cleaned up and thrown in the, is it Lake Michigan, is it? I don't know. That big ass lake you've got here in Chicago, whatever Tommy said. It's just annoying me, but yeah, he pretty much finds out that Olivia Flynn? I can't remember what the daughter's name is. He pretty much knows it's her, but he can't get confirmation. Like I said, he pulls a gun on her, and these are two guys don't do anything about it. And yeah, he kills like another one of them because he won't admit that she's the one that killed Olivia. And it's like, hold on, how many people is Tommy going to kill for the Flynn organisation? Like, he killed a guy in the premiere, tortured him, killed a guy here, and Walter Flynn's just sitting doing nothing. Come on, how can no one fucking realise how ludicrous this is, man? It is fucking ridiculous. You cannot spin this. Walter Flynn is losing men like every episode to Tommy Egan, and he's just letting them go on about his day. No, man, that doesn't make any sense. Come on. I mean, I'm honestly not grasping here at any of this. Like, well, what is going on? Diamond gives free haircuts. This kid who gave a speech about gun violence got killed or beat up. Gotta defend yourself. Fair enough. But yeah, he's probably going to get found out by his parole officer. I can see him killing him, to be honest. But yeah, the show is, it's almost frustrating to watch. It's like, how many people is Walter Flynn in his organisation? Then he talks about, I don't give anybody up in my organisation, Tommy. It's like, well, I mean, if you're letting Tommy kill them, you may as well be. So, I guess episode 4, I thought it didn't make much sense.
Wind aside, peace. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. We're here with Season 2, Episode 4 of Power Book 4, and Gennard is on the drugs. I talked about last time how I thought the ending of the episode was extremely weird, but I think what's happened is that Gennard just took a bad batch, that's the one we're looking for, of the drugs that Walter was trying to sell. I'm going to assume that's it, why he's like tripping out so hard, or they're just simply trying to portray the fact that the guy has turned into a junkie. Not really too sure, but he's freaking out. He's imagining all the people he's killed. Meanwhile, the police looking into all these deaths. Tommy is top of that list. It just makes you think, like, if he's faked his own death, right, in New York, then why is he like not under arrest for that? He's still driving around in his pickup truck, not doing much.
And why, as the police are following him, he's teaching Miguel's sister to drive. It's just like such a jobber subplot. This no one really cares about it. You see, Gennardi's putting baby powder into the drugs. He's getting real sloppy. I think Gennard will probably. I don't know, man. It's almost weird that like you could CBI split in half with this treason group, even though most of treason have now fled the nest, so to speak, and they're going to join other crews. You almost feel like, what is the point of Gennard even existing? Like, he's getting threatened every episode by about 10 people. I mean, Tommy went to his front door and threatened him, and what did he do, Gennard? Yeah, he did nothing. He literally just let it happen, so, again, what's Gennard doing? Not too sure about him in that part. Tommy is then spotted by one of Miguel's crew with Miguel's sister. The guy follows Tommy into the bathroom, and Tommy just kills him, and it's like, well, I get why he killed him, because, I mean, it was self-defense, but what does this achieve? And then he just kills him, and it's like, how does Tommy get away with all these murders, man? It's funny. Yeah, and you get D-Mac out on the streets. Tommy ain't too impressed though with D-Mac. He's like, if I find you in those corners hustling, then I'm going to kill you. But it looks like D-Mac could be about to get a love interest here called Genesis. Do we care too much about that? Probably not. Tommy though, he sees Diamond with this cop, the dirty cop for last season, who takes the money. Essentially, Diamond agrees to give the guy 50k, meets up with him later, gives him the 50k. The guy wants another 25k. And I'm really wondering at this point, why the hell Diamond just wouldn't kill this guy. Yeah, and before, oh, but he's a cop. Yeah, but he's a dirty cop. You know, you can't just be forking out 50 Gs, 75 Gs every time this guy wants a bit of money, so don't really grasp that. Fick is then told by, is it Ophelia? I'm always forgetting her name. They head down to Gloria's bar. I mean, the fact I can remember Gloria's name but not Flynn's daughter's name, and it turns out it's actually a bit of a strip club, which Fick is pissed off about, and this is just stirring up more towards going against Walter. Polly then meets with Brendan, essentially goes behind the back of Walter. Walter said he would get the money to Brendan. Polly don't even dare about it. Because he did, Brendan jobs Polly out, says that he went behind his back, and then Walter essentially fires Polly. You can see that I think Walter Flynn, great character in season 1, right? And he's come out with some great lines this season, but I think they butchered the character. I do. I think they butchered him. He's not up to much. You're also seeing that in the prisons this episode, you know, looks like we're going to join together here so we can sell as much gear as possible in the prisons. We'll see how that goes. The Serbs then meet with, is it Ophelia? Fuck, Olivia? What's her name? Your sister? Fick, what's her name? Her name is completely, I'm losing track of it here, but Gennard, he's still freaking out being a junkie. Not much is going on there. And then we get a scene, essentially, where Gennard looks like he's going to be killed by Miguel and co, but then he's saved by Miguel's sister walking in. Then it turns out that Fick's been ID'd for a murder, which, if you remember, was last season when him and Tommy went in. Fick killed a guy, then the bodyguard and the woman left. Fick then gets pulled in for questioning, but then he's quickly out of there. He was late for the wee pick-up party. So yeah, Fick, I mean, this ain't looking good for him, but essentially what they said is, we don't want you in here, and he's released. So fair enough in that regard. But is Fick, right, gotta agree with this killing of Walter? I can't believe that his 2 children are actually going to kill him, even though he's done them pretty bad in the past. Like, I'm just not really grasping about what is going on here. But yeah, Walter and Polly, they've cut ties. And then the episode, it pretty much ends, right, with Tommy agreeing with Diamond, right, we'll set up this dirty cop and we'll try and get him to work for us. But he's having a date, so to speak, with Miguel's sister. He then heads over to Diamond's barber shop, but the cop pulls the gun. He's like, why the fuck would I do information for you, low life? Like, they're trying to portray this guy as great, even though he's a dirty cop. Is it the race play that they're trying to go for? Or they'd be like, oh, he's black, he can't be dirty. I don't, honestly, I genuinely don't know what we're going for here. And then it looks like he could be about to kill Diamond or Tommy, which obviously he's not going to be allowed to do. And then what happens? Boom, a bullet goes off. We don't fade to black. Turns out the dirty cop's dead. And it was actually D-Mac that killed him. So yeah, D-Mac has absolutely annihilated him, and boom, D-Mac has killed a cop. But it's a dirty cop, so I really think... I mean, we've seen our fair share of cops get killed in this franchise over the years. And I get it, D-Mac's quite young and Tommy's his uncle, but he's pure pretending here like that this is going to be like the biggest death known to man. It's like, Tommy, reel it down a wee bit, big man, and you'll be alright. But anyway, what did I rate this episode? I don't know, this season's not really doing it for me. Like, I think last episode stepped up a wee bit. No, wait, was it last episode? No, I believe I gave last episode a 4. I gave episode 2 a 7. It just seems very up and down, man. So yeah, I'm going to give this episode a... What am I going to get? I'll get a 5, man. It's just not really doing it.
As we enter the second half of Power Book 4 Force Season 2, we're into episode 6. We see the dead body here of Walter Flynn. Claudia is there, that's her name. I pretty much forgot her name for this entire season until this point, and I just have to say it here, and I have to say it loud. The Flynn family, outside of Walter, and I didn't mind Polly, but I'm not going to pretend, right, that Polly was like the greatest thing since sliced bread. They suck. I actually hate the two children. One's a rat, and one gets on like a rat. Claudia, I fucking hate. You did this, da. You did this, da. I don't like this character. Do not like her. And our new love interest is like it's just some out of shape fatty. Oh, I had a crush on you when I was younger. Claudia, right? When they go to like this like strip club later on in the episode, it is like verging on like a 10 out of 10 troops, and the woman she's with is like a 4 out of 10. So don't get it. But anyway, R.I.P. Walter Flynn. They're pressing Fick here. What information's Fick going to give them? I'm not too sure what information Fick's going to give them, right? Because at the end of the day, Fick is a jobber. He kind of wants to just bring down Claudia, but they're like, no, you have to get Tommy and CBI as well, and you have to give us his fucking details as well. He's still flirting with the doctor lady. He'll be visited by a ghost at the end of this episode, no doubt. But yeah, R.I.P. to Diamond and Gennard's father this episode. R.I.P. Was sad. Was quite sad. The fact this has happened. Claudia gets protection for the Serbs. The Serbs warn CBI that here, you cannot enter the north. Tommy then goes in, right, and it's like, the guy's sitting here, having a meal with the Serbs, telling them how it's going to go, and Mirkovic is like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. And then later on the episode, Mirkovic, like, destroys like one of their locations or whatever, burns a lot of people, and then texts Tommy, this will happen if you come into the north. It's like, hold on. Well, why not just kill Tommy? You had him at your restaurant. The invincibility that some characters have got. Because Tommy threatened them, right? And before anyone goes, oh, but Diamond was there too. Diamond did not threaten, right? These guys, the Serbs, he didn't. Tommy actually threatens people to their face, and also the scene where like Tommy and Diamond are marking out that Walter Flynn's dead, I don't know, it just pissed me off. So yeah, Walter Flynn dead, massive shootout, crazy stuff, folks, crazy stuff. But yeah, at the end of the day, more shit going on this episode. Of course, the nurse's like ex-boyfriend, his hands got attacked. So that's why she's freaking out, and Tommy's like, well, what's he getting attacked got to do with me? Why can't you see? Gennard, though, he's still about his junky ways, but Diamond promises him a spot in CBI. So yeah, it is quite sad. But at the end of this episode, right, you've got like, what, Gennard's new girlfriend saying, yes, Gennard, you accept that role, and we're going to take apart CBI from within. Like, why? Why? What's brought this on? What's brought this on? I need to know what's brought this on, right? I do not grasp it in the slightest. Like, this woman, right, seems like pally with Gennard, like his girlfriend or whatever, and now she wants to bring down Tommy all of a sudden for like no reason. Don't get it. Kate's back on the drugs, by the way. She's not exactly best pleased with the new plan for D-Mac. Whoop-de-doo, you greeting about it. Then we get to the strip club. It looks like Claudia's going to try and, I don't get this relationship between. I mean, it's forced. It's woke. That's why I actually said this spin-off isn't that woke, but to think that Claudia is going out with like they want to do a relationship with these two. I mean, this is probably the biggest gap, right, in beauty and looks in a relationship that I've ever possibly ever fucking seen. Because and take out money as well, by the way, because it's not like this woman is absolutely minted with money. So don't grasp it in the slightest. Do not understand it, troops. It's baffling to say the least. But yeah, what's she got to do with that? Who knows? Diamond, boy, he's teaching that kid boxing. His dad comes from, what the fuck's this? What's this guy doing in my house? Get him the fuck out of here. Diamond then follows this guy, watches him like bully his son. He's like, I didn't raise no fucking faggot. So Diamond gives him a beat down. He's like, if you hate the kid and you don't love your wife, then you fucking leave them, or I will come back and kill you. I was choking him out with one hand. I like Diamond. Diamond's like a hidden gem, and he's like a real life Diamond. I'm not going to pretend that he's like a 10 out of 10 character, but he's like as real as like gangsters get, in my opinion. But yeah, then we get that whole shootout with the Serbs. Everyone's burning. Not good. Tommy's been warned. There's a lot more bodies are coming in at the hospital. Then she's like, oh, Tommy, you weren't answering my text. I thought you died. Tommy, you okay? They make love, fixed then talking to Gloria in the photo frame like, oh, I did it, Gloria. I'm going to have to bring Tommy Egan down. And let's just cast our eyes back to season 1. Gloria actually cheated on Fick with Tommy Egan. And before anyone goes, they were on a break, Tommy actually called him out. He's like, what, are you into that sort of cuck shit? You know what? It seems like he is. Fick, I just don't get how he treats Tommy Egan with so much respect. Like, I'm not saying Tommy's ever thrown it up in his face, right, that he slept with Gloria. But at the same time, man, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic. Like, the way Fick, like, this love story they're trying to portray with him and Gloria, it is almost like forced, isn't it, man? It is. And then again, just like fucking Claudia greeting about Fick getting most of the stuff. Fick basically cuts ties with her as well this episode. Do you really care? Do you give a damn? Not really is the answer here. And then Tommy sees a ghost from his past as we end the episode. I recognise the voice straight away. It's Holly. I actually thought Holly was a pretty decent character in the original part, to say the least. Thought she was, you know, a solid girlfriend of Tommy. I actually thought she would have died when she got shot. And what do you call it? The season 1 finale, wasn't it? Her and Ghost were like on the dance floor, and yeah, the bullet went off. Boom, shot. Then she managed to get into surgery and got sorted. Absolutely sorted. Scooby Doo. She was doing no bad, that is for sure, big man. But then what happened, of course, she got choked out by Tommy, and things didn't end too well. So yeah, she basically says that you're going to end up doing to your wee doctor friend here what you did to me, and then she disappears. So what's Tommy going to do? Everyone he loves kind of just dies and disappears, so who knows? But I don't know, man. I think that this season's just not that good. Like, they're killing off a lot of people that, like, Polly and Walter. It's like, I mean, during the fucking mid-season as well, like, was Walter just sitting around waiting for this to happen? Dublin's come knocking, Walter. Jesus fucking Christ. And then, like, Fick snitching. It's like the most pathetic snitch of all time. It's like they had no fucking leverage on him. He literally just walked in. He's like, yeah, I'll give you my sister. And they're like, yeah, we own you now. It's pathetic. He's just gave them all the leverage they need. If he ever wanted to back out of this. He's not going to back out of it, but the way this is going, I would be shocked if Fick Flynn survives this season. Because Tommy, if Parr does one thing right, it's killing snitches, and Tommy will. So aye, guys, leave your thoughts down below. That's it for Power Book 4 Force, Episode 6, Season 2, and I'll give this one a 5 out of 10. Peace.
We're Entertainment back again with a Power Book 4 Force review. It's Episode 5. We are halfway through Season 2, and what an episode we had. What's there to be had? What's there to be done? How did we feel about this one is the answer here. A lot of this episode is around the plotting of Walter Flynn's death. sadly. Yeah, I mean, let's pretty much wrap up a lot of what these kids were doing and the planning of this. So yeah, we're going to wipe him out at the dinner. Oh, he's fell out with Uncle Polly. He fired him. Polly won't be there. Turns out Polly will be there, which then Fick tries to get Polly away. Back to the house in question though. What's her name? I keep forgetting the daughter's name. I had no idea. It's like Olivia, but Ophelia? No, it's not Ophelia. I actually keep on forgetting her name, but that Brendan guy's like, oh, let's have a celebration shag, baby. And then she jumps on top of him. And it lasts like, I mean, we're talking about 10 seconds. 2 pump chump here for Brendan. It was actually like embarrassing. I'm surprised she didn't even fucking ridicule him for it. And then she's like, oh, I can't wait to run my father's organisation. He's like, here, as long as Fick's still alive, you won't be running shit. Which I thought was pretty funny at the end of the time. You know, at least this isn't actually woke. I mean, at least, like, in real life this doesn't happen. Like, you know, men run it. I'm not saying women have never run, like, some form of criminal organisation, because, of course, it's happened at the dawn of time. But for the most part, it's men, especially like this, like, you know, proper IRA-esque things that are going on here back in Dublin. So they've hired this big sharpshooter called Big Red, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to take this guy with a pinch of salt, because the 4 horsemen for Dublin were absolutely pathetic. I mean, I even made a separate vid on them at the end of season 1 because it was bad. They weren't up to much, man. Let's call a spade a spade. I honestly think that was like, why not keep one of them alive? Like, you know, like I talked about it in one of the last episodes. It's like, how fucking ridiculous is like the invincibility bubble around Tommy Egan? That he just wiped out like the 4 horsemen like that. It's an absolute mess in itself. It really is. You can't even fucking dispute that, folks. Like, I like this franchise and I like this show, but I think the problem for me is with a lot of it, it's like, I just don't feel like why constantly put these guys into situations that are pretty much 99.9% impossible. You know, it's like, how many times though do they meet like with a new connect, and he'll like torture them. This is a few episodes ago as well, right? It's like he threatens these people to their face. The only guy he's not really threatened is Miguel, right? But how many times has he threatened Walter Flynn to his face? What's this show, by the way, which has only been running 15 episodes at this point, to his face, while outnumbered like 15 on 1, and Walter just does nothing about it. And then like next scene will be like, I'm going to get that bastard Tommy Egan. I just don't get it. Come on, Charlie. So as a bike goes past me, it's no Sam Crow, mate. It's some coffin dodger on a fucking bicycle. But, you know, I think they need to tone down on it. Like, yeah, yo, there's a lot of TV shows out there, right, where there's a bit of unbelievable things that go on. Like, yeah, I get it. Sam Crow were in a lot of shootouts where it's like, oh, well, none of the bullets hit them. I can half accept, right, shootouts. But there's just certain scenarios, like, it's like when Bobby got tortured in SOA. If Tommy Egan was in that, he would have fucking escaped without even getting a hair on his head harmed. And I think they do need to cut that out of this show. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about some other things that happened in this episode. You got D-Mac, he's freaking, I killed a cop. Then his granny's like, you gotta go see that girl. Tommy freaks out. He actually tells his brother, yo, D-Mac killed a cop, what the fuck? Which is kind of funny, but yeah. Tommy and that nurse, looks like that relationship's she's just going to die at the end of this season, isn't she? Like, I mean, I think it's kind of predictable. I mean, she's going to die, Miguel's probably going to blame Tommy, and that's going to be some form of all-out war in that regard, right? Boom, boom, boom. Gennard, he's being his junky self, him and Diamond, they go up and visit their daddy. But Pops, he's in a hospital, it's not looking good for him. I mean, Diamond's seeing him, Diamond's like, you know, I wanted this day to come, and now that it's here, I don't give a fuck about you, buddy.
And we may as well dive in to the shootout that claimed the lives of Polly, Big Red, and Walter Flynn. So, I mean, was it a well done shootout? Yeah, I mean, I think it protected pretty much everyone in it. You've got Fick telling Polly that, oh, are you really willing to sacrifice yourself for this guy? And he's like, he's family. We protect family. Polly goes out, he gets shot about 5 times. Then Big Red appears, and Polly's like, yep. And then Big Red drops him. So Polly dies, falls into the swimming pool. Then it pans to Walter Flynn. Big Tommy Flanagan comes out with it was a weird ass shotgun. It was like a customized shotgun that could like fire for like 20 million feet away. So he starts dropping guys left, right, and centre. He shoots Big Red, but as he shoots Big Red, I think Big Red shoots him in the leg. He then shoots Big Red again. Then he walks over to Big Red and just absolutely blows his head into smithereens. It was a pretty badass scene, this, all round. He's limping. He's like, fuckers! They killed Polly. He's like, this is your sister, Fick. And then, yeah, Fick and Walter come to blows. No, this is you. You killed Gloria. How many times is this crybaby bastard going to bring up the death of Gloria? You know, Walter Flynn, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think they've done his character in season 2 dirty. He's literally sat around doing nothing. Like, when he wants to be badass, like, look at this scene, man. A proper, like, he did go out like a badass here, but then, you know, he essentially says he's ashamed of his son. At least your sister's got heart. You're a fucking coward. And he walks away and then Fick shoots him in the back. He falls. He's like, wow. You finally got the boys to shoot me. And then it's funny, Fick is saying like, oh, you didn't even know I was working with him the whole time, did you? No, you didn't. And then he's like, you always had your mother's eyes. Shoot me. Pull the fucking trigger. Pull the fucking trigger. And then Fick shoots him. And, aye. Walter Flynn is dead. One of the... Probably the solo reason why I started watching Par. I was like, they've got a spin-off at the minute with Tommy Flanagan in it. I'll be interested in that. But I remember during the summer of last year when we were covering the Mayans being on Instagram, some of the Mayans account that we followed, like they post a lot of Par stuff. And I remember seeing like Walter Flynn dead, and I was like, fuck's sake. So I knew he was going to die. I was hoping that I misread it, but reality is I didn't misread it, and it's actually what happened. So again, I will make a separate vid on this, like, did they kill him off far too early? Because for me, they did. I mean, it's only 15 episodes into this. But I think in season 2, they butchered him. I have to be honest. I think they absolutely butchered him here. And season 2 is what it is. Rest in peace, Walter Flynn. Proper badass. Tommy Flanagan did a great job playing this character. Fick then goes up to the penthouse. And his sister kills Brendan because he reveals, oh, I told you should be moving the hit up to half 8. So yeah, kills him. Fick knows. Fick then goes to the police. He's like, I'll give you everything you want on my sister. I've had enough of her. I want out of this life. I made a promise to someone I'd get out of this life. I'm going to do it. So yeah, it looks like Fick's going to rat, but in order to rat, he needs to infiltrate CBI. And that's pretty much it. I mean, the rest of the other stuff happened here. Like, yeah, Gennard and Diamond's father dies. It looks like Gennard's going to join CBI. Even if he has a rejoin CBI, sorry, even if he has a junkie. Then you've got them sending DMAC to some, like, you know, youth facility because he needs to lay low. You killed a cop. Who cares? You know, once, like, when Walter Flynn dies, like, the 36th minute mark in that shootout, when you've got all this stuff after it, you really need to, you know, I think the final scene of this episode probably should have been Walter Flynn being killed by Fick. But that's just my preference. Anyway, what I'm going to give this episode a 10. I really enjoyed the shootout, but I'm just not enjoying this season. It just seems like a fucking, I don't know, something off about it. I think season 1 was so much better executed. So I'll give this episode a 6 out of 10. Mainly prompted up by the fact that I thought the shootout was really good. But anyway, guys, till next time, peace. Never trust a snitch. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. We're a day delayed on this one. We're going to try and get back on track for the wrap-up of Power Book Force Season 2. But we do begin this episode with Tommy making some love to Miguel's sister. I mean, it's a Power trait into it. Feels like we're going back to like the early seasons of OG Power where you got this like every 5 minutes between Ghost and Angela. But to sum up this arc, Miguel comes over. Let's wipe out the Serbs, but not do it with blood. We'll do it by cutting off their pipeline. And then later on the episode, she visits Tommy again. And who sees it? Gennard. Gennard sees it. Holy moly. Gennard sees it. What's he going to do? He takes a couple of photos, videos, etc. And then we've also got some other stuff going on there with Gennard, which we'll get to at the end of the episode. Will he use this leverage to get Tommy out of CBI? No, he won't. It's ridiculous. But anyway, then we've got Diamond, piss test. The guy's telling me, you're a good boy. How about you do a little speech at the ceremony? Alright, fair enough. Diamond reluctantly finally agrees to it. The task force, though, they're pressing Fick. Fick's having to wear a wire, which is like, it ain't 1985 anymore, Fick. The wires are pretty much undetectable, and it was a chain with a switch on it. Will he be able to get any good information on this? Who knows? Shanti, the boxing woman, bullies one of her members, and it's like, yeah, let's make the woman look so strong here. It's probably be up Gennard as well, to be fair. But then we get like the meeting of all the crews, and essentially they're going to get the DSDs on board. The Serbs are going to be dealt with, Tommy says, but everyone's not exactly happy with how he's going to be dealing with them. Then Fick and Gennard have a conversation, which I thought was alright, but how's this going to go down? Well, I'll tell you how it's going to go down. Tommy and Fick are going to meet with the DSDs, and then we're going to get Diamond. He's going to be doing his wee fundraiser speech. But Fick, he's pressing close with Tommy. Tommy's noticing all these tales as well. Then the Serb thing gets put in motion. Mirkovic ain't exactly best pleased about it. And again, it's like, all these situations could have been easily avoided. Like, why do they put Tommy, though, right, in a situation where he's like untouchable? When every character that he's antagonised in this show has had about 5 different opportunities to kill him. I mean, earlier this season, Tommy was sitting in fucking Mirkovic's restaurant, bad-mouthing him, and Mirkovic just accepted that, which I found hard to believe. Tommy, though, goes to Shanti's boxing place. These two don't get on. It's like, even the way he's speaking to her, it's like, could just kill her. At the end of the day, with Embassy Claudia and her lesbian friend to get her jewellery stole off in the club, it looks like they've made a deal with Shanti. How's that going to go? Guess we'll have to wait and see. But again, it's just not really doing anything for me, Claudia. I don't like the Flynn children. I think Fick, right, had so much potential, but he just turned into a whiny little bitch ever since Gloria died. And it's a shame they actually kill off Walter and Polly. But here, old white men don't really stand a chance in television in 2024, do they? But again, I think he definitely get shafted, Walter and Polly. It's a shame they're dead, but here, we can't undo it at the end of the day. But yeah, it looks like Maria Suarez, or whatever the hell her name is, her and Tommy are going to cut things off, but then he kind of like convinces her not to, so yeah. Then Claudia gets all her stuff back. Whoop-de-doo. Tommy and Diamond then go to Miguel and demand more product at a lesser price, so yeah. Tommy's beginning to wrap Miguel around his little finger, and his mum is warning him of this, and that Tommy will try and out Stu as the king of Chicago, and then he'll be top man. And it's exactly what Tommy's planning. It's like, everyone sees it, everyone's discussing it, but no one's willing to take action against Tommy. Like, realistically, right, Tommy, he is a good businessman, no one's disputing that, right? And he's a nice cold killer. He's definitely, an asset to anyone's group. But when it comes to like threatening the hierarchy of Chicago and like Miguel's faction, he should be getting killed. The Serbs should have did it. Fucking hell, Gennard could have did it. Claudia could have did it. Fick could have done it. Walter could have done it. Pretty much everybody in this show, man, could have killed Tommy at this stage of the game. But no one's doing it. Diamond gives a speech. Looks like the father, who he told to back off a few episodes ago, has backed off, and he's going out on a date with a wee kid that he's teaching boxing. The woman comes over, rips off her dress, just lingerie. I don't want a date. I want the Diamond Express, motherfucker. And that's pretty much how that goes down. Tommy and Fick then go meet with the DSDs, get his back windy of his Mustang put in. They talk with him. And essentially, this guy's like, you know what? Fuck working with Miguel. I'll work with you, Tommy. I'll pay for the windy. I'm sorry. Fick had the entire meeting on the wire, but he probably won't be able to. He won't even be able to show the wire because of what happens next. Him and Tommy drop each other. Tommy drops him off, and then what happens? I'll tell you what happens. He's like, oh, why you guys tail me? Tommy noticed the tail. He's speaking to the cop. Tommy then confronts him. He's like, fuck, what are you doing with this narc? And he's like, you a snitch? He's like, no, I'm not a fucking snitch. The guy just pulled up on me. And Tommy's like, well, there's only one way to prove you're not a snitch. and let's kill this guy. Fick then gets his gun out. The guy's like, no, Victor, you don't have to do this. And shoots him. And it's like, yeah, right, these guys would know, like, Fick's name, right? But surely Tommy, you know, with his experience in the game, will be able to put two and two together and listen to the fact that he said, you know, Victor, you don't have to do this. It sounds like a guy that's snitched and has been working with this guy. Now, yeah, like, if Tommy pulled his gun on this guy and was about to shoot him, would he have said, no, Tommy, you don't have to do this? Potentially, but I don't think he would have said it to the same demeanour. So yeah, I mean, I think if Tommy's got any bit of a fucking brain cell, he would realise here that Vic Flynn is a rat. But if Vic Flynn has any sense, the wire would have been turned off at this stage of the game, right? But again, I'm not too sure about who had the wire at the end of this episode. I wonder if Vic actually gave it to this cop. I don't think. Wait, I'm going to tell you right here if Vic's still wearing the wire. Maybe he left it. Yeah, I don't notice it. He probably left it in his car. So, yeah, I mean, Tommy should be well aware that this guy is he's a bad man. Also, Gennard tells Shanti about that Tommy's sleeping with Miguel's little sister. Miguel kills everyone that sleeps with his little sister. I mean, he wants some of that action, right? No, I don't get. Then she's like, no, you don't interrupt your enemy while he's making a mistake. Hold on. Tommy's already made the mistake. He's sleeping with Miguel's little sister. What, like, and you've got video and photo proof of this? This is so forced. I think Miguel will find out. But why doesn't Gennard just, like, send these photos to, like, Miguel's fucking email or something? It doesn't make it. It's just all. It's all like plot purposes, isn't it? It's like why? What's the mistake he's doing? The only mistake next up for this is Miguel caught him in the act. But I don't think he's going to do that. So, yeah, I'll give this episode, troops, 6 out of 10. Somebody call the fire brigade because Chicago's heating up, baby. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. We're here with another review, and we're straight in with the aftermath of a dead federal agent. Vic and Tommy are cleaning the mess up. Vic whips out the tracker that he had in his car. He's like, they planted it on the fucking inside, man. So yeah, Tommy, Vic. Does Tommy believe Vic? He does. I'm surprised he believes Vic for now. Throughout this episode though, Diamond, you knew something bad was going to happen to that kid that he's been mentoring, and we'll get to a wee bit later on, but yeah. You know, you can't really have that family life while being in the drug game. I think it works with like a few examples. I think when you're like top man, like a Walter Flynn, it works when he's got kids because he's protected on like so many levels. But as we've seen with so many characters throughout this franchise, I mean, it can't really happen, you know. And this episode was no different because there was just drama happening everywhere you looked, folks, and it wasn't good for Big Tommy, but essentially he wants to meet with Shay. Miguel's like, no. When he finds out about that at the fiesta, or whatever it's called, there's a big fancy word for it, man. I'm not too sure about what's going on, but they have a meet set with one of the crews. Diamond, though, pulls out because he wants to help the kid. He wants to mentor the kid some more. But the FBI are fuming what's going on, and they want to go full steam ahead into Tommy Egan and CBI. So, you know, we've got Stacey, she pulls over Tommy. Again, right, now I think this is where plot holes have to come into play here. Because she, like, essentially calls out Tommy, like, you're a dead man in New York, now you're here. It's like, hold on. Tommy, literally, folks, you know, it appears that he faked his own death in New York. Now, you can maybe argue, well, my teeth fell out or something at the scene and I ran away, but I mean, he was in a high-speed police fucking chase, man. How can you spin it any other way than this? How's this guy not in jail? So, Ian, do not grasp it in the slightest, but is what it is. Plot armor, whatever, I think it's just poor writing. It's the problem they created for Tommy. Like, at least in, like, season 1 of Force, like, no one really knew who he was, but then I say that, it's like he started introducing himself and it's like Tommy fucking Egan, you know, as Walter Flynn would say. So again, is what it is, but I think it is ridiculous that no one is like seen any of this going down. Vic though is confronted by Tommy
Fick, he's freaking out because the police are not going to keep him on a pretty short leash at the end of the day. Tommy then confronts Gennard, starts choking him out. You motherfucker, but looks like Gennard is going to get back in Tommy's good books at the end of the day because, of course, Fick's the one that told Tommy that Gennard knew that Claudia was making a deal with Shantae. Tommy finds all about all of that and he's not really too bothered. He's like, keep it going, but I want to know everything that she's doing. Which I think was a fair enough compromise. But again, all this just feels cringe. It's like, why doesn't Tommy just act on Claudia now? I just do not grasp it, man. It's like same way like Walter. They all wanted to kill him as well and did nothing. And it almost seems to be like a continued trend of Power to do this sort of stuff. Not really too sure why, but here they do it. There's not much. It's not going to change now. But Claudia getting threatened by the Serbs. The Serbs then attack the meet that Gennard, Fick, and Tommy are at. Which, of course, Diamond ain't at because he's busy, and there's a good reason for why he's busy, damn it. I'll tell you why. But, yeah, Kate then returns, says, I had to take care of business in New York. But then, it's like, where is the timeline here? Because in Power Book 2, right, she tells Tyreek that she knows about her grandson. So, when does the timeline get caught up? I mean, I'm all for timelines, but you can't be doing what Power does, and I feel like there's just it's a whole humbo jumbo like at this stage of the day. But D-Mac, he's up in that facility still, but looks like Gennard has gained the respect of Tommy here because he saved his life, damn it. But yeah, Diamond then drops his wee buddy off, his stepson at this stage of the game, and then these two kids threaten him. You think you're Mr. Good? Diamond's like, yeah, teach him, man, you fight. And he actually stands up for himself, but what happens? He punches him, he's like, yeah, I did good, Mr. Sampson. And then the guy who just can't handle getting punched, his friend whips out a gun and fucking just shoots the kid. It's like, holy shit, man. It's like, if there was ever a scene that probably summed up Chicago as much as this, oh man. Yeah, an absolute disaster. But yeah. It just shows you, though, if Diamond came over and diffused the situation straight away, he wouldn't have been killed. It was sad. Diamond seen it coming, and, you know, he actually felt for this kid. I felt for this kid. It was a sad scene. I like Diamond, you know, he may be like a leader of a big, dangerous drug gang, but he is like a straight shooter. He's a good human being. The kid gets shot. He gets shot in the heart, man. When you get shot in the heart, you've got no chance. Unless you're a ghost, because a lot of people seem to think he's alive. The mother then shows up, blames him, Diamond for this. I mean, it's not even his fault, but again, she did say that, you hang around with my boy, I might get him killed. It had nothing to do with CBI, it was just he was getting bullied and one of them had a gun. I mean, that's pretty much it. Tommy makes things good with Shay. Looks like Shay's beginning to like Tommy a wee bit more than Miguel, I would almost argue at this stage of the game. It's always time to talk business. Maria then gets confronted by the FBI leader. So he's like, oh, Tommy's a bad man. You got to stay away from Tommy. Fick Flynn then admits to them that Tommy was the one that killed the agent. Again, how can Tommy come back for this? Like, what amount of fucking plot armor's going to save Tommy for this? You know? Mental to say the least. And then the father tells the parole officer, Diamond's a drug dealer, and he also got my son killed. You've got Diamond, he's pouring drugs and money over himself. I'm a fucking drug dealer that gets kids killed. Oh yeah. Tommy then confronts, like, oh, you've got to do better. You've got to do better, big man. You've got to do better than this. You've got to do it. Tommy also found out that it was a rat, had to be in the organisation. And I think he might have thought it was Diamond here. But then when Diamond slices the throat of his parole officer and the blood sprays all up the walls, that confirms to Tommy that Diamond's not the rat because he's literally just killed like an agent. But then, I mean, I guess Fick did the same thing. But yeah, pretty badass scene, like the blood spraying out the scene, and Tommy's like smirk as if to say, Diamond, you're not the rat. What a guy you are, buddy. That's pretty much what this said. So yeah, guys, that's what we're going to leave this review. I think this one was better than the last couple, that's for sure. I think, remember someone commented to me that like Power has this gimmick where they like to make episodes 3, 8 and the finale feel the most important, and I think there is a decent enough trend to that.
I'll give this episode a 7 out of 10. Come on, Power Book 4 Force. End strong, because Season 2's been a bit shite in parts, absolutely. So come on, end strong. Till then, though, peace. Money, powder, respect. Well, guys, it is your penultimate episode of Power Book Season 2, Episode 9. We begin the episode with the burial of the parole officer. We've got Diamond and Tommy. They've taken care of it, but they're talking who the snitch could be. Tommy thinks it's Gennard, while Diamond thinks it could be Fick. Well, Diamond has got it right here, but Tommy says no, it can't be Fick. He dropped the cop right in front of me, and plus he killed his pops. Why would he be a snitch, damn it? Why would he be a snitch? But yeah, the police, Stacey, she's corrupt. Well, she's not kind of corrupt, but she wants to bring Tommy down by any means necessary, but then she decides to go legit. But there's a new cartel in play here. Marquez, the Marquez cartel. Scooby-Doo. He meets with the big man Markovich, and then he kind of takes a liking to Claudia. It kind of looks like, you know, the Hispanic Justin Bieber, this guy. Hopefully, for his sake, P. Diddy didn't get anywhere near him, and hopefully he'll be alright, but not too sure, to say the least, how that's going to go down. So yeah, there's a lot of speculation going down. Everyone's discussing retaliation, right? This is what we're going to do, yada, yada, yada. Yada. Switch up the burners. Everyone's not too happy about the burner talk. But Gennard's like, my bitch is going to think we're getting a different, you know, she's on the whole phone. It's like, hold on here. Gennard. What I don't get about that is, like, you're with the boxing girl, Shanti. She's, like, in this. She knows you have to switch up the phones. So it doesn't really make any sense. Like, what's her fucking... And Tommy knows about that. Anyway, just I'm kind of confused about what is going on there in that regard. It is what it is. I guess we move on from this situation. But yeah, they've got a warrant to bug Tommy Egan's apartment, and they're going to use Fick for that. Will that go down? I'm not too sure. Diamond apologises to Leon's mom. She answers the door, but then the dad appears, and he's like, "You won't be bothering us for too long." And he's like, "What the fuck you mean by that?" Then the door closes. Gennard then hand delivers this guy later in the episode to Diamond, and Diamond just drowns him. He's like, You told your son he couldn't be anything. You didn't love him. You didn't fucking love him. Kills him. So yeah, Miguel then meets with Diamond and him are talking. He's like, maybe CBI and us could come together and we could kick Tommy out, because I don't see too much of a future for him, which I thought was definitely kind of funny. Definitely kind of funny. But then, as they're leaving, an explosion happens. Holy frickin' moly. Abuela, the grandmother, Miguel's granny, his gran, is dead. Blows up. It was a car bomb meant for Miguel, and it turns out his right-hand man, Angel Rosario Jr., that is the actor. He was in Mayans, he was in Tulsa King, he's in this. What does this guy not do, man? He seems like he's in every show these days. Guy's just in a hell of a lot. G-Mac, big man, JP, gets a phone call. Turns out D-Mac's actually left the accommodation. That's not good. Gennard isn't too keen on him and his and Shanti's plan that involves getting rid of Diamond. And they wonder, it's his brother. Fick and Tommy then decide to kidnap this guy, torture him for information, but at this time of the game, what happens, guys? I'll tell you what's happening. They're going to attack Markovich, so we're going to make a phone call for that. We did have prior to this, the grandmother's funeral didn't exactly do much for me. This Diamond also is getting it heavy, because his parole officer went missing, and Gennard essentially gives him an alibi. Gennard has been backing up Diamond something chronic in the last couple of episodes, which is good to see. JP apologises to his son, D-Mac, I'm sorry. Then he kind of like accepts Kate's apology as well. But yeah, then the hit from Miguel on Markovich goes sloppy. It goes sideways because, of course, this shitstorm was put in motion by Nunez ringing on behalf of Tommy. Tommy told him to ring, but then it's like Tommy decides to hand deliver this guy to Shay and Miguel. Like, what if they took the mouthpiece off and this guy's like, Tommy told me to warn Markovich that you'd be attacking. So yeah, mental. Markovic and like three of his guys managed to escape the ambush. A lot of the Serbs die, but here it looks like the beef is still alive. The beef is still going. So the Serbs live to fight another day. But in order to get in bed with the Marquez cartel, Claudia will have to put a lot of money in, and her new girlfriend does it. And I just don't get this relationship, right? She's an ugly cunt. I'm sorry. Whoa, that may sound too extreme here. But that's what's happening. You know, I can't spin it. I can't change it. I don't like it, bro. You've got to believe me. I just don't. I actually do not grasp why she's in this lesbian relationship with her. You know, quite an ugly woman, to say the least. Do not get it in the slightest, but anyway, I guess I digress. And then we get towards the end of this episode. Tommy, oh, he thinks there's a frickin' rat. He finds out fae the lawyer there's a rat. Kill 'em all, kill 'em all. Gennard and Diamond, though, they look stronger than ever at this point, and it turns out this one phone number has been ringing off the charts for the feds, and he knew this is how he was going to be able to track them down. And who is it? None other than Vic Flynn. He follows Vic. He sees him talking to Stacy, of course, head of the FBI. So yeah, is Tommy going to kill Vic? Probably. And it's just weird to think, right, that this show, probably after the next episode, the entire Flynn family are going to be wiped out pretty much for Chicago. And it's like, when this show started in season 1, episode 1, the Flynns were the top dogs. And I don't like the direction they've took with the Flynns. Tommy Flanagan, great character, I get it. Great actor, sorry. Great character in Walter Flynn. He's old. It makes sense to have these, like, end of an era, like, you know, pass it down to the children sort of thing. But I think the handling of that has been nothing short of a fucking disaster. The whole, like, ties to Dublin and all that stuff. Oh, Big Red, Booger Red, and oh, the Four Horsemen. Like, where did that ever go? So, will Tommy kill Vic? I think he will. I think he'll trade his vengeance that he wanted to hand out to Claudia, and he'll end up killing Vic anyway. I don't think he's going to be killing both sets of Flynn siblings. And again, like, Walter's legacy, his children, I think they've done the Flynns so dirty in this TV show. Anyway, guys, is what it is. I'll give this episode a 6 out of 10. Sorry, folks, it's just season 2 of Force. It's not really lived up to season 1 anywhere near, in my opinion. But anyway, till next time, peace. It is season 2 finale time for Power Book 4, episode 10 of season 2. There's a lot of 2s getting flown about there. There's a lot of 4s as well, but finally I'm up to date with Power Book 2 and I'm up to date with Power Book 4. And soon the reviews for Raising Kanan will be out on the channel, guys. I haven't watched any of it yet, so I'll probably just delay it by a week. Normally what I've been doing is a Monday to Friday thing, but yeah, fell behind towards the back end of this season 2 because I had a funeral and shit to go to and it delayed the process. So yeah, we're a day behind, but you're getting this review nonetheless. But we do kick off the episode with Diamond and Tommy pissed at each other about the rat. Tommy's pissed about that it's Flynn, but I mean, I would have bet good money that Vic Flynn would have died this episode. But he doesn't. Maria and Tommy looks like they're going to be heading to Barcelona. No good for them, but Diamond and Tommy are going to be keeping Vic on a short leash. We'll see how that goes for the remainder of this episode. I'm surprised how Vic hasn't actually caught on to anything here. Gennard, though, he's getting a wee trim. He's getting a haircut for Diamond. I think Gennard has grew on me as a character. I really liked him in season 1. I didn't really like him for his junkie arc this season, but ever since he's dropped the gear and he's back in the CBI, man, he's doing good. Gennard is doing good, and I'm liking it. Absolutely liking it. But now the meat is going to be set. Vic Flynn has to get the details of the meet, and once he does that,
he will be free to go. But then Stacy goes back on her word about 10 times. Oh, you have to be there. And when we arrest everyone, you'll get arrested just like them. And you'll be took into WITSEC. Brilliant. Vic then is tying up a bit of family business. He calls over Claudia's sister to the family house and essentially says, right, you always wanted it, so here you go. He's like, just admit one thing. Just tell me one thing. You're the one that put the hit in motion on me and Dad, and you could have warned me. She's like, yep, I did that. Little does Claudia know, this is all getting recorded. So, not good for her point of view. Will that come back to bite her in the arse? Probably. Definitely not good. Definitely not good from Claudia's point of view, because I don't think she's the sort of person that can survive in prison. I think all the scenes here, right, to do with Tommy, D-Mac, JP, and Kate, they didn't really do anything for me. Kate meets Mariah. It's like, oh, you know what, you're a good little girl. All the girls get killed around my son. She's like, well, you know what, I've been in the game a long time. So fuck you, old white woman. Tommy almost gets a hard on at the thought that someone was speaking back to Kate here. Then you've got other things like D-Mac returns. He essentially cuts ties with his dad. He's like, you said you were going to reach out to Tommy, but you didn't. And he goes and kills the member that Diamond has got a beef with. The 16-year-old, the son of King Kilo. King Kilo, it's actually a pretty cool name. Can't dispute that. D-Mac then just decides to leave. Calls JP a faggot. And is that it done? And then Tommy gives Kate a big bag of meth. Or coke, sorry, which she takes and she ODs on. And JP says, I want you, Tommy, out of my life. You may be my brother. Not anymore, buddy. Not anymore. So yeah. JP, Tommy, cutting ties. Do I really care at this stage of the game? Not really. But then it looks like Jannard and Diamond, in order to make good with King Kilo, looks like they're going to be giving up D-Mac, and that is what the deal is arranged here. Jannard says, when you get out King Kilo, I'll hand deliver this D-Mac motherfucker on a platter to you. So this episode may have been a season finale, but I feel like a lot of it was setting up the next season. Which, I don't mind. I like seasons like that. I don't think every season finale needs to be definitive ending. I think season finales that end and set up a next season are perfect. Like, I feel like season 1 ended pretty definitively. You know, a lot of revelations were made, but this time it's like, oh, make sure you stay tuned for season 3, and it give you a good reason. Absolutely. To stay tuned for this stuff. But Miguel, things are falling apart for him, but the Serbs get arrested here in the task force with Claudia, which obviously it was supposed to bring down Tommy, but the FBI guy, he said this, he said, the information doesn't sound right. Turns out it wasn't. But they managed to bring down the Marquez cartel, Markovic and the Serbs, and Claudia. Claudia's like, I wasn't making any deals. Like, oh, you're not arrested for drug dealing, you're arrested for conspiracy to commit murder for your father and the attempted murder of your brother. And she's like, holy shit, Flynn sold me out. Or Vic Flynn sold me out. She did, absolutely. Shay then splits up the territory, he gives Miguel his own bit, and he gives Tommy, CBI, pretty much what all the Serbs had. So CBI are growing massively. We also have Miguel's right-hand man, Crazy 8, try and kill Tommy, and it's like, why was Tommy pretending here to be dead? Like, the guy had the gun pointed at him the whole time. Like, if this guy wanted to, he could have just shot Tommy while he was lying over the car, but obviously plot armor keeps Tommy Egan alive again. Like, do we really think this guy was going to kill Tommy Egan? Not a fucking chance, man. Seriously, not a chance. They then ring Claudia, who's in jail, and what happens? She gets stabbed. She's not dead. I'll make a vid on that at a separate time. But then the episode pretty much ends. Everybody is good. Everyone's plotting their futures. Vic, he's worried that he's been found out, but then that's left as a cliffhanger to the next season. Tommy's like, you know what? There's one thing about an FBI snitch, you keep them, because you know what? You might need them. And yeah, so Vic's probably going to be kept around for a bit longer. I could see Vic maybe escaping this life, you know. But there was no real big character deaths this episode. Then it ends with Tommy ringing Maria. Turns out Jannard and Shanti are the ones that sent that photo of Tommy and Maria to Miguel. Miguel's found out. Miguel's smoking. He's like, Tommy, you're never going to see her again. Barcelona, yeah. Catalonia, never. Spain, yeah. Si, senor. And that's pretty much it. In that regard, Tommy lets out an outburst because it looks like he'll never see his girl again. And that is pretty much where the episode ends, guys. I thought it was like I said, it was an alright season finale. It wasn't like, your big, holy shit, man, what a death. What's going to happen in season 3? It was more of a, right, this episode's been set up for season 3 rather than like a definitive ending. So, I mean, what would I give it out of 10 this episode? Yeah, still enjoyed it. One of the better episodes of the season. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. But I can't help but feel season 2 has been a bit of a letdown. I would probably say, I'll probably work out the average rating, but I would say the average rating for this show is probably about, 5.5 out of 10? Which isn't, it's not good. I would say this season 2 of Power Book is easily the worst season of any of the Power shows that I've watched, which is the 6 original seasons, the 3 for Power Book 2, and these 2. So if 11 seasons, I would say this is the worst. It's not horrendous, it's not really bad, I just think it's a bit lackluster. A lot of poor writing, but Power's always had that problem. Anyway, guys, 7 out of 10. Till next time, peace.
Tougher than a Teflon. All the dope I stepped on. Real, get the rush gone. Been that nigga, what else you want?
It's Do or Die in Chicago. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment's Power Book 4 Force Season 3 Episode 1. It's always a mouthful with the numbers when it comes to this franchise, but yeah, after a long, long wait, the 3rd season is finally here. It's the final season. It's Do or Die time. That is what the title of the episode is called. And what happened? Well, let's not waste any time. A wee bit late to the party. It did come out 4 days ago, but here. It's here. It's getting reviewed nonetheless. Let's get stuck straight into it. Episode begins. Massive ass fucking recap, by the way. It was like 5 minutes. Must be one of the longest recaps to a season I've ever seen in my life to season 2. To be honest, I needed it because it's been 2 years, and that's the problem. When you wait 2 years between seasons, people forget, and I forgot half of this. Like I knew like key points, but if I went into this episode without this recap, I'd have been snookered. But obviously, season 2 did end with everyone potentially brawling, fighting for territory. But the key thing was that, Miguel took Mariah. You're never going to see her again, Tommy. And that, my friends, goes completely out the window within the first couple of seconds of this episode, because she's like, Miguel, you can't keep me locked up here, man. I love Tommy, señorita. And it's like, really? These relationships that Tommy gets into, it's just a wee bit crap. Right? Just a bit crap. I mean, how many fucking people can a guy get into relationships with and they get killed off? And it's been done to death, right? I'm not saying you can only have one wife your entire life. Oh, the rhymes are sick, but I don't know, man. I feel like it's getting to ridiculous points here. Like, proper TV shows don't make like the main character have like 7 multiple spouses. And try and make each one more important than the last, right? It don't work like that around here, pal. Thought this was pretty boring. She's pointing a gun to him, pointing a gun to herself. We move on. CBI then take Vic Flynn. He's bricking it. Oh, fuck, they think I'm a rat, which, of course they do. In fact, they know he's a rat, but they keep their cards close to their chest at this point. But the DEA raid the location, and at this point, they think Victor Flynn's dead. But of course, he's not dead. Tommy then confronts Miguel. He's like, where is she? I love her, man. Nothing's going to keep us apart. It's like, Tommy, you are a killer, a drug dealer. And I'm not saying those people can't love, but you've known this woman for all fucking 2 episodes at this point. It feels like the relationship and the bond can't be that it feels like they are forcing this to further the divide between like Tommy and Miguel and the crews and the Chicago, the gangs. I just didn't really. I thought this was cringe for Tom Egan. I really did. Like, if we go back all the way back to season 1 of like Power and those seasons. I mean, it's got to
probably devalue my point, but I can't actually. Holly, that's her fucking name. I genuinely felt like there was something with Holly, but that lasted like seasons with Tommy and Holly, right? And then Lakeisha, that didn't feel as forced. This to me feels forced. It feels forced in force. Oh, where is she? And then it's like he just lets him live. It's like, surely wouldn't it be easier for Miguel just to fucking kill Tommy? And Tommy's like trying to get to Miguel through like 500 of Miguel's guys. Boring. Mirkovic. He's inside. Guy puts down a wee letter. He takes it. He dies. He gets drugged here. Starts dying. Allergic reaction. I don't know. Overdose. Poison. Whatever this was that killed him. Markovic is dead. I thought Markovic was alright. You know, your generic Eastern European character. It could have done more with the guy. He's dead. It is what it is. Victor Flynn. They're all thinking he's dead. So yeah, you've got this Stacey character. I still want Tommy. I want Tommy. I want Tommy. It's all she's doing. It's like Jesus Christ. But then the Democrats rock up. It's like you would have the full backing of the Democratic Party if you went for mayor. Okay, and then Shanti. She's essentially getting blamed here. Is the rat. Tommy and Diamond tell Victor Flynn that she's the rat. It's alright. That takes the pressure off him. But then, which I think is ridiculous, like Victor Flynn like walks up the stairs, like leaving the room they were in, but there's no door, bear in mind. And like Diamond and Tommy are openly talking about, yeah, Victor's the rat, but here he's our rat. We'll work him to our advantage. It's like, couldn't he not have heard this? Anyway, wee bit crazy. Those two agree that they're going to take the Serbs pipeline. We're going to go to the Albanians. They go to the Albanians, but it turns out the Albanians are with Miguel, so that is a non-starter. Claudia Flynn, she's still alive. Correct decision for me. I think it would have been weak to have her die last season. And why is she being kept alive? Well, she tells the wee attorney guy that this is all a setup, and Tommy and Shanti are the ones behind the attacks and all this, and he's like, oh, your story checks out, so you get to live. Okay, and then he tells her, yeah, by the end of the night, Tommy and Shanti, they're gonna be dead, damn it, they're gonna be dead. Victor then tells Stacey, oh, Tommy thinks Shanti's the rat, I'm alright. She's like, here, Victor Flynn, this could be very dangerous for you, because there's no proof that that is the case. And it's so fucking true. It's like, can't you see you're being played, Victor? It's so obvious. And then, like, yeah, in the recap of the episode of last season, it's Victor killing that cop. He's like, Victor, you don't have to do this. Obviously, like, referring to the fact, like, yeah, you've ratted, you don't have to do this. There's a way out, kind of deal. Now, maybe even if he didn't rat, the cop would still plead for his life in this department, but wee bit cringe to read. But Victor then gives Polly's widow a bunch of money and an envelope saying, you and Polly were like family to me, mother and father. Give this to the US attorney if anything happens to me. Yeah, King Kilo then talks to Gennard. He's like, here, see D-Mac, I want him dead. I can't sleep at night. Fuck the policies, fuck the deals and the peace that we need to keep with Shay. No, I want him dead. So Gennard then tells Shawnee, she's like, if he's giving you a week, then maybe we keep him alive for 2-3 weeks, make him foam at the mouth and make him strike out at anything that moves. But then what happens is Diamond then just fucking tells Gennard, fuck it, kill him, because Tommy's betrayed me because he slept with Mariah and hampered that relationship with Miguel. So yeah, I think Diamond wanting D-Mac dead kind of surprised me. He confronts Tommy over it and they kind of get into it and he's like, any more fuck-ups, Tommy? And Tommy just kind of like accepts it, which I thought was surprising. Then the Marquez cartel lead the ambush on Shanti and Tommy. Tommy and Shanti kill them all. Like, they're simply there to kill Shanti and Tommy, right? The guy's entire crew's been wiped out, and he's like, I want to hear you beg, Buddha, putting the gun to her head. It's like, hold on here, mate. You came in like 8-on-2. It's now down to 2-on-1, and now is the time you're going to fucking do this. Ridiculous. And then Tommy just chokes the guy out, and then Tommy and Diamond end the episode by confronting Fick. At this point, all truths are out. They know he's a rat. Fick's fucked. And Tommy says, you're going to be our inside guy. You're going to tell the feds everything. That we want them to know, etc, etc, etc. I mean, I thought the episode was decent, but again, the whole ambush was pretty retarded. And this bit at the end, like, the fact that they're letting Victor Flynn get out of their sight with no leverage, like, why doesn't Flynn just tell her, here, they're on to me, and instead they want me to be the inside man? and then they would be forced into moving him. They'd have to be. So yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work for me. Anyway, I'll give the episode I'll give it a 7. They crammed a lot in. It was pretty good, but yeah, would I be surprised as the best episode of the season? No, absolutely not.
It may be late, it may be out of date, but we're here with your Power Book 4, Season 3, Episode 2 review. Skip my season there. We're back in Chicago, recording this on the Christmas morning dog walk, so yeah, bear with me. I have not seen anybody yet. As soon as I say that, a car's about to drive past. That's pretty funny. Anyway, so yeah, episode begins. I haven't watched this in literally haven't watched Force in about 7 weeks, because I watched episode 1, and I mean, I'm not saying episode 1 was bad, but I've been extremely busy with work, and the problem is, though, if this was actually a good show, like a great show that I loved, it would be watched. You know what I mean, folks? Like, there would be no mistake about it. But here we are, episode 2 begins. Fix getting waterboarded by Diamond and Tommy, and essentially he's going to be their little bitch. You tell me everything she knows, well, you give her dick, and not literally, all right? And he's lives to fight another day. But the leverage here is that if Vic does anything, then Tommy will kill Beth. You may be like, who's Beth? Of course, that's what's his name? Not Walter. Polly's wife. So again, pretty much the sole reason she got introduced, so Tommy would have leverage over Vic. But I mean, I know we can go, but he loved Polly. You know, this is the same guy that sold out his sister numerous times. Literally shot his father in the face. I think to save his own skin, he'd be willing to do the business here. Would he not? I mean, come on, play the game, son. Don't really understand it, but anyway, moving on to bigger things. He visits Claudia. Claudia's like, what's going on here? You're working with Tommy, you're Tommy's little bitch. He's like, how about you shut up? Because pretty soon you'll be a bitch. Somebody's bitch in here. We now own, CBI now owns the Viagra Triangle. Her girlfriend Becky, just a weak ass character. Shanti's like, oh, you'll never be able to run these clubs, and then we see later in the episode she's not, because one of the dancers like charges a guy 250 instead of 150. Oh hell, almost breaks loose. Right, but this Stacey thing gets served. I completely forgot her and the guy on this task force were even married. But my problem is this, it's like, we then have a conversation between Claudia and her, right, and they're simply talking about, oh, you want to bring Tommy down, don't you? And it's like, right, why are we pretending that Tommy Egan couldn't have been brought down ages ago? Like, absolutely ages ago. Like, let's not pretend that this guy couldn't have been brought down seasons ago. In Chicago, there's a big dairy truck with milk drives past me. This guy's literally involved in shootings every episode, right? Every episode in public places. He may be like, oh, but that happens in most TV shows. No, see, in most TV shows, like the actual, like, proper good ones, when the main characters are involved in these types of instances, they lay low for a couple of episodes, or it becomes like the norm of the season, or they've been laying low since the get-go. I mean, look at The Sopranos, for example. Tony didn't do shit. Like, if you think of it, everybody Tony killed was very secluded. He didn't go dropping people in broad daylight, and that's what Tommy does, drive-by shooting. Oh no, can't go to the hospital, no. Not with his priors, they'll ask questions, no cops, yada yada yada, and it's just like, this guy has killed so many. He literally blew up a fucking warehouse in broad daylight. What if Miguel had fucking security cameras footage? Trying to tell me the cops wouldn't be investigating that? Or we'll look at your CCTV. Now obviously, I don't think they had CCTV on a drug warehouse, but come on, man, this Tommy guy's too explosive, and the plot armour this guy's got, the only difference is I actually don't mind Tommy Egan. I think he's a funny character, yada yada yada, but I think the plot armour this guy's got, compared, if I could compare it to other TV shows, I look at The Walking Dead, he's got like the Daryl Dixon, the Carol Pelletier plot armour where they can just kill thousands of men and get away with it with no repercussions. Like this Tommy guy, it just feels utterly ridiculous at this point. It's like, if you want to kill him, kill him. You know, Tommy, reel it in, son. Arrest him. Guy gets away with fucking murder. You get D-Mac. I want to do a score. I don't want no fucking salary. How am I supposed to like this D-Mac character? He's just a thug. Doesn't want to go to school because they're like, shave your dreadlocks off, right? He's no doing that. Then he doesn't want a salary. He wants to run drugs. Brilliant. He wants to deal drugs like his uncle. Such a likeable kid this guy is. I mean, say what you want, but at least he likes a Braden and Tyreek in the original show, or no, like Part 2 as well. Like, at least they've got like a bit of compassion, and there's like redeeming qualities about them. Like, I just look at this D-Mac guy, and it's like, the quicker this guy catches a bullet, the better. We didn't see JP text Tommy, oh, Kate's away back. Boring. Tommy kills the shooter, and then Diamond made a phone call to the Marquez cartel. Brilliant. Miguel then phones a hitman. Oh, here, you're the best shooter this side of the river. And it's like, well, putting a lot of hype into this guy, you better deliver. We then see a couple of scenes with Gennard and Tommy getting heated. Obviously the whole gimmick is that Gennard and Diamond are going to kill D-Mac. I hope they do, because I can't stand D-Mac. But yeah, Tommy didn't like the fact Gennard stood up, but it's so true. Why is Gennard getting treated like a fucking jobber in his own crew? That, even like he said, 15 years. Then he bigs up Chicago, and he's like, this cartel ain't going to do shit to us. We ain't New York, we ain't Detroit, we ain't any other of these cities. We're going to do this, and we're going to stand strong, because no one comes into our city and fucking runs it. And it's like, well, hold on here. Tommy Egan has literally come into your city. Not only does he run your city, he literally took your own crew from you, and you've sat there like the little bitch that you are. And I don't know if that's a writing problem. I mean, and you could clearly see when Gennard was talking about it, he looked at Tommy while saying it, like, your days are numbered kind of thing. But it's just pathetic, the plot armour this guy's got. It is. I mean, there's better ways to write it, but yeah. Anyway, and then the episode ends with Chavo, cartel taking out Chavo, who was the one at the coalition to voice his opinion about going after the cartel. So yeah, guys, that is it for Force. I mean, decent enough episode, but I'd be lying, man, if I sat here and said to you that it's great TV. It is. I mean, there's action, there's some funny scenes, there's gore. I mean, it's probably one of the better shows that I'm watching. I do prefer Welcome to Derry, even if Welcome to Derry is a lot more woke. But come on, man, you watch this and it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, oh, they're trying to bring down Tommy Egan. Why are we pretending that it is impossible? It's like, with the cartels, they hide. You know, they're never out in the streets. Tommy's out in the streets every single day. So, deal with him. Anyway, 6 out of 10. Leave your thoughts down below, and peace. Episode 3 of Season 3 of Power Book 4 is in the books. I've reviewed it, well, I'll say I've reviewed it, I've watched it, and now you're about to hear the review of it. So yeah, I'm back to the channel, Fog Entertainment, and I think the Flynn family has been utterly fucked in this show. Like, utterly, like, absolutely fucking gangbanged. Could it be because it was one of the only family in the show that was white? Probably. I mean, honestly, Walter Flynn, jobbed out by his own son. His own son is a little fucking bitch, and the daughter, who's got the most going about her, but she's dead. She will die soon. Just a fucking... I mean, I thought this episode was alright, but I cannot believe how bad what's happening to Victor Flynn. It's actually fucking insane what's happened to this guy. I want to wrap him up quickly here in a nice wee bow. Anyway, Victor Flynn slept with that woman for the last episode. She's like, you're not my type, you're the one night stand type, but not my type. Right, when he was going through her bags, he found theatre tickets and he's like, oh, I'll go back in there, because he's trying to get in on Stacey and this campaign course for mayor. And it's just like, look how easy it was for him to get into this woman's pants, man. It's like one night stand city, and that's just the fucking reality in 2025. Oh, you're not my type. But then it's like, oh, you're into theatre. Oh, now you are my type, but you'll happily sleep with him just for the sake of it. She was a whore, right? A whore. And this is just the reality in 2025, folks. See, if you want your hole, you can go it like Victor Flynn here. Now, obviously, Victor Flynn, this guy doesn't look like a big bag of shite. Now, if you look like a big bag of shite, you're probably not going to get it. But reality is, it's easy. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy, brother. Alright? Because people are very fucking easy. And then Victor Flynn reports this all back to Tommy. And then that's when he goes later with the theatre tickets and gets back in with her. And her friend's like, here, it's not often a Tony like this walks in the bar. It's like, well, hold on, he walked in last night, she opened her legs like a fucking whore for him, so it is easy. He's playing her like a fiddle. But Tommy's like, yeah, once you do this for me, you're done. Like, done. Now get the fuck out of my face. It's like, well, hold on here, Victor Flynn. How much of a fucking shite bag is this Victor Flynn guy? Tommy essentially just told him to his face here, I'm using you because you're a rat, and once I've ran out of you, you're dead. And then Tommy gives up his bars here to a bunch of Albanians, and it's like, what is even left? What the fuck is even left for this guy? Nothing. So yeah, Victor Flynn, made to look like an absolute jobber, but at least he's getting his hole on the way out. And we're supposed to believe that Polly's widow is enough to keep him here? Is that enough incentive? I actually just find that absolutely mental, that that's supposed to be the fucking the massive drawing point here, to keep him in Chicago and doing all these fucking shitey tasks for Tommy Egan. It's just crazy. It is absolutely just crazy, folks. So yeah, it is what it is in that regard. Anyway, moving on. Chavo, his body gets dropped at the Barbers. I mean, Diamond is nowhere near enough pissed at Tommy here. Just isn't. It's like, nah, man. It's like, you'd expect more. But obviously some of the crews are flipping here. You get the United Kings pulling out. Oh, you guys, hermano, we got family in Mexico. This cartel beef bad for us. It's alright for you. It doesn't just stop at Chicago for us. So they pull out. You got other people pulling out. King Kilo's on the verge of pulling out unless D-Mac is dealt with. So Diamond and Gennard put D-Mac in their trap to go after this crew that are affiliated with police. And then D-Mac puts together a couple of these guys and with guns, and it's just this D-Mac guy overbooking him to the hilt. I mean, here he is with a couple of jobbers, has went into this crew that's protected by police, took all their money, blew them up with a grenade, and it's like, why isn't this guy in CBI? Look at the amount of people in CBI that just get caught with a bullet and they're dead. They're at the games. Oh, like, oh, Bones, I'm going to get the medical wire for Bones. Ridiculous is what it is, right? But I thought this storyline with D-Mac is actually pretty interesting, because it's like, oh, what's going to happen here? This is surely going to cause a rift between Tommy and Diamond, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Miguel apologised to Maria. He's bought a pig. Why has he bought a pig? Nobody really knows, but CBI's got the DSD's back. Then Tommy gives the guy money and they walk away. Claudia's protection gets pulled, but then she buys her own protection, and the woman that was going to kill her actually ends up getting killed by Claudia. He's like, I don't stab from the front, bitch. It's like, because the white bitch devil's here, or something along those lines. So yeah, she kills her. Brilliant. The mayor does a speech, and then it's revealed to the people in the report, oh no, fucking, oh, she's got a divorce. That's not good. She's just went from leading the way to middle of the pack candidate. It's like, who cares? Oh, but her husband, he's in Chicago PD, and that was the reason why she was so strong and we need her. And then she admits later, like, she's the only one that can stop the crimes and the drugs. They'll never stop it. They will never stop. And this isn't a power book problem. See drug dealing, man. No. You need someone to actually, like, clamp down on it. And yeah, I mean, Donny T might be it, but I tell you what, for free, these fucking jobbers ain't gonna do it. And then it's like, oh, we need to bring down Tommy Egan. All these people asking about Tommy Egan. I mean, Tommy Egan commits about 5 crimes an episode. Why are they pretending they can't get him? Then it's revealed to a Stacey Marks person that there was a clerical order, thing with the warrant, and that one of, like, the numbers on the address for it, so it looks like the case against Marquez is going to get thrown out. We then find out that the guy who was the clerk is actually dirty and he's in with the Marquez cartel, and it's like, does this not just show you how corrupt everything is? That because a simple fucking number was wrong on a warrant, it's unlaw and unjustified, even though they caught them with so much illegal shit. The world's just fucking pish, man. The hit is off on Tommy, and the guy who's supposed to deliver the hit then gets took by Miguel, who tortures him, gets the information he needs, and then feeds him to the pig. And they get called off because the Marquez cartel want to take Tommy out themselves, but it's like, this guy gets brought in, oh, he's the most deadliest shooter this side of the river, and or the lake. I think they're on about Lake Michigan or whatever the fuck. And it's like, so hold on here. This guy's supposed to be the best shooter and he just gets wiped out like this. Alright, I mean, he does get threatened with getting his balls cut off and fed to the pig, and he ends up getting chopped up and fed to the pig anyway. But all this hype for a guy that was just nothing about. Tommy meets with the Serbs, right? And I didn't get this. So Tommy goes in, unstrapped, and he's like, right, I'll give you revenge on Marquez. That's a common thing for us. And the new leader of the Serbs is like, well, that's brilliant, Tommy. I just happen to know the exact location of Marquez's uncle. And it's like, so hold on, you know the exact location of Marquez's uncle, but you're not willing to fucking act on it and get revenge for Mirkovic? How weak did this make the Serbs? And it's like, Tommy and then the other guys rock up to get revenge, and it's like, yeah, the Serb leader goes with them, but how weak? Oh, but they didn't want to go against the cartel. This just makes everybody... I think this is the problem with Power, right? The real problem with this fucking franchise. There is too many fucking spins. Alright, we'll join up. There's this coalition. We're tag teaming. I went back on this deal. See, in the fucking real world, folks, right? See, if you go back on one too many deals, you can't be trusted. I know cash is king and all that shit, but see if you watch like other TV shows, see if like groups pull the plug on one another, there seems to be the straw that broke the camel, the straw that broke the camel's back. But see, in this franchise, it doesn't matter what happens, you can come back for it. Like, look at the amount of times like Tommy and Ghost feuded with each other, tried to kill each other, ended up killing people they cared about and loved each other. And they ended up being back to best pals. I know it's different because they were always best pals, but anyway, man, I thought the Serbs looked incredibly weak here. I think Victor Flynn looks incredibly weak. The only white guy that looks any form fucking strong in this show is Tommy Egan. But he was established before the world went to fucking Wokeville. So yeah, I mean, a bit absolute mince if you ask me, and that's pretty much how the episode ends, because D-Mac rocks up, gives the good information to Gennard and Diamond's like, well, yep, that's you back in CBI. And then of course what happens is Tommy walks in and is like, what the fuck, you mean you back in CBI? So I mean, that's a good way to end the episode, a good cliffhanger. Looking forward to episode 4. I'm going to watch it here when I get in. But yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of problems with this franchise, and it's been evident since season 1 of Power, all the way back in 2014. I feel like there's just too many. So you've got too many crews and groups, and it's like, see, once there's one betrayal, man, it shouldn't lead to like another 17. Is my point. But I thought this episode was pretty good. And I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Looking forward to episode 4. Going to watch it when I can. Peace. Welcome back, guys, to Fog Entertainment. It's not our usual surroundings today when we're doing this review. No, I'm on a boat, alright, and I don't have my notes. Well, actually, I do have my notes in my bag, but I ain't getting my notes out to review Power Book 4, Season 3, Episode 4 in a public place would be a bit weird. So what we're going to do is we're going to do it off of memory. So we're getting there. I'll probably watch another episode tonight of it, but I feel like things are beginning to get into gear. So the episode begins. Tommy is obviously confronting Gennard, he's confronting Diamond, and he's confronting D-Mac about the whole situation. I tell you what, I think Diamond and Gennard did a pretty good job of covering their own tracks here, and essentially said, well, they had to do it, had to bring him in close because he killed King Kilo, which, I mean, yeah, valid point. I mean, to come up with that in the fly is pretty impressive, but Tommy's like, here, you ain't in CBI, so get out of here. And then he tells Gennard, right, like, here, I'm talking to your brother, so you piss off. I actually think the way Gennard has been treated in this show it is nothing short of fucking crazy, folks. Like, if you actually look at it, this guy ran CBI for 15 years, and albeit Tommy and Diamond, right, I think we can all admit, are doing a better job, even though you could say, well, he kept them going for 15 years, what's going to be left of them at the end of this season? I mean, that's a valid point. I'll take it on board, but at the same time, man, absolutely crazy. Let me take a drink of my hot chocolate. It's freezing. I'm going to step back down here. I think the top deck of a boat is the best course for action, but it's the way he speaks to Gennard, and Diamond just lets it happen. But this episode, so essentially, Gennard sorts it out with King Kilo, says it wasn't D-Mac that killed him. We thought it was D-Mac. It turns out it was actually this guy called Rashad, who was leading like the Sons of Destruction group, and the Sons of Destruction were about to walk away from the coalition, and they didn't, because their number 2 guy, you could tell by the way he gave Tommy the bag, like, oh, I don't want to give you the bag kind of deal. So that was kind of interesting, like, oh, what's going to happen there? But I think the death, right, that Tommy gave this Rashad guy, I mean, he's a fucking psychopath. Let's call a spade a spade. Tommy Egan is a psychopath. See, in terms of a main character that is like the lead of a show, I don't think you'll get a more I know we can talk about like Dexter, right? But I mean, Tommy is like literally torturing this guy for nothing. I mean, I know you can say, oh, but he has to make it look like this guy was the one that killed King Kilo's nephew. And here, I'll take that on board. But the way Diamond and Tommy killed this guy, like, I mean, take out the King Kilo side of things, man. I'm not convinced they just don't kill him like this anyway. Like, I'm not even taking the piss. I think they just fuck it. They're sick, and Diamond doesn't even question it, which is even more insane, man. But anyway, then towards the end of the episode, because all was made good there, even though Gennard does tell King Kilo here, if you want me to kill D-Mac just for the sake of it, then I'll do it. and then King Kilo like thinks about it, and he doesn't. And then it's at this point you're thinking, right, Gennard, this has surely got Gennard in good. He relays this information back to Diamond, and Diamond just tells him thank you. I mean, no wonder Gennard's pissed off here. He's like, hold on here, I'm jumping through fucking hoops, making sure everything's great, la 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 la, and you're just fucking jobbing me out, left, right and centre, you big diddy. Yeah. It's kind of fucking insane how, like, Tommy's come in. I don't think I'll ever rewatch this show, but in terms of Tommy Egan just sticking his fucking nose in CBI business and taking over, it's actually kind of insane. Easy. I think he was just allowed to do it. Anyway, what other stuff happened this episode? Stacey Victor continues to play her like a fiddle. He gives his new girlfriend the donation for her campaign. He gives a whole lot of talk about, oh, here, DEI, man. She's like, oh, so you do know your history, huh? And it's like, how about you just shut your hole, jabroni, right? Shut your fucking hole. How about that? Talk about those apples, big man. And it's like, she's not even questioning where his donation's coming from, and obviously it's coming from Tommy Egan, so it's going to obviously hinder her campaign here, which is pretty funny. Elise is told by Claudia, yeah, I'm fucked, but if you can get Tommy on tape confessing to a murder, then I'll be alright. Who in the right fucking mind thought this was going to be a good idea? Given this Elise, who couldn't even confront one of her own workers a couple of episodes ago, who thought that was going to be good? No one. Anyway, fentanyl's hit the streets. The guy that's in with the cartel, but he's also in the government, he's worried about this because Stacey's going to clamp down hard on Marquez so they can put a timeline together. And this is so fucking weird. They're like, yeah, one of these guys killed was an LGBTQ fucking advocate, so they're going to care about this drug death. Well, isn't that just brilliant? Oh, everyone else that dies, fuck you, you're straight, but here you're an advocate for LGBT, so it's alright. I'm on in then, on in. I mean, it's like, what the fuck are we? Play the game, son. I tell you what, it's fucking freezing out here, man. My fingertips are going fucking numb, reviewing power. Anyway, she tries to record like the recording of Tommy Egan, and Tommy Egan obviously does not admit to killing anybody. Again, why did Claudia Flynn think that Elise talking to Tommy was going to get him to a murder? Now, to be fair, on the tape he was like, I'm going to kill you, but then he also knew she was like taping him, so I tell you what, he's like, yeah, next time I'll kill you, but killing you is not on my to-do list today, which I thought was pretty funny. And yeah, I mean, Marquez gets a blowjob for somebody in the prison. Looks like she was wearing a uniform, so well done to Big Marquez. Miguel got him that. There was a meet with Shay. Tommy's like, you know what, I know there's been a lot of bodies hitting the floor, but how about you triple the product and I'll sell it all. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes. D-Mac is then told by Tommy and back in CBI. You see how this show just fucking does constant flips. Tommy's been consistent with CBI. D-Mac's like, you're not in it. And then he's like, I said, fuck it, you're in it. Nah, you can be in it. And it's just, man, absolutely fucking insane. And I'm pretty sure it's just, that's the episode. I'm trying to think anything else that happened. Well, yes, Claudia got released because she's going to give up intel on the Marquez cartel, and she also told Stacey that if she gets released, then Tommy's going to try and kill her. Again, how retarded does this make Tommy? It's like, oh, this guy's so safe, man. You'll never arrest him on a drug charge. We might be able to arrest him on a murder charge. Claudia Flynn gets arrested, and this guy's outside the government building with his hood up, about to shoot her. Like the guy says not careful. Like, seeing you look at other shows and how like well protected to a degree other people are when it comes to this shit, when it comes to like evading the law, and then you watch Par, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Racing our ping pong. Anyway, I'll give this episode a 6 out of 10. I'm going to watch episode 5 later, but as for right now, I'm going to warm my hands up and I'm going to go in and play the puggy machine, hopefully win some more money. So till next time, peace.
Another Flynn bites the dust. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. It's the midway point of the final season of Power Book 4. Power Book 4, 4th season 3. It's a mouthful when you try and get these spin-offs of the Power franchise out there in the intro, but we're there, halfway through the final season. And yeah, like I said, another Flynn bites the dust. R.I.P. to Claudia Flynn. If you didn't want spoilers, then here, I'm going to put it in the title, so don't greet. This episode's been out for about a month. I'm getting caught up now. I didn't even know she died, but I do know now. And yeah, I mean, I liked Claudia Flynn. Thought she was a decent character. I think it's all too predictable though, the way she goes out. Tommy killing her. By God, that wouldn't have took much of a brainstorm. And I thought the scene was fine. We'll get to it later, but there was one line that Tommy said to her that really fucking annoyed me. And he calls her the baddest Flynn. No, now here, I will accept her being more badass than Victor Flynn, who, for whatever reason, is the last one left. He is a literal rat, he's a literal cuck, and he's a literal jobber. He's not the guy that I thought he would turn out to be. When this show first started, you got Tommy Flanagan,
playing Walter Flynn, leading the Flynn family, I'm thinking, maybe Victor Flynn's going to build this legacy into the future seasons of this show. Victor ends up killing Walter, then rats pretty much immediately. And he was already a cuck in season 1, but I could almost look past that. They built him up and something, but no. And Victor's still alive, so yeah, I mean, Claudia, for me, is better than Victor Flynn. Better character, yada yada yada. More badass, I'll accept that. Actual good character development there. But to suggest that she's more badass than Tommy Flanagan, did we see his final scene where he walked out with a fucking shot-off shotgun and was dropping people left, right and centre? It was great until Victor shot him. Some great lines, some great moments, and is it any wonder this show died on its arse for me as soon as Walter Flynn died? No, definitely not. But let's get into the episode. So, episode begins. A white crew called the Yardies hit a drive-by on CBI. Turns out this is the crew that Tommy attacked in season 1 when he first arrived in Chicago, and they're only enacting revenge now. I don't know what the timeline is, but I'm going to assume even though it's been like 4 years since season 1 came out, I'm going to assume in the show it's been about a year. Why are they only getting revenge now? Crazy. Wheelchair guy gets killed. Tommy wants to meet with Claudia. Stacey's like, right, you can meet with him, but we need to monitor the whole meet. The meet goes ahead. He spies on it and figures out that she's made a deal with the police, and he's like, here, you shouldn't be talking about dealing drugs at your wee nightclubs because you don't know who's listening, obviously implying that he's fully aware that the police are listening and he doesn't want to incriminate himself. Stacey meets with this old white guy, big bad Chicago Police Department. He's like, if you give me $100K, then know what we'll do? I'll back you, and so will the CPD, Chicago Police Department. But then she's like, nah. Then the police turn their back at her press conference. Things aren't looking good for her. She needs a big donation. He then tells her, if you give me $150K, 50% on top of the $100K, then I'll make the CPD work. But she keeps denying it. I'm not doing it. I'm not agreeing to that deal. Then later in the episode, she is confronted by Tommy and Victor Flynn, which we will get to later on. Gennard and Diamond, they want revenge on the Yardies, but Diamond, he came across so weak here. He wanted revenge. Then we see the meat go down. And then it's like he's getting in bed with the Yardies who just killed a few members of his crew. Then he reveals, as long as you give up the guy that did the kill, then we're good. The Yardie guy refused to do that. And then CBI essentially wipe out all the Yardies. I thought this made Diamond look weak, even though he still killed the majority of them. It made CBI look so pathetic, albeit for about 15 seconds, but by God, I was really questioning the guy's leadership. At this point, Claudia has like a final conversation with Victor, wanting to take back the Flynn dynasty. He rejects this offer. He's like, nah, I'll just be Tommy Egan's little bitch. Then his new girlfriend rocks up and she's like, she's familiar. He's like, oh my God, that's Claudia Flynn. How does she recognise Claudia Flynn but not Victor Flynn, who she's dating? Retarded. He tells her everything. He points out, I'll let you go, but I know if you go, my whole life's destroyed. He's like, yeah, I used you at the start, but I love you now. So she joins him back. We see Tommy and Victor have a conversation back and forth. Oh, your sister paid me a visit, but I know you know that kind of deal. He then points out about the art student that was the one that was testifying against Victor, which led him to that. So Tommy goes to her, gives her 25 grand, makes her film a video, and lies that Stacey Marks forced her to give that statement against Victor Flynn. So in order to extort her, they record that, they leverage it. Stacey then gets hit with about 10 things at once. Holy shit, Victor and Tommy are working against me. She then accepts the money for Tommy. And at this point, Stacey Marks turned bad. Tommy wants to kill Claudia. Victor's willing to give her up here as well. Victor just wants his sister dead. Right? So that happens. She pulls the protective detail off Claudia. She escapes the security. Elise then gives her up to Tommy. Then we see Victor sitting down with a couple of Irish guys, and they're like, here, you've jobbed it, Victor. Tommy's gave our bars to the Albanians, and you're sitting here with your thumb up your arse. Then Victor's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to step up to task and bring the Walter Flynn name back. And then what happens is he leaves her a voice message. Claudia's like, yeah, you know, actually what you said earlier was bang on the money. I'm gonna get back up onto task here. And then Jesus fucking Christ, we get a shootout between Tommy and Claudia. I mean, it was fine, but it was so predictable. Like she's never killing him. But seeing I watched the original, and what the problem is, I knew he was killing her. See, when I seen the original Power show, I'll stand by this. I think the rooftop shootout between Proctor and Tommy, in what episode was it? Well, I know it's season 6. I think it was season 6, like episode 8, around about that time. I think that is one of the best one-on-one shootouts in a TV show that I've watched. That is the highest praise that I can give it, because I've watched a lot of great TV between Tommy Egan and Joe Proctor. But see, watching it, I didn't even think... I thought Joe might escape. Tommy ends up killing him in the end. But see, this one, it didn't feel like that. It never felt like Claudia was going to escape. Doesn't escape. He calls her the baddest Flynn. Lies. Shoots her between the eyes. And that's her dead. He also gave $1 million to Elise to give up Claudia. Crazy. Maria, she's pregnant. Boring. Who cares? Conversation between Tommy and Shanti, because Tommy wronged Shanti to deal with the body of Claudia. And then they're discussing like the CBI's going after Yardies, and Tommy's like, well, I didn't sign off on that. She's like, yeah, there's some brotherly love going on there, and they're not bringing me and you into the loop. It's like, what? All Tommy does is do deals for CBI and doesn't bring Gennard in. It's like the pot calling the kettle black here. I don't understand how these two can be. These two are literally cooperating behind Gennard and Diamond's back by getting rid of Claudia Flynn's body. But and all they've done throughout this season and the previous seasons, like Tommy and Diamond have went against Gennard. It's pathetic, man. Here's Diamond and Gennard dealing with a problem that Tommy created, mind you, and Tommy's bitching about it. Makes no sense. They meet with Shay. Shay's like, well, your brother or Diamond, as long as you make me money, I won't kill you, kind of deal. We laugh. La 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 la. Maria cleans up the blood. Tommy arrives back. I thought this was going to be... I thought I was going to beat you back for the hospital, and I was going to clean this up. Obviously, she was going to tell him that she's pregnant, but now she doesn't. She lies, and she's like, I made the final 3 for the promotion. And Tommy, fake as fuck, that's so good. That's so good. This guy deals drugs. He's like a millionaire. Probably close to a billion. Well, he's not close to a billionaire, but he's got a lot of money. Deals drugs, drops people on the every day, and here he is pretending to fucking care about her wee promotion at work. No, this was so fake, but they weren't doing it from a fake perspective. They were actually pretending that Tommy cared. See, if this was The Sopranos and Meadow or AJ or Carmela came in with similar news like this, Tony would pretend to care, but that's the way they would script it, and it would come across like he didn't give a fuck, because he doesn't give a fuck, really. Here, it felt forced. And at the end of the episode, there was also like a napkin that said Barcelona on it. Is she going to flee to Barcelona? I don't know. Is she going to get an abortion? I don't know. Anyway, R.I.P. to Claudia Flynn. Decent character. She's not the baddest Flynn. That's Walter Flynn, played by Tommy Flanagan, of course. But yeah, big character death. 5 to go. Looking forward to the rest of the season. Multiple more twists as we hit the second half of the final season of Power Book 4, Season 3. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. And I said the final season of Power Book 4, Season 3. Season 3 is the final season. Let's just get into it. So the episode begins. Claudia Flynn, her body is strung up everywhere. At this point, your wee man walks in. He's like, here, the cartel case is dead. Stacey Marks ain't happy. I mean, this is so fucking obvious that it points towards Tommy Egan, and yet she's trying to spin it in a way against Tommy Egan, or I guess I should say from Egan, but it looks so obvious. So her and the wee guy, it's a double agent for the Marquez cartel. He wants to put it on Tommy, she wants to put it on the cartel. It made for quite a funny dynamic. The fat fuck that was working with him has been transferred, and some other attractive, well, I say attractive woman. I mean, she's fairly attractive. She's probably about mid-40s. Looks no bad there. Looks a lot better than the fat fuck, the Jabba the Hutt, the Jaffa Cake Muncher, whatever you want to call her. That's what she was. Fick. Right, I thought this scene was fucking crazy, by the way, and not in a good way. So Fick Flynn and the 2 Irish guys walk into the Albanian bar, outnumbered. 3 on 12. What was Fick Flynn Right? What what was he expecting by walking into this bar, by the way? No, seriously. No. What was Vic Flynn thinking walking into this pub? He get made to look like a fucking dick is what happened. The Albanians tell him, yeah, go and give Tommy a wee back massage. Tell you what, you can go give me a fucking back massage. No homo, my back's fucked. I don't know what I've done to it. Anyway, they walk out with their tail between their legs, and he finds out his sister's dead. Not very good. Tommy and Diamond have a conversation. Oh, don't ever let that happen again, Diamond. Is that no embarrassing? The way Diamond lets Tommy speak down to him. Obviously, this season is I think the way it's going is with this episode. I think Tommy's going to end up on his lonesome, and then he's going to reach out to like Tyreek and co. I have no idea how it plays out, but something like that's going to happen. I'm expecting a lot of bodies to hit the floor in the last couple of episodes. The police think the Marquez cartel took out the Yardies, so we see Stacy's with X at this point, and some guy plant evidence on fucking Miguel's number 2. After the meet with Shay, Tommy and Diamond, they're happy doubling everything Shay's got, and Shay's like, oh Miguel, if you can't do it, I'll give it, if you're slacking, I'll give it to Tommy. No, but his number 2 gets arrested, and he got caught with 5 bricks on him due to some dirty police work. It's funny how it's like, oh look, these cops are dirty, right? These cops are dirty. The guy actually had 5. The guy had 5 fucking bricks in the boot, and he belonged to Miguel's organisation. Let's not pretend like the way this is done. It's almost like white cop bad, right? But it's not like they planted fucking evidence. There's only one guy planting evidence this episode. It was Tommy and D-Mac. Definitely. So anyway, Miguel meets with the Marquez guy inside. He's like, I know where Tommy's going to be, dinner with me. And he's like, right, my grandfather was this flower, yada yada yada. Either Tommy dies or you die, Miguel. She doesn't get an abortion. Brilliant. Tommy then confronts Vic over Claudia. He basically tells Vic to know his role. He's like, on my first day in this city, I fucked your bitch and I broke your best man's arm. You're not a bad boy, Flick. Your daddy was a gangster. Don't make you one. Tommy just fucking annihilated this guy. Like, seriously, right? I know they're never in a million years going to kill Tommy Egan, especially in this spin-off. They're going to do it. It'll be some big show down the road. But fucking hell, you would expect some form of payback for Victor Flynn. Personally, if I'm writing the script for the next 4 episodes, I'm having Victor Flynn try and get revenge on Tommy and kills Maria and the unborn baby, because that guy needs something. He needs some form of win, because all he's picking up is L. Gennard goes to speak with, what do you call her? Shanti. And she is fucking... I actually can't stand her, man. Just fucking greeting, because he didn't bring her along to the meet with Shay. We know for a fact this Shay guy doesn't like meeting with outsiders. Imagine if Diamond brought Gennard and brought Shanti next to him. It's actually embarrassing, man, the way she's fucking acting bitchy around him here. Gennard should have fucking backhanded her. Know your role. Seriously. Like, this was actually embarrassing. It's like, we're not talking about just some random fucking... This shit guy's serious. But you didn't introduce me to him. What? Know your fucking role. Actually embarrassing. So Jay sets up like this fentanyl connect to Hong Kong. Obviously, D-Mac robbed these people a few episodes ago. That's definitely going to blow back in their faces. I'm looking forward to that. Tommy sold the guns earlier in the episode to get the Ariations on board. Some fucking Golden Desert Eagles, some MW2 type shit. If you know, you know. Gennard's not happy about this. But in order to pass the fentanyl, Diamond says, we'll do it through the coalition. So obviously, that'll be against Tommy's wishes. He doesn't like fentanyl, damn it. He doesn't like it. Maria gets Tommy to bail out Miguel with the 5 million and then pay the 10% of the bail, which is kind of funny. D-Mac frames the Marquez soldier. And at this point, your wee guy, it's double teaming, thinks, oh shit, I'm in the doghouse. We then have a conversation between Vic Tommy and Stacey. Vic just buries Stacey. He's like, you know your fucking role. I'm Victor Flynn. I killed my daddy. I killed that other guy. You're going to do everything he says, or else we're going to fuck you, because all you do is spew lies. You're as dirty as us. I like this wee outburst for Vic. Then he took back the pub for the Albanians. So the Irish, the Flynns, they're getting a wee bit, you know, they're getting a wee bit of their name value back, so to speak. D-Mac and his girlfriend, boring. She's a bitch as well. Fuck me, what is it with the women in this show? They're always cunty bitches. I mean, Claudia was a bit of a cunty bitch, but at least she could fucking back it up. Maria's alright. I'll give Maria that. But there's a real lack of... I think there's a real lack of likeable women in this franchise, fucking even. Honestly. I like Jukebox, to be fair. But, yeah. Anyway, episode pretty much ends. You get the freeway dinner between Tommy, Miguel, and Maria. Miguel, after finding out that she's pregnant and Tommy loves her, he's like, oh, Tommy, stay for dessert. Don't let my hitters kill you. But obviously, he was told, if Tommy doesn't die, you die. So it looks like Miguel is going to have the target on his back, brother. Anyway, guys, leave your thoughts down below. I will give this episode I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I thought it was pretty good. I do think the logic, like, the writing's not the best, but there's plenty to dive into and get your teeth stuck into. And you know what, man? See from a show, that's all you can really ask for. That's the bare minimum, and the bare minimum from a good show, and I lag in marrow. It's safe to say that Tommy Egan has left his mark on Chicago. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. 4th last episode of Power Book 4. Force. A lot of words, a lot of seasons. I don't like calling it book, but that's the full title of the series, isn't it? What was the intro referring to? Well, Tommy Egan killed Stacey Marks, to the surprise of no one. I actually thought it was pretty well done, though, but we'll get into the episode. And fun fact as well, I thought the finale was done. I thought the show was wrapped up like a month ago, but it turns out the finale doesn't come out to the 16th of January, so I will probably definitely get the other 2 episodes watched, reviewed, and I think it'll be Fairy City until then. But obviously this premiered season 3 back start of November. Just took a while to get caught up and busy, work, etc, etc, etc. So yeah, could finally get caught up for the finale. Looking forward to it. But let's begin with the episode. And we had a nightmare, a literal nightmare. It was Stacey having a nightmare, everyone finding out, oh, Tommy, you're in bed with Tommy Egan, the biggest fucking drug dealer in Chicago. Wakes up, it was just a dream. Tommy then gets confronted by the Albanians. They're not very happy that some guys came into their bar, the Irish bar, and battered them and said they own it now. Now again, I think this is really shite writing. Is it not fucking obvious it was Victor Flynn and his crew? Now, they did. I mean, the Albanian himself didn't even fucking reference this. Peter, P-E-T, then a big R, right? He didn't even reference the fact it could have been Flynn. Like, look at the way the last episode played out. So Victor Flynn storms in, right, to the bar with 2 other guys. Gets made to look like the little cuck that he is. He tucks his tail between his legs. He then leaves, and then he comes back later with masks on. Does it not point towards him? Fuck the masks. It still points towards him. And again, I cannot believe what they're doing with Victor Flynn. It is actually fucking pathetic, to be honest. We then have an emergency coalition meeting. Fentanyl gets voted through unanimously. Jay then tells Tommy about this. Tommy's no happy. Gennard and Tommy getting into it throughout this episode, and let's just say Tommy Egan plays Gennard like an absolute fucking fiddle. Miguel, he rallies the troops, and in terms of what happens with him this episode, not an awful lot. He rallies the troops against the Marquez cartel, and then the 2 hitters, well, I only thought there was going to be 1 hitter, but then the 2 hitters come after him. He manages to survive it and kill 1 inadvertently in the process. Gennard rocks up to Victor's apartment, warns him, essentially tells him, here, you can kill Tommy, but he also says that Tommy will want a body. Is proof that the blowback for the Irish has been dealt with here. Again, here's Victor Flynn, let's just get to it, kills his friend that he grew up with just to satisfy Tommy, and Tommy's like, I couldn't give a fuck, just make sure it doesn't happen again. I can't be the only, I mean, I call it every episode, where are they going with this Victor Flynn guy? There's 3 episodes left. This guy is like, I've never seen a character so pussified in a TV show before in my life, and considering his dad was the great Walter Flynn, Tommy Flanagan. This guy was even quoting him. He's like, pieces for bitches. And then he smacked him with a shillelagh. I mean, he's like, there'll never be another one like him. Damn right. And his son, Victor, is never in a million years going to be like him. I can't believe Victor was actually the one that pulled the trigger and killed him. Downright disgusting, if you ask me. Tommy then meets with Stacey in the bar. It's kind of just goes nowhere. JP meets up with D-Mac. He says to him sorry, right? And what I thought was funny about this scene is he references when he came out to his dad and tries to compare it to D-Mac being in a gang. It's like, hold on here, right? I'm so surprised that in 2026 now, there is a show that's trying to put on a similar playing field that being in a fucking gang, being a gangbanger, is on the same level as being gay. Because that's essentially what this is. He's like, my dad didn't speak to me for all those years after I came out, so son, I'm not going to fall out with you for being a gangbanger. Let's be a loving family. What? How the fuck is that even comparable? Crazy. Now here I'll happily accept, and some people would rather their son be a criminal, a gangbanger than gay, but I think between the dynamic between these two is not leaned that way. Anyway, is what it is. Marquez, he wants Egan and Miguel both dead. Will this guy deliver? Who knows? He didn't deliver on Miguel though, and there was no attempt on Tommy this episode either. Diamond this episode, he's going off the rails. He's getting drunk as Big Diamond Sampson. He's like, fuck it, pushing fentanyl into the jails. I don't care how many bodies rack up, I want the money. At this point, how much money's the guy got? A lot. Chisen confronts Stacey and is like, oh, what's going on here? He gets confronted then by the Marquez cartel, gets warned, a stern warning that if you don't come up with a good son, your ass is grass. We're going to smoke it. So that was pretty interesting. Anyway, like I said, Victor Flynn earlier, killing his pal, delivering him to Tommy. Where is this character go? Can someone actually comment where is this character going, by the way? Like, see it now, like, what? I've never seen it before. I've never seen a character with so much potential. I mean, the writing should have been on the wall the first couple of episodes when Tommy rocked up and just, I mean, bitch slapped him about the place. Pathetic. And then he tells Tommy, oh, my new girlfriend's off limits, and Tommy's like, you don't fucking tell me who's off limits. And it's like, this guy just, like, they're never going to kill Tommy Egan, but I feel like the show needs to give Victor Flynn something. Like, last episode I thought was the beginning of Victor Flynn delivering, but it's like, well, see that takeover back of that Irish bar for the Albanians. What was that then? Was that just filler? What's going to happen in episode 8? The remaining Irish guy's going to be like, Fick, what happened? What happened? Anyway, Tommy plays Gennard like a fiddle here. He puts Gennard and Shanti against each other. So he finds out that Gennard was a druggie. I thought Tommy knew this, but he didn't. So he gets a stripper to sleep with Gennard and give him drugs and tells Shanti to go to the club at the same time. We can all know where this situation's going, brother. And yeah, this scene lasted about fucking 10 minutes. The meltdown, the breakup, basically said, no, you never loved me. And she's like, you could have had everything. And then she goes outside, destroys his Lamborghini. And, I mean, I never thought at the time, but this has massive ramifications because Shanti then tells Tommy later in the episode that Gennard and Diamond were the ones that tried to kill D-Mac. They're the ones that keep putting them on these like hits to try and get him killed, but they tried to do it without you knowing. And it's like, hold on here, you were a part of this. Why is this Shanti character getting away with it? Just because she's fell out with Gennard and Diamond, Tommy just lets her go. Well. No. Don't work for me, brother. She wanted D-Mac dead more than the other two at one point. Gennard was the one that kept sparing them because he wanted to use him against King Kilo. Well, let's not forget about that. Then we got a scene with the D-Mac family dinner. My sexuality's fluid. Fuck up, jabroni. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, loser. Stacey then tells her ex-husband that they're currently going through a divorce. I'm compromised. He's like Tommy Egan. She breaks down. Wah, wah, wah. We then got a scene with Kate Egan It lasted too long, the scene between her and D-Mac on the phone. Well done, Kate. But this was fucking tragic. Let's call a spade a spade. Very, very, very tragic. Anyway, probably my favourite scene of the episode here. So, Tommy obviously gets told by Shawnee about everything. He then storms in to the barber shop basement, confronts Gennard, confronts Diamond. D-Mac's there, and shit just hits the fan. Tommy gets booted out of CBI. Him and Diamond get into a massive brawl. I mean, realistically, if this guy didn't have plot armor, what would have happened here is that Gennard and Diamond would have killed him. They probably would have killed Bones, and they probably would have killed D-Mac, although, because I think Bones is definitely more on the Tommy side of things, but how Tommy's been able to walk out of here alive is fucking beyond me, but I really enjoyed this scene where a lot of truths get revealed and shit like that, and Diamond actually sticking up for Gennard for once, so fair. I mean, and also Tommy making it that because Gennard was taking drugs last season is such a horrible thing, right? And I'm not advocating for it, but it's like, hold on here. Everybody in this show is on drugs to a degree. Tommy used to be on drugs in the original par, so. Well, but no one else knows that. Well, I fucking know it. The Fuhrer knows it, so don't insult my intelligence on that level. Marquez then reaches out to the hitman, the sole remaining hitman. The word on the street, Maria pregnant, and Tommy Egan, the father of Miguel's sister, Miguel's sister. No, he's going to be the father of Miguel's sister's baby. So the hitman's like, fuck it, forget about those two, kill her and the baby, then we'll get Tommy and Miguel. So that's an interesting plot point for the next episode. Stacey then confronts Tommy after that pep talk with her ex-husband. You gotta be honest, Stacey, to the end. So obviously Tommy walks up, battered and bruised for his big brawl with Diamond. She goes on a monologue. He's like, here, I own you, shut the fuck up, we'll forget this ever happened. She keeps going on, and he just whips out a gun, shoots her in the stomach, and then shoots her in the head. So the next mayor candidate is dead. I can't remember what her actual title in office was here, but obviously she was high up in the police. Was it district attorney? Might have been that. Yeah, so Tommy kills her. Big character death. I thought it was a good episode. I feel like 40 minutes in, nothing really happened. But then you obviously got Gennard versus Shawnee. You got Shawnee telling Tommy. And you also got that interesting, great scene between Tommy, Gennard and Diamond. And then the end scene was pretty crazy. But only 3 episodes to go. Like I said at the start, 2 episodes are out. The series finale doesn't come out the 16th of January. So I should get caught up for that. And the Fairy Fids will be out in getting full traction on them. So yeah, leave your thoughts down below. I will give it, I'll get an 8 out of 10. I thought it was pretty good, even if it was, yeah, I mean the whole fucking, it was so weird to hear him compare how him coming out and his son being a gangbanger was somehow on the same level. In the third last episode of Power Book 4, business is picking up. Bodies are hitting the floor, and they're all pretty much a result of Gennard. So let's not waste any time. Let's get into it, because I want to get into this and watch the next episode. I can't remember the last time I was watching a show and I finished in it, especially a current show. It's alright watching old shows, but in terms of a show it's on in 2025/2026, I can't remember the last time I finished an episode and went, fuck, I need to see what happens in episode 9 here. So yeah, really looking forward to it. But let's get into the episode 8 review. Bobby, Big Bobby. He's at the crime scene. Obviously, Stacey Marks is dead. He finds the phone. We later see him give a conversation to Tommy over the phone, who answered it, because Tommy's wondering, why the hell Stacey Marks ringing me? I thought I dealt with her. And then he tells Singh that we need to focus all of our attention on Tom Egan, because he's the one that did it, because Stacey was in too much over her head with this guy. That's obviously music to his ears, because he's working with the Marquez cartel, and he wants any excuse to take it away from the Marquez cartel. And he is told here by the cartel, if you don't do your job, we're going to kill you and your wife and your entire family. And he's like, alright, give me to tomorrow. He'll be out of jail and the RICO case will be dropped. So that was interesting. Right, so Diamond, he's emphasising here to Gennard, right, you and Shawnee need to lock down these streets. But Gennard doesn't tell Diamond about what's happening. Then Gennard goes has the conversation with Shawnee. Obviously, after what happened last episode, this relationship's dead in the water, but you thought maybe they can be professional and keep business alive, but she completely rejects it and then jumps into bed, essentially, with Tommy, because Tommy, this episode, he's kicked out of CBI, he's going around trying to create his own
coalition, so he can get Shanti on board. He's got some Albanians on board, so there you go. That's pretty good. That's what I like to hear. Shay then tells Tommy he's got 24 hours or he's done. So episode 9, those 24 hours are going to be up. And Tommy, later down the episode, him and Miguel are partnering up here with Shanti. So Miguel, Tommy and Shanti against the Sampson brothers. Then you factor in the cartels. Fick's running about doing his own thing. The next 2 episodes are going to be explosive. Not that this one wasn't, of course, but he needs an army. Does Tommy, absolutely. Fick receives a phone call. He finds out here that Stacey's dead, so Fick looks like he's going to go and do his own thing. Ace sounds rattled. The Raheem guy, who's like Gennard's number 2, is siding with Shanti. This is going nowhere. He gives her like a duffel bag worth of cash, which then she gives to Tommy and Miguel later in the episode to give to Shay tomorrow, so he doesn't chop all their heads off. The feds are at Tommy's house to then raid JP's house. Then, what do you call him? D-Mac, he gets booted out of the house that he was there with his pal, because he buried the guy. He's like, yeah, you say you're back in CBI, but when I got here, your mother was working 3 jobs and Shane had to quit one, son. And so he gets booted out. He moves in with JP. Well, I say moves in with JP. We'll get to that later on. Turns out King Kilo is getting out later on. And how's that going to go down? Who knows? But Diamond comes up with a great idea of, well, you know what? How about we tell King Kilo that it was Tommy's nephew, D-Mac, that did the killing and that we got all the information wrong. So they've told him it was D-Mac, then they've told him it was this other guy, and now they're telling him it's D-Mac again. You can understand why this King Kilo guy's getting pissed off. Absolutely. JP walks up, punches the fuck out of Gennard. How the hell you getting beat by that system, motherfucker? I thought it was a pretty funny line. So yeah, Kilo, he's out, he's having a wee party at the beach. Brilliant. Maria then gets confronted by the hitman. Hitman gets a couple of shots in, but then she gets a shot of her own in. Then she runs over the top of him, kills him, but she doesn't even get shot or nothing. And it was at this point I was like, well, I thought something was definitely going to happen to her or JP. And when she survived this hitman attempt, I just knew JP was a goner this episode. And what I will say is, I feel like they've already went down the route of Tommy losing a love interest, whether they were pregnant or not. They really need to reel it in on that front. So yeah, Fick, he then confronts Tommy, starts making him dance. He's like, who's a puppet now? Tommy shooting the ground. I mean, at least this gives Fick like a little bit of, I mean, he's still a bit of a jobber, he's still a bit of a cuck in my eyes. At least he got a bit of a W here. He got to make Tommy Egan look like a little bitch. But then Bobby and the feds arrive, arrest Fick. Bobby tells Tommy that we're coming for you, and we're going to nail you because killing you'd be too easy. Tommy's never going to jail. But see, no, I don't understand, right? Why not have Tommy go to jail? He doesn't have to go to jail for the rest of his life. But like, I don't know when the next series is coming out of Power, right? They haven't really cleared that up with the him and Tyreek show. But why couldn't he do like a 5-year stretch inside? Why is there got to be this air of invincibility? Like, why can't characters do time inside? It feels to be like the only way people do time inside in a show is if they start the show inside, or they go in for like a week and then they're out. Why can't Tommy do 5 years? And then when you bring the next spin-off back, he gets out. Or there's like a 5-year time skip, you know, sort of anything. You don't have to wait till like 2031, is my point. Because it would be good to have that jeopardy in there. I think Parr actually does an alright job with that compared to other shows as well. Gennard then tells King Kilo. Kilo's like, fuck it. You Sampson brothers have been fucking me around too often. Put a bullet in this guy. And then what happens, which I thought was quite funny, is Gennard's like, no, I'll take you to him. So Gennard and King Kilo and a few other guys rock up to JP's house. They kill the Albanian bodyguards at the door, confront JP. JP then rings Tommy. Well, King Kilo does after using his face scan. Tommy's screaming, don't you dare touch my fucking brother. And then JP's like, just because I punched you earlier, Gennard, which obviously gives Tommy the information that holy fuck, Gennard's there. And then obviously that line for JP pisses off Gennard because he's like, oh, you made me look like a bitch. And then Gennard kills JP. So Tommy Egan's brother is dead. It's about time this guy had a fucking loss, if we're being honest. Guy's been picking up W's non-stop in Chicago. I mean, I know, what do you call her? Luciana died, but this is his actual brother. So yeah, JP's dead. Tommy is crying. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. And then we're like, right, okay, what's happening here? Then like it cuts back to the house, and you're thinking, Then King Kilo gives a wee speech. He's like, "Hey, Gennard, we're fucking out of the coalition. Fuck the Sampson brothers." Then the other guy makes it like, "What even market? You got beat by this faggoty motherfucker." And then Gennard just whips out the gun, drops King Kilo, kills the other guy. As the episode ends with like a song blasting, I'm the man. So Gennard is on the fucking warpath. Also this episode, Diamond killed Sandra, which means Southside, he owns half it instead of losing half it. I mean, Diamond's been killing people and going off the rails, drinking a lot more, but it's funny, like, Diamond's drinking, Gennard's on the drugs. I think it is inevitable that these Sampson brothers... I mean, if I was to make a prediction with 2 episodes to go, I think both Sampson brothers are going to die. Gennard is 100% going to die. I think Diamond could live, but if Gennard survives this show, man, I like my hat. I think Miguel will die. I could see Maria dying. D-Mac will definitely survive. So yeah, I mean, I think Victor Flynn, he had his chance. But I just feel like Victor Flynn is such a loose end to Tommy now. There's nothing to even... It would feel almost forced if Tommy went after him. But here, 2 episodes to go. Looking forward to episode 9. Going to go watch it now. Episode 10 isn't out for another week. So hopefully that gives us time to talk about it, theory it, and yeah, Braden and Tyreek were supposed to be in this show. Maybe they're going to be in very late. Who knows? I'll get an 8 out of 10. Delivering the last couple of episodes.
The bodies are continuing to drop. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. It is the second last episode of Power Book 4 Force. It's a shame because, you know what? I think this was my favourite spin-off. I thought season 1 was brilliant. Well, I say brilliant, maybe that's a wee bit too strong. I thought it was very good. But I think season 2 went off I think season 2 completely and utterly, folks, went off the rails. But I think season 3 has brought it back. I mean, I don't think the writing's been that good, but there's been a lot of deaths, there's been a lot of blood, and that continued. This episode would probably, arguably, or maybe not even arguably, well, probably the second biggest death of the show so far. I mean, Walter Flynn's definitely above Diamond Sampson for me, but at the same time, folks, I can appreciate what happened to Walter Flynn, and I can also appreciate what happened to Diamond Sampson. But obviously, in terms of the show and everyone else's opinion, I do think Diamond would probably rank above this guy. But anyway, let's get into the episode. So, episode begins. D-Mac and Tommy, they're at some morgue, obviously saying goodbye to JP. Let's pick out the casket. Kate's obviously back. Oh, she can pick out the clothes. Am I the only person that just doesn't like this D-Mac character? Right? Like, I mean, you can maybe say every one of these is the same, but I feel like in TV shows they normally go down the route of these kids, these teens, these people that get into this are normally groomed by it. They get brought in, they get forced against their will to be in these like gangs, these drug gangs, right? But I don't think this D-Mac character, folks, has got any redeeming qualities. He kills his best friend here. His best friend's like, nah, I'm not doing it. You're my brother. I love you. And I know you can't do it because you love me too. And he just fucking shoots him. Right? His dad dies. And he's like, shows like zero fucking remorse. Zero fucking remorse towards the guy. He's like, you got nothing. He's like, fuck it, Uncle Tommy. Uncle T, let's get the fuck out of here. Not really my best Chicago accent, but you understand. I don't like him. I just don't. He kills Marshall. And he will get shot at the end of this episode, but a lot more on that later. Victor Flynn, let's wrap him up in a nice wee bow. Obviously last episode, confronted Tommy, got arrested. But like I said in the episode 8 review, Tommy's just got so much bigger fish to fry that this character is just pointless. for Tommy to even waste oxygen on, I just don't really see the point of Tommy going after him. And based off what happened here, he basically accuses this Shen guy of being dirty. And then he's like, I'll give you a statement that Tommy did it. But then Shen gets it changed from Tommy doing the kill. Well, it kind of sounded like he got it changed for Tommy doing the kill, but it's more like a statement for Fick to say that Stacey was compromised with Tommy. The job was going to bring her down, but Bobby's not too happy about that. And he's had the promise that he's not going to bring down Tommy Egan. So what he does, he goes to the restaurant. This guy's been spotted that was visiting Markovich, but it turns out, Markovich even, that, but obviously, it turns out in this instance, this guy doesn't even exist. Folks, this guy doesn't even exist, so he visits that restaurant and notices Sheng meeting with Bobby. So, that's going to open a whole can of worms. But again, this isn't the penultimate episode. I don't think these two characters are big enough to want me to care. Understand what I mean? It's like, I think the Bobby guy and Sheng guy are alright, but it's like a really watered down version of what we had in the original part, when you had the likes of Sax. You had the guy for Fast and Furious, his name's just fucking eluding me. You also had the guy, was it Mike Sandfall, and the guy that who was fucking Angela was sleeping with. You had all those guys, they felt big time, but they were connected to Angela and Ghost. But anyway, Seng, he releases Flynn, Victor, and he then goes off with his girlfriend and escapes. But again, what I didn't really understand about this entire sequence of events is, that's just Victor Flynn done. It appeared that way. But then the promo for next week kind of hints at him meeting with someone. Who's that going to be? Did he fly back to Dublin? Belfast? I don't know where he's going. But it'll be intriguing nonetheless. But I think having Victor Flynn escape is a good idea. I don't think he should be getting killed in this finale as well. This guy needs some form of like rebuild arc where he can like rebuild his stock, because what's happened here is actually fucking downright almost disgraceful to the Flynn dynasty. He needs to build it back and do something good with it. Like seriously, like Victor Flynn should be, I almost feel like Victor Flynn should have been the one to kill JP. I know it would have made a bit less sense, or kill fucking whoever, man. Just somebody close to Tommy, like fucking Mariah and the unborn kid. Miscarriage. Victor Flynn. Come on. Because guys, it feels like this guy's been fucking jobbed out every day. It's big Victor Flynn, so it's what it is. In that regards, I need to get across the road here, so is this the end of Victor Flynn? Don't think so, because he's in the trailer for the finale, so again, I see no purpose why he is so. Because what's he doing? What's he playing at? Anyway, the rest of this episode is simply going to be about, I mean, also Maria looked like she's booking a one-way ticket back to Mexico. Why the fuck's she doing that? And Kate confronts her about it. The last thing we need here is her wanting to go back to Mexico, and that's like another person for Tommy to kill. She could have just said, I want to lay low in Mexico because things are kicking off up here. And I think I panicked, you know, something along those lines. But we know Tommy Egan won't take too well to that. But the rest of the stuff that goes down this episode, right, so Diamond visits Shanti, tells her that he killed, what's her name, Sandra. She's like bricking it, she's like, well, I know things appear to be good between the Sampson brothers, but Gennard wanted to kill you, he's plotting against you, Trojan horse. What this leads to is like a confrontation between Diamond and Tommy, and essentially Diamond's like, you know I'm not going to give up my brother. Tommy's like, well, you know I'm not going to stop coming for your brother. We can end this, we can do this, we can yada yada yada. Like, I think too much is being made of Gennard here, right? Like, Tommy has been treating Gennard like dirt ever since he walked into Chicago, pretty much, right? And he didn't even know about the fact that Gennard was a junkie. He didn't know a lot about him. Like, I can understand Tommy now wanting him dead, but you feel like Tommy's wanted him dead for years, for like the 3 seasons this show's been going on. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, like the hatred Gennard's getting. Obviously, killing King Kilo, that's escalated things with the RDs. We just see a lot of shit this episode happen. Shay with Tommy gets kidnapped, him and Miguel. Miguel, you have to stay here, you have to deliver that money, Tommy. Some RDs get killed by Shay's guys, but it looked like Tommy wiped out all 5 of them. So the RDs are pissed off here. They want D-Mac, or else they're going to flip. They're going to go to war with the CBIs. Shanti drops the money off to Shay later on the episode. I mean, her whole fucking panties getting in a twist over meeting with Shay. Like, that's the whole reason she fell out with fucking Gennard. If you actually like realistically think about it, it's like, do we know how fucking serious this Shay guy is? Like, come on, play the fucking game here. I think it's actually ridiculous the way they were getting on like little schoolgirls. I need to meet him. It's like, shut the fuck up. This is the cartel. You know what I mean? It's actually fucking embarrassing, man. I mean, I've watched a lot of shows in my time, right? But I'm not saying this behaviour's never been done. Like, I think the way Shanti's acting here would be like a Christopher Moltisanti thing. But the difference is, when The Sopranos, when they would do it with Chris, like, remember he was at the table with Johnny Sack and Tony, he'd say something, and then Johnny'd be like, I remember when you sat in the car and fetched this coffee, kind of thing. He got belittled for it. See, in Sons of Anarchy, this would be the equivalent of a fucking prospect, right, who's never met the Glendale cartel on his puff, wanting a big meet with him, and almost like threatening to cut off his fucking patch if he doesn't meet with the Glendos. Yeah, it just comes across as cringe anyway. Was it the Armando guy? I don't know. The guy who's essentially playing double agent. He drugs everyone with the water. Seen this coming a mile off. Oh, AC, you just need to drink up. One guy's like, I don't need to drink up. He's like, here, I was a soldier in the heat once, gets round the corner, slices his throat, good night. Then we get the final showdown. So they all store him in. CBI members are getting shot. Tommy's new wee coalition group, a lot of them are getting shot. But the big dog, Gennard, fires a shot, hits D-Mac. Not fatally though, looks like he'll survive. And then Tommy's about to shoot Gennard. Diamond gets in front of him. The Golden Desert Eagle wipes out Diamond. Diamond dies in his brother's arms. To be honest, folks, I'm actually kind of shocked about this. I thought this was going one way and one way only. Gennard dies, and then like Diamond like properly wages war against Tommy, like legit wants to kill him. But yeah, I'm actually flabbergasted. I liked the wee conversation between them prior, where Diamond was almost trying to coerce Gennard into admitting that he wanted to kill him. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I'm pretty sure Diamond wanted Gennard dead at some points throughout this show. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I could have fucking swore that was the case. I mean, I guess Gennard could have said, yeah, brother, I'll admit, there were some times I wanted you dead for the way you treated me and the way you backed Tommy, but we're all good now, right? But I guess, why would he... You know, it's hard to speak about it because it's different for every set of siblings, but I mean, with Diamond I took that bad, but I feel like that's what Diamond wanted. Anyway, folks, I will give this episode a 9 out of 10. I thought it was really good. Action-packed, drama. Actually, no, I'll get an 8.5. 8.5.
After 30 episodes, it was finally time to say goodbye to Power Book 4 Force. Welcome back to Fog Entertainment. Series finale time, as we've just pointed out. But the future is bright. We've got Power Legacy around the corner, the return of Tyreek here. And is it the end of Chicago? I don't think it's the end of Chicago, but as hinted throughout this episode, it looks like it. Well, I mean, it clearly is still standing, but I expect that. I thought this finale was a bit weak in the sense of all-out war, which it hinted at this season. I mean, a lot of bodies have dropped, but for me, this finale, it was more to set up Power Legacy, and I think it could have killed two birds with. I think it could have killed two birds with one stone, for me personally. But my predictions, or what I would have done, kind of happened. I said Gennard and Victor Flynn would survive, and they would be essentially going after Tommy in that Power Legacy show. And I'd like that. I'd like to see Gennard and Victor Flynn form a coalition of their own and take it to Tyreek and Tommy in New York. The only problem is they're never going to kill them, and that's an immediate problem there with a show. Anyway, let's get into the review. So, episode begins, we've got the JP's funeral. Gennard thinks he's going to be able to hit them,
Step the police. I can't hit them, the police are there. Tommy's like, yeah, I reached out, got the police here. Problem with this, you can't rat, you can't do this, you can't do that with the police, but you're alright to call in a favour and get your brother's funeral to be guarded by about 50 officers. You see, this is like hypocritical. I thought Tommy was the kind of guy to stand on his own 2 feet, but here he is getting Chicago's finest. The day's dirty work. I thought that was a wee bit pathetic for me. Tommy's walking back for the funeral, trying to get to his car, gets jumped by one of Fick's goons, Irish guy, gets killed. He warns Victor Flynn, I'll come for you, big man. So, yeah, this was Victor Flynn's grand old plan here. Get this guy to kill Tommy. I mean, Victor Flynn, a couple of episodes ago, killed his best friend just to please Tommy. Utterly embarrassing. And then he hires this guy who, well, when I say hires, he tells this guy who's part of his crew to go after Tommy. And he goes after him with a knife. A knife. We're in Chicago. Everybody's got a gun. Why is this guy going after him with a knife? Plot purposes. That is the only answer here. Let's be honest. Gennard calls out Raheem. He said, let me go through your phone, man. Raheem's like, nah, man, you tripping. So he takes the phone and then shoots him. And then he confirms to the rest of CBI that Raheem was indeed a rat. Maria. She decides to flee. Leaves Tommy a note. Tommy's like, it makes sense we're going to Mexico. Kate as well, she's way back to Queens. She's way back to New York. Who cares? Bobby confronts Cheng. I didn't like this part of the episode for me, so essentially what happened here is he confronts Cheng, tells him, your safe word's going to be wife, and I want you to get Tommy on tape, on a wire, that he killed Stacy. But this essentially was just a setup, and that Tommy ends up must have made some form of phone call to Sheng, or Sheng made it to him. So steps in Bobby, has Tommy at gunpoint, and then Sheng shoots Bobby. Bobby's dead. Sheng will be dirty for this new coalition, which we'll get to, which has just been formed. And again, that's it. That's your whack. That's as easy. That's it. There's no comeuppance for the Chicago Police Department. Bobby's dead. Stacy's dead. Sheng announces in a press conference that those two were dirty and working with the ex-CBI members. Now that the fact the CBI pretty much gets a new leadership going out of this episode. That's your whack. That didn't sit right with me. There's another rat in Gennard's crew. They get attacked at the sawmill. Again, like, Shanti rocks up and Gennard like, eats her bullshit. And then afterwards he's like, yeah, I know she's talking shit. It's like, well, if you know she's talking shit and that she was there to set you up, why are you letting her away with it? Why is Shanti not getting a bullet in her? Just ridiculous. We get a shootout here. Shanti gets shot. Miguel gets shot. Nothing fatal. Tommy's about to get battered. Again, to me, this didn't make much sense. Like, when we seen Miguel's hangout, they looked like there were 50 guys. Then in the shootout, they probably lost about, what, 7, 8 guys? So where's your other 40 odd guys? Anyway, Tommy's about to get killed, but then, bang, 3 guys get dropped around Tommy. Camera pans to Tyreek. And what I thought was weird about this, where's Braden? Where's Diana? Where's all these people? And I find that very weird, because they were literally all on Instagram with Gennard's actor, like a year and a half ago, which tells me they've already filmed Power Legacy. Power Legacy Season 1 must have already been filmed. There is no way they would just cut out main characters like that here. So, that's interesting. Gennard at this point gets abandoned by the rest of his crew. They defect to Tommy's coalition. We see a conversation between T-Rack. That was like a combination of Tariq and D-Mac. Tariq and D-Mac, my daddy. He's like, yeah, my daddy's dead. My daddy's dead. But I killed my daddy. But fucking meaningless conversation. I don't like D-Mac. I don't like Tariq, but I said don't like. I like Tariq, but I don't like him overly. He's all right. So yeah, the cartels have a coalition. Wah wah wah. Fick just spends the entire episode bitching at some farm where it's got rabbits, and he's like, I'm Fick fucking Flynn. I should be back there. It's like, alright, Fick, go back then. That's what he does. So Gennard's been left high and dry by pretty much everybody at this point. You're thinking, this guy's going to die. But then a guy walks down the stairs and it's Victor Flynn. He's like, he killed your brother, he killed my sister, he's destroyed this city. How about we take out Tommy Egan? So, the future is Gennard and Victor Flynn going after Tom Egan. That's interesting to me. I'm looking forward to that in Power Legacy. And then the episode ends with Tyreek and Tommy having a conversation. Tyreek's like, why don't you come back to New York, move some drugs, all that good stuff with me, build the empire even more. Tommy's like, I can't just leave my family. Tyreek's like, I'm not asking you to do that, but the Uncle Tommy that I know wants to build his empire, leave no money on the table. So what do you say? And then we get the original Power theme song. They say it's a big rich town. They look into the distance. So yeah, Tommy and Tyreek, we already knew this series was coming. I didn't think it would happen like this, but like I said, keep people alive from Force to use in Power Book 5 Legacy, whatever it's going to be called. And that's what they've done. Obviously got people for Power Book 2 as well. So Power Book 2 and 4 are going to combine here. I'm liking this. Chicago, is that us done with Chicago? Probably. Shanti's running CBI, Miguel's running his side of things, the cartels have merged, the bloodshed has stopped for all 5 minutes because it's Chicago at the end of the day. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty cookie cutter finale. I mean, it was cool seeing Tyreek, yada yada yada, but at the end it was a bit cookie cutter as you could have got. There was no real big deaths. So Bobby died. Oh, what did he fucking do? Bobby, Chicago PD, died. The only reason I know the guy's name is because I take notes for the show and write his name down. Without that, I wouldn't have known his name. Anyway, I will give it a 6 out of 10. It was a fine finale, but it's a finale. It's a series finale, and all it did was set up another spin-off. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, guys, but 6 out of 10. Till next time. Peace.